Chapter 11-12. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at Long Chen passionately and said, "You must be very confused about me. Actually, there's nothing to hide from you. 20 years ago, when you were 3 years old, Nangong Lai and I met with a fatal crisis. We almost lost our lives, but a miraculous super expert saved us. How can I describe the difference between us?" Han Yinxing racked his brains and thought for a while before saying, "Just like you and me now, I also looked up to him in the same way back then." Long Chen was very curious. Han Yinxing said that this thing had nothing to do with him, but it had nothing to do with him. Hence, he asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Han Yinxing swept his long hair away from his forehead and looked at Long Chen. "It does. This is Nangong Lai and I's greatest benefactor. When we were abandoned by our beliefs and at the most frustrating time of our lives, he gave us a reason to continue living. In our current world, this benefactor is more important to us than anything else, including the true martial emperor palace." Long Chen was in awe of Han Yinxing's aura at this moment. "So what does it have to do with me?" Long Chen asked cautiously. "Yes, it does." Han Yinxing seemed to be reminiscing and said, "When he left, we asked how we could repay him. He said that if a youth came to this place in the future, and his name was Long Chen, he was unruly, cold and tenacious, and he was a rare dragon martial artist, then, at this point, Long Chen's mind went blank as if he had been struck by lightning. If a youth came to this place, and his name was Long Chen, he was unruly, cold and tenacious, and he was a rare dragon martial artist." This sentence kept reverberating in Long Chen's mind, because these words could only describe Long Chen himself. This had happened 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when Long Chen was only 3 years old, someone had told 2 super experts of the 3 imperial domains about him. At that time, Long Chen was only a 3-year-old child who didn't know anything. He even knew Long Chen's character. How could Long Chen not be excited? He was on the verge of tears. His eyes were bloodshot, and his chest seemed to be blocked. He couldn't breathe and couldn't cry even if he wanted to. Crystal clear tears swirled around his ears. It had been a long time since Long Chen was this excited. If he didn't try his best to hold it in, Long Chen would have rushed to Han Yinxing and asked him who this man was. Han Yinxing had expected Long Chen's reaction. Han Yinxing suddenly smiled and said, "Indeed, he is a godlike man. He even knows what will happen 20 years later. A 3-year-old child actually knows that he will become a dragon martial artist in the future. Moreover, he will be unruly, cold and tenacious. This means that you have always been under his care. Long Chen, this name." As he spoke, tears welled up in Han Yinxing's eyes. He looked at Long Chen with blazing eyes and said, "I can tell from your tears and excitement that you must know who he is. If I say his name, he will definitely know. I begged him for a long time before I knew his name. His name is Long Qinglan." Long Chen wiped the tears from his red eyes and calmed himself down. His voice was a little hoarse. He was no longer a child. After experiencing so many things, Long Chen was now a real man. He could bear many things, but no matter what, his father was the weakest part of his heart. Long Chen's impression of this man was the same as Han Yinxing's. He spent his days in a drunken stupor, accompanied by alcohol. In Long Chen's impression, his clearest memory was on the last day, when he jokingly told Long Chen that he was about to die, and then he really died. Long Chen buried him with his own hands. If he hadn't experienced so many things and grown so much, Long Chen wouldn't have said his name in such a calm tone. "If I'm not wrong, he is your father." Everything was confirmed. Han Yinxing's lips curled into a smile. His words indirectly confirmed what Long Chen had said. The man who had come to the imperial domain 20 years ago when Long Chen was 3 years old and helped Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing was his father, Long Qinglan. In Long Chen's impression, Long Qinglan had already started to become useless when he was 3 years old. He had become the laughingstock of Biyao town and the target of everyone's disdain. Long Chen was a little excited about this. This might mean that his father was not as weak as he had imagined. He must be a supreme expert, and there were many things that he was hiding from Long Chen. An ordinary person could not possibly possess something as heaven-defying as the mysterious dragon jade. There was no way that a small clan would hide the ancestral dragon essence blood in their battle techniques. Someone must have arranged for it to be in there. That person could only be Long Qinglan. The back view of this man appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was very blurry. Long Chen couldn't even remember what his father looked like, but this blurry person was deeply engraved in his heart. In this lifetime, Long Chen had only called him father a few times. If it wasn't for his childhood experiences, Long Chen wouldn't have such a tenacious personality. It was because he was looked down upon by others that he was finally reborn. Only then did he realize that a man couldn't lack something. A drive to be ruthless to himself. If he wasn't ruthless to himself, he wouldn't be ruthless to others. Perhaps, all of this was part of his plan. Was it just to cultivate her character? He had left the mysterious dragon jade to him. He had also left the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood, something that would cause the entire dragon sacrificial continent to go berserk. What else wasn't arranged by him? In that case, there was still a most important question in Long Chen's mind. Was he really dead? Biyao Zhen's death clearly didn't seem like a real death, but it couldn't be said that Long Qinglan had faked it either. Could that Long Qinglan be something like a clone? Even the sword sovereign of Biyao Imperial City had two bodies, let alone Long Qinglan. However, if he wasn't dead, why would he give birth to a son and hand over the essence blood of the ancient blood spiritual dragon and the mysterious dragon jade to Long Chen? Cultivators had billions of years to live. Wouldn't it be better for him to dominate the world? No matter what, Long Chen hoped that he was still alive. Looking at Han Yunxing with a burning gaze, Long Chen asked word by word, "Have you seen him since then? Is he still alive?" Han Yunxing was a little helpless at Long Chen's expectant gaze. He shook his head bitterly and said, "I've never seen him again. I also want to ask you this question, but it's obvious that you and I are both living in a fog. The only thing I can tell you is that your father is definitely not an ordinary person. How should I put it? On the path of martial arts, no matter how much you advance, there will always be stronger existences above you. In our Zhenwu Imperial Palace, the strongest person is definitely Zhenwu the Great Emperor, but I've never seen him in my life. I've seen a few experts below him, but they gave me the feeling that your father was stronger than them, even though they didn't fight. This is just my intuition, or maybe it's just an illusion, or maybe it's not just a little bit stronger. But I'm sure he's not Zhenwu the Great Emperor. I've heard Zhenwu the Great Emperor's voice, and it was a completely different feeling." This series of words made Long Chen give up. But he didn't give up. "If I follow my father's arrangements and continue to grow stronger, one day, I'll be able to reach his level. At that time, I'll know whether he's dead or not. If he's still alive, where is he, and why did he bestow these things to me?" Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Today, Han Yunxing's words had stimulated his fighting spirit even more, causing him to undergo a huge transformation. From today onwards, Long Chen wouldn't only live for himself. At the same time, Xiaoxi would also fight for Long Qinglan. Mo Xiaolang and Yang Lingqing were also waiting for Long Chen to grow stronger. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Han Yunxing remained silent for a long time. Both of them had a heavy heart. After a while, Han Yunxing seemed to recall something. He interrupted Long Chen's thoughts and said solemnly, "Back then, I was willing to do anything for my benefactor, but he declined. He told me that if you came in the future, Nangong Lai and I should help you. This is also the reason why we're guarding the sacred martial palace." So, at this point, Han Yunxing knelt down on one knee. This was the first time that he, who was usually like a madman, was so serious. He said to Long Chen, "From today onwards, you are the young master of Han Yunxing. Your orders are my orders. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. At the same time, I will say this on behalf of Nangong Lai. Although this guy is simple-minded, his passion for his benefactor far surpasses mine. Long Chen was speechless. He hadn't expected this to happen. He quickly helped Han Yinxing up and said, "Senior, please get up first." Long Chen had a headache after helping Han Yinxing up. It was a great thing to have such an expert protecting him. In the future, Long Chen would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the true martial imperial palace. However, Long Chen wasn't used to having such an expert treat him as a young lord and act humbly, while he ordered him around. His personality didn't want such a thing to happen. Long Chen would never procrastinate in anything he did. He would be swift and decisive. He knew that if he asked Han Yinxing to keep a distance from him, pretend that they didn't know each other, and not call him young master, he would definitely not agree. Chapter 11:13. It was Long Qinglan's order to protect Long Chen. To Han Yinxing, this was something that couldn't be changed. It was the truth that he pursued. It was a great thing for Long Chen to accept his help. However, there had to be a change in the form. At this moment, Long Chen said, "Senior is older than me, so I'll call you Uncle Han. You're a senior and I'm a junior, so you can just call me by my name. If you're really indebted to my father, it's my father's problem and has nothing to do with me. However, if Uncle Han is willing to help me in the future, I'll be happy to accept it. I'll treat Uncle Han as one of my own and won't stand on ceremony with Uncle Han." Of course, Han Yinxing wasn't the kind of person who would be embarrassed just because of some etiquette. He suddenly laughed and said, "To be honest, if you really thought of yourself as a father and gave us orders without any consideration, we would have taught you a lesson for the sake of our benefactor. However, I already knew that you weren't such a person. Uncle Han, so be it. No matter what, as long as Nangong and I are around, no one will be able to touch you, even in the true martial emperor palace." Han Yinxing's last sentence was enough. Long Qinglan had established a strong relationship for Long Chen 20 years ago and nothing could destroy it. Han Yinxing had been observing Long Chen for a period of time and knew his character very well. He was very satisfied. In time, this kid would become a godlike man like Long Qinglan. Today is the most I've talked in the past 20 years. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be so talkative. Han Yinxing sighed as he looked at the stars outside the window. No matter what, I have to thank Uncle Han for protecting me. This has nothing to do with my father. However, cultivation is also my own. In the future, I will temper myself even more. After saying that, Long Chen didn't need to say anything else. If he said anything more, it would just be an exaggeration. It was good that he could see it. What Long Chen meant was that he didn't need their protection at all times in the future. He had his own way of training. "We will be your solid support, young man. Be brave and take the risk." Han Yinxing smiled faintly. From Long Chen's determination and unyielding spirit, he seemed to see himself in the past. Long Chen felt like he was dreaming when he suddenly had the protection of two such experts. He had always been like duckweed, but today, he seemed to have a foundation. With these two uncle-level super-existences, he could really roam the true martial imperial domain to his heart's content. From today onwards, there was nothing to worry about. With the support of these two, Long Chen would be able to increase his strength without any scruples from today onwards. His progress would not be slowed down just because his level was higher. The two stood under the window and chatted casually. It was mainly Han Yinxing asking Long Chen about his experiences. Long Chen gave a brief account of his experiences. At the start, Han Yinxing seemed to be deep in thought when he talked about Long Qinglan. When he talked about Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, as well as Long Chen's woman and his brother, Han Yinxing's eyes were filled with emotion and admiration. "I didn't expect our lives to be so similar. Nangong, that reckless and warlike fellow, is my lifelong brother. We went through life and death together for 7,000 years. If it wasn't for me, he would have died. If it wasn't for him, I would have died too. This brotherly relationship is the best gift from the heavens to me." On the other hand, at this point, Han Yinxing lowered his head and looked a little lonely. Everyone has a sad past. I didn't live up to expectations, so the woman I loved left me. When I became an expert, I couldn't find any news of her anymore. I spent 1,000 years looking for her, and in the end, I found her grave. This Han Yinxing's thoughts were many times more meticulous than Nangong lies. Longchen felt that this man was a man with a story and a pursuer. He had pursued his love for 1,000 years and had not given up until today. It was just that the woman was no longer with him. No matter how strong a man is, he can't defeat samsara. Han Yinxing closed his eyes. Suddenly, his lips curled up. After a while, he said, "I'm really envious of you. The woman you're chasing actually has such a high status. Furthermore, she won't leave you even in death. You should work 10,000 times harder and kill your way into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. At that time, Nangong and I will be your strong arms. One has to break the rules and go crazy a few times in order to live. Otherwise, what's the point of living? I was too obedient in the past, so I regretted it for the rest of my life. I'm looking forward to that day. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry." Long Chen smiled. When he killed his way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he would definitely bring Han Yinxing along. He would let him know that he, Long Chen, was Long Qinglan's son and there was nothing he couldn't do. Let's talk about something else. Han Yinxing's gaze shifted from the window to the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. He suddenly said, 1,000 years ago, Great Emperor Zhenwu sent a message to the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He said that he had found an item called the True Martial Emperor Soul. Long Chen was shocked. This was all within Han Yinxing's expectations. He looked deeply at Long Chen and said, "I didn't expect this item to be in your hands. I can see that you can use this item to analyze other people's martial Tao and raise your own cultivation. However, this item that Great Emperor Zhenwu sent a message to find should have more uses. Speaking of which, this item is yours and no one else can take it away. However, it is indeed a troublesome matter." Hearing that Han Yinxing had no intention of taking it away, Long Chen was relieved. This showed that Han Yinxing's loyalty to him exceeded his loyalty to the true Martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen frowned. This was indeed a troublesome matter. However, there is no need to worry for now. In the Martial God Palace, there are less than 10 people who can tell that you have this item. I am one of them. Actually, I don't know what the true Martial Emperor's soul is, but I can feel its existence in your body. Nangong can't tell either. As long as you don't enter the Martial God Palace for now, there should be no problem. Furthermore, you don't use it in battle. It should not be a problem for others to see it. Many thanks, Uncle Han. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. If he entered the Martial God Palace without knowing anything and used the true Martial Emperor's soul rashly in front of others, he would definitely be in big trouble. The true Martial Emperor's soul was Long Chen's greatest reliance for leveling up quickly. Long Chen did not want to lose it just like that. Actually, I don't know much about this item either. However, it can speed up one's cultivation. Its effect is much better than the purple demon moon diagram. This is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Moreover, even Great Emperor Zhenwu wants this item. When I go back, I will think of a way with Nangong. It's time to end this boring trial battle. Long Chen nodded. With your current cultivation, you are about to comprehend the principle of oneness of heaven and human and enter the third level of the God martial arts realm. At this time, I can still help you. The bloodline of the Dragon Warrior, the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation, and the Sword Soul of the Sword Warrior can actually increase your combat effectiveness to such an extent. It's really shocking. In fact, I only guessed your identity as a Dragon Warrior. The first thing that caught my attention was actually your name. You are called Long Chen. There are not many people who look like him, Han Yinxing said. Help me reach the celestial being realm. Long Chen asked with some excitement. As expected of an expert, his means were so heaven-defying. Yes. Han Yinxing smiled faintly. With your current cultivation, it's not easy to complete the task of the trial battle. With a little more, you will at least have the power to protect yourself. If Nangong and I are always by your side, it will also affect the improvement of your cultivation. Long Chen nodded. That was the question. Han Yunxing did things swiftly and decisively. After he finished speaking, he directly demonstrated to Long Chen and said, the so-called oneness of heaven and human is the principle. The heaven and earth are the parents of all things. Oneness of heaven and human is like asking for power from one's own parents. The key to the celestial being realm is to use your divine consciousness to communicate with the heaven and earth, and activate the power of the heaven and earth to form a powerful attack. Even at my current cultivation level, I am also activating the Emperor's spiritual chi when I fight, but it's much more than what you can do. We are even still using the will of martial arts. You have to remember that every realm in the God martial realm has its uses. The stars form the meridians in the body, the second realm produces the divine consciousness, and then the oneness of heaven and human. Warriors have the channel to communicate with the heaven and earth, and when they reach the peak of martial arts, they will have the will of martial arts, which is the key to the seventh realm of the God martial realm. At the same time, the trials of wind, fire, and thunder will completely dig out the power of the innate body, which is related to the nirvana golden wheel. At the same time, the supreme golden body is the same as the divine consciousness, it will become stronger as the realm increases, and even our God kingdom will increase as the realm increases. The oneness of heaven and human is also the key to communicate with the heaven and earth, and turn the will of martial arts into the will of heaven and human. Even when you build the God kingdom, you have to communicate with the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth are the peak of the world. We are all the children of the heaven and earth, or chess pieces. Our power ultimately comes from the heaven and earth. Han Yunxing's words brought great help to Long Chen. It could be said that it broadened his horizons and showed him a long way to go. Your Tao is the Tao of killing, which is different from mine. Therefore, you have to communicate with the part of the will of killing in the heaven and earth during the killing. Floods, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions are the fiercest killing and the most brutal heaven and earth. They are the objects of your fusion. If you want to achieve oneness of heaven and human, you have to become a part of the heaven and earth. To break the game, you have to enter the game, which is to enter the shackles of the heaven and earth. One day, even the universe can't bind you. Chapter 11:14. On the path of martial arts, if there was a really powerful senior to teach Long Chen, it would also be a very fast way to progress. The geniuses and experts of the martial god palace were far stronger than others because they had their own masters to teach them. For Long Chen, Han Yunxing's explanation and guidance was a very good way to comprehend martial arts other than the martial emperor spirit. After all, Han Yunxing was an experienced person. He had already stood at the peak of the god martial arts realm. With thousands of years of cultivation and accumulation, he understood Long Chen's Tao very well. The Tao of killing. To comprehend martial arts through killing. Han Yunxing had also walked this path in the past, but it was not the most suitable for him. However, with his current cultivation, it was enough for him to tell Long Chen what the real celestial being realm was. The unity of heaven and man. With heaven and earth as his parents. These words were what Long Chen could not comprehend from fighting. The martial emperor spirit could not teach him. If Long Chen had always used the martial emperor spirit, it would have taken him a long time to comprehend this path and reach the celestial being realm, the third level of the god martial arts realm. However, it was different now. What Han Yunxing said and taught was the part that the martial emperor spirit could not bring to Long Chen. On the path of martial arts, especially when you reach the god martial arts realm, you can be considered to have really entered the next level. Now you are only at the beginning of martial arts. When you reach the consummation of the god martial arts realm, you will be considered to have achieved great success in martial arts. Martial arts are connected to a higher level of heavenly way. Only by cultivating martial arts well can you cultivate the next heavenly way. Of course, this is still very far for you. In the true martial emperor palace, I'm talking about the martial god palace. That is the real true martial emperor palace. In the eyes of the martial god palace, the 3,000 palaces are just the outer sect. If you don't enter the martial god palace, you won't be able to get in touch with the true core and essence of the true martial emperor palace. In the martial god palace, the master will give lectures to the disciples. There are even specialized lectures. The martial Tao is not as simple as you think. In the martial Tao, there are countless complex and obscure information. You need to comprehend it on your own. As he spoke, Han Yunxing actually demonstrated for Long Chen. You can feel the connection between my movements and the heaven and earth, and how I manipulate the monarch spirit energy. These methods are very important to you. In front of Long Chen, Han Yunxing's movements were extremely slow, but he was able to complete the purpose of mobilizing the emperor spirit chi. This was a rare opportunity, and Long Chen immediately focused. The ancestral dragon's essence blood had given him a comprehension ability that was countless times greater than others. Compared to others, he was more like the darling of the martial way. Han Yunxing did not speak, but Long Chen felt that he had disappeared in front of his eyes and blended into the heaven and earth. Only his movements, and most importantly, the feeling of his movements, were firmly remembered by Long Chen. Only when you are one with heaven and man can you be considered to have truly entered the god martial realm. When it's time to comprehend martial arts, your talent and foundation will be many times stronger than others, and so will your comprehension ability. Make good use of it. As Han Yunxing spoke, Long Chen watched him break down his movements in detail. Gradually, he entered a state of selflessness, and only Han Yunxing's movements remained in his mind. Every move of this man was firmly engraved in his memory. At this moment, Long Chen felt that he was not in the wooden house, but in a vast world, and Han Yunxing had blended into the heaven and earth, becoming a part of the heaven and earth. The power of the heaven and earth was at his disposal. With him as the center, the heaven and earth formed a domain that was completely under his control. This was his territory, and every movement was accompanied by countless monarch spirit energy. Long Chen had an epiphany. He stretched out his hands and used the power of his divine soul to feel the existence of the monarch spirit energy around him. The god martial spirit was the core of every person, and it was also the bridge for Long Chen to communicate with the power of the heaven and earth. Long Chen closed his eyes. He already had quite a bit of confidence. This heaven and earth belonged to him. Time passed gradually. Han Yunxing was a very competent guide. He explained and guided. After half a day, he suddenly found that there was movement on Long Chen's side. A whirlwind made of monarch spirit energy was surrounding Long Chen. Han Yunxing smiled. As expected of that man's son. Even the power he comprehended far exceeded that of a normal person and was extraordinary. If this goes on, he will be able to break through to the third level of the god martial realm in a while. Han Yunxing stopped what he was doing, and there was a light of satisfaction in his eyes. Long Chen was transforming step by step. At this time, he felt like he had fallen into a cradle, or like he was in warm water. The surrounding monarch spirit energy was swimming around him excitedly. It was within his reach, like a group of happy elves. The whole heaven and earth made Long Chen feel a sense of awe, as if he was facing his parents. As time passed, Long Chen had almost grasped the essence of the celestial realm. His god martial spirit was undergoing a new round of transformation. Once the transformation was over, he would be able to successfully reach the third level of the god martial realm. "Let me give you a hand," Yi Zichen said. Under Han Yunxing's control, a large amount of monarch spirit energy in the Holy Kingdom surged towards Long Chen. He transformed it into dragon blood divine energy and stored it in countless acupuncture points in his body. 100 million acupuncture points crazily swallowed the power and strengthened Long Chen's body. Now, Long Chen's divine energy had been increased by 10,000 times, and he was almost at the fifth level of the god martial realm. It should be equivalent to a warrior who had gone through the devouring fire tribulation. A sword martial artist could increase his strength by 10 times. On top of that, he had an extremely tough and invincible body, as well as the horn of a red-horned demonic dragon like the red-horned blood demon. Long Chen might even be able to fight against a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm with a supreme golden body. Of course, it was not so easy for Long Chen to reach the 3rd level of the god martial realm. In addition to the range of his divine sense reaching more than 100 meters, and the control of Long Chen's monarch spirit energy, he could use the power of monarch spirit energy from time to time during attacks to reduce his consumption and increase his fighting endurance. He had also awakened another method. That was the realm. When one reached the 3rd level of the god martial realm, the celestial being realm, the realm would finally take shape, just like the purple flame realm of the Su family. With the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, the realm that Long Chen awakened was related to the devouring blood world. The devouring blood world could be said to be an enlarged version of refining blood into qi. When Long Chen reached the celestial being realm, he could control the surrounding field and use the devouring blood world to another level. Originally, the devouring blood world was performed with divine energy. If the opponent's divine energy was far higher than mine, the effect of the devouring blood world would not be obvious. But now it's different. My upgraded devouring blood world can actually reach such a heaven-defying level. To be honest, even Long Chen himself was in a very high realm. He did not expect that the combination of his realm and the devouring blood world would have such an effect. When Long Chen was fighting, as long as the devouring blood world was launched, the devouring blood world could be on the opponent's body and absorb the opponent's blood all the time. This was a small amount of swallowing, which could not be resisted. Unless the opponent's strength was much higher than Long Chen's, as long as he fought with Long Chen, his blood would gradually enter Long Chen's body and be refined into dragon blood divine energy by Long Chen. In this way, when Long Chen's dragon blood divine energy was consumed in battle, he would have a channel to recover. As for his opponent, the longer he fought with Long Chen, the less blood he would have. Although God martial realm warriors had a huge amount of blood, comparable to the monster race, it was still not enough for Long Chen to swallow like this. If their strength was equal, it would be very dangerous to encounter Long Chen, because Long Chen would be swallowing the opponent's blood all the time to strengthen himself, while the opponent would become weaker and weaker. Such a realm might seem very inconspicuous, but it actually had a heaven-defying effect. This was the effect of combining Long Chen's control of realm with the devouring blood world. The devouring blood world was originally a kind of heaven-defying domain-type attack. When Long Chen was as strong as the ancestral dragon and covered half of the dragon sacrificial dragon continent with his devouring blood world, he could casually swallow and cause billions of deaths to replenish his own strength. Along the way, the devouring blood world had also brought Long Chen many victories, and now, the devouring blood world had a new round of improvement. Long Chen was ecstatic. In this way, his combat endurance would be further improved, and he would even become a nightmare for his enemies. Not only that, upon reaching the heaven realm, Long Chen would be able to absorb 30% of the blood essence. At this moment, another 10% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's blood essence entered Long Chen's body. The blood of blood and slaughter turned into blood-colored divine dragons, reaching every corner of Long Chen's body. This terrifying ancient aura caused Han Yunxing to take 2 steps back in fear. His face was pale as he muttered, "Is this the dragon's inheritance blood essence? It seems like the young master hasn't fully absorbed the power of the inheritance blood essence. This inheritance blood essence should be left for the young master." Just what kind of inheritance blood essence is this? Han Yunxing was very knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a terrifying inheritance blood essence. Even the current him felt weak and powerless. In Han Yunxing's heart, Long Chen was his young master. This was an unchangeable fact. The ancient aura formed a blood cocoon, surrounding Long Chen. Han Yunxing hurriedly flashed out. He knew that if he absorbed the inheritance blood essence again, Long Chen would definitely undergo another transformation. Those opponents that he couldn't deal with before would definitely be able to deal with now. At this time, perhaps Long Chen could be considered to have truly become powerful. Chapter 11:15. The ancestral dragon essence blood once again brought a new round of transformation to Long Chen. He felt as if his body had been cleansed. Every particle in his body absorbed the ancestral dragon essence blood crazily, and then changed the structure of his body bit by bit. Every particle changed and evolved towards the true ancestral dragon, but Long Chen's appearance was still that of a human. When he absorbed all the ancestral dragon essence blood, he was bound to transform into a dragon. A true divine dragon. This 1/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood brought the most changes to Long Chen's body. The 100 million acupoints became more stable, the 1 billion meridians became thicker, and the countless particles changed. It was as if there was a divine dragon in each of them. The most superficial change that it brought to Long Chen was his tough body. Under the refinement of the ancestral dragon essence blood, the dragon scales that had always existed on the surface of Long Chen's body underwent a huge transformation again. Their color was already close to black and purple. After being crushed countless times and fusing with the dragon blood, Long Chen was like a human-shaped super beast. His current body had already surpassed the 7th grade divine level body refining combat skills, and was even close to the 8th grade. As long as a combat skill reached the 8th grade, it would be a peerless treasure. Even a 7th grade combat skill would be very precious. 8th grade combat skills were definitely something that everyone would fight for. Even a place like Emperor Dong's palace might not have many 8th grade combat skills. This was Long Chen's capital. His current divine energy was only at the level of the devouring fire tribulation. Why could he kill so many warriors at the peak of the 5th tier of the divine martial realm? More importantly, it was because of his tough body. In front of Long Chen's super strong body that was like that of an ancient beast, their bodies were like tofu. Long Chen also had a speed that was close to the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. This was brought about by the Golden Thunder Dragon, and he also had the Scarlet Blood Desolation that could pierce through everything. Such a powerful combination allowed him to kill warriors at the 5th tier of the divine martial realm. No matter how strong their divine energy was, how many combat skills they had, how terrifying their martial will was, and how powerful their innate body was, for Long Chen, it was all a matter of rushing over and killing them with one strike. Only the body of the ancestral dragon could have such a terrifying way of killing. The others had to only use divine essence to fight obediently. What a terrifying physical body. Seeing the blood-red scales all over Long Chen's body, as well as the sharp, bloody, and murderous aura, even Han Yunxing could not help but sigh. Of course, Han Yunxing's physical body was still stronger than Long Chen's, but Han Yunxing had cultivated a top-notch body refining battle skill. The one with the stronger physical body was Nangong Lai. But according to Han Yunxing's estimation, when Long Chen reached the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, Nangong Lai's body would be weaker than Long Chen's. There was no way he could be compared to a genius. Although his physical body was stronger than Long Chen's, standing next to Long Chen, Han Yunxing still felt like he was with a giant ancient beast, which made him a little envious. Of course, it was because Long Chen was a junior, and Han Yunxing felt gratified to have such a junior. If Nangong Lai knew that your physical body has reached a higher level, and your physical body is almost stronger than all the demon clans at the 3rd tier of the divine martial arts realm, he would probably be so excited that he would go crazy. He would definitely want you to become stronger than me, and then become his opponent, fighting with him day and night. Of course, you will benefit a lot from fighting with him. When Long Chen thought of Nangong Lai's terrifying appearance, even though his physical body had been strengthened to a level that made Long Chen very proud, he was still somewhat frightened. That guy, Nangong Lai, simply couldn't be treated as a human. If he wasn't a freak, how could he have the title of martial fanatic? Moreover, the pronunciation of martial fanatic and shameless was almost the same. Nangong Lai was definitely not as honest and sincere as he looked on the surface. He had finally broken through the 3rd tier of the divine martial arts realm and reached the celestial being realm, and his strength had reached a higher level. Han Yunxing also felt happy for Long Chen. Don't be satisfied so easily. You are not strong enough. Although you are still young, which is one of the reasons, your opponent will not spare you just because you are young. With your current cultivation, you are considered trash in the true martial emperor palace. You are barely strong, but you cannot become the core disciple of the 3,000 palaces. It is almost impossible for you to enter the martial god palace, unless you can kill the person from the supreme demon realm outside. Then, you will be qualified to enter the martial god palace. The power of the true martial emperor palace would definitely surpass that of the supreme demon realm. Long Chen was very clear about this. He always had a deep reverence for a holy land of martial arts like the true martial emperor palace. Although he might be able to fight against an expert in the 6th tier of the divine martial realm with a supreme golden body, he was not outstanding among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. Back then, Chu Tiange had the strength of a cultivator in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, but he was only in the top 10 in Emperor Dong's palace. Among the 3,000 palaces, some palaces were as strong as Emperor Dong's palace. The difference in strength was very obvious. But don't be discouraged. You are the strongest genius I have ever seen. What you lack is time. The first 1,000 years of your life is the best time for cultivation. After this period, if you are stuck, it will be difficult for you to improve in the future. Just like me and Nangong, we have already reached the peak of our lives. Unless we encounter a miracle that happens once in 10,000 years, it will be impossible for us to make any progress. It is already good enough that we do not regress. Martial arts would eventually wear down one's willpower. What Long Chen saw was that there were many warriors of the younger generation. In this high-level world, warriors who were 200 or 300 years old were considered young. However, there were not many people who were older than this age. There were thousands of years old, but there were not many of them because most of them were already dead. In fact, there were very few warriors who could survive. Long Chen was still in his prime. Since you've broken through, it's time to send you out. Let's call it a day for the trial battles, Han Yinxing said. For him, the trial battles were just a way for him to get closer to Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Do you have dragon scales on you?" Since they were on the same side, Long Chen did not stand on ceremony. The situation had changed. Previously, he had worked hard for the trial battle mainly to obtain dragon scales to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture. Now, with Han Yinxing as his backer, the trial battle was nothing. If he wanted dragon scales, he could just get them from him. Dragon scales. I have a jade fire dragon scale and an oceanic dragon scale. What do you need them for? Han Yinxing asked. Long Chen was overjoyed. He told Han Yinxing about how he had obtained Yi Wuxiang's legacy and introduced the scripture of 9 dragons in detail. Han Yinxing's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. He said with some joy, "I was planning on giving you a grade 7 battle skill, but it looks like you have something even more suitable for you. This is the first time I've heard of a cultivation method like the scripture of 9 dragons. Yes, there is actually only one move in the 9 dragon scripture, but it will increase with the number of dragon scales I find and my own cultivation. If I use a dragon scale and successfully cultivate the first stage of the 9 dragon scripture, then I will have the attack power of a dragon. If I use the second Long Chen and cultivate to the second stage of the 9 dragon scripture, then I will have the power of 2 dragons. The first stage of the 9 dragon scripture is probably comparable to a 7th grade god skill. If I cultivate to the 9th stage, according to my estimates, it should completely surpass a 9th grade god skill." Han Yinxing's face was filled with shock as he said, "Such a miraculous battle skill must have come from the ancient era." In the ancient era, after the divine dragons disappeared, there were still many dragon warriors for a period of time. Later on, perhaps because there were fewer and fewer dragon warriors, there were fewer and fewer dragon warriors. This kind of divine skill that is suitable for dragon warriors, but has no fixed grade, should have come from that time. Although Long Chen was happy, he still felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The more terrifying a combat skill was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For example, the 9 dragon scriptures dragon scales were a huge problem. Moreover, even if he had the dragon scales, it would still be relatively easy to cultivate to the 1st or 2nd layer. However, to cultivate to the 7th or 8th layer, it would definitely be very difficult to combine the power of so many dragons of different attributes and fuse them together to attack. It would be many times more difficult than the attack that Long Chen had fused with the 5 Emperor Seals. The 9 dragon scripture was similar to the 5 Emperor Seals, but one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. The 9 dragon scripture should not be considered a battle skill, but an ancient secret technique. Every divine dragon was a proud creature. Wanting to fuse them together was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Long Chen had obtained the 9 dragon scripture, but without the help of a person like Han Yunxing, who knew when he would be able to completely cultivate it. Even if he succeeded, he did not know if he would have enough God origin energy to execute such a move. This 9 dragon scripture is the most suitable combat skill for you. It suits you more than anything else. You have the dragon warrior's bloodline, so you can fully display the power of this combat skill that was specially designed for dragon warriors. I really look forward to when you successfully cultivate the 9 dragon scripture, the cultivation method that surpasses the 3 martial realms. What kind of terrifying power will it display? The descent of the 9 dragons, what kind of spectacular scene will that be? Even a person like Han Yunxing held the 9 dragon scripture in such high regard. Without a doubt, the value of the 9 dragon scripture surpassed that of a 9th grade divine skill. The most that Han Yunxing could give to Long Chen was a 9th grade divine skill. Chapter 11:16. Long Chen was overjoyed. It wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the 6th level of the 9 dragon scripture. Now that he had obtained 2 dragon scales, it felt great to have someone protecting him. These are the 2 dragon scales. They were supposed to be a reward, but I gave them to you directly. Han Yunxing didn't bother with trifles. There were many people above him in the true martial emperor palace, but he wasn't afraid of any of them. Out of nowhere, 2 scales the size of a cattail leaf fan appeared in Han Yunxing's hands. A familiar feeling rushed towards Long Chen. One of the 2 dragon scales was emerald in color and was burning with emerald flames. In the middle of it, an emerald divine dragon was flying and roaring. It had a rather terrifying aura. The other blue dragon scale was emitting white cold air. In the cold air, there was also the shadow of a divine dragon. Long Chen took the 2 dragon scales carefully. Just like the scarlet blood desolation in his hands, these were left behind by a true divine dragon. Although time had left many traces on the dragon scales and the owner of these scales had passed away many years ago, Long Chen still felt a little emotional. These were left behind a long time ago. Dragon. A true divine dragon. To Long Chen, cultivating the 9 dragon scripture was the thing that excited him the most right now. Hence, he tossed everything to the back of his mind and focused on the 2 dragon scales in front of him that made him tremble. Emerald fire dragon scales and azure sea dragon scales. In the 9 dragon scripture, the first 6 attributes of dragons were wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and wood. The dragon scales that Long Chen had obtained were water and fire. Which one to cultivate first was a problem. However, Long Chen had made up his mind. All along, Long Chen was closer to fire as compared to water. Fire reminded him of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This reminded Long Chen that he had to go to the desolate emperor domain and meet his good brothers before he could marry Lingxi in the sword spirit emperor palace. They had gone through life and death together, following their brothers without any complaints or regrets. After keeping the azure sea dragon scale in the great virtual realm, Long Chen kept the jade fire dragon scale in his hand. Then, he recited in his heart. Now, Long Chen only needed to cultivate the first level of the 9 dragon scripture that he was extremely familiar with. Long Chen had a lot of unique conditions. First of all, his bloodline was unique. The ancestral dragon essence blood was a super overlord among the divine dragons. He was naturally familiar with the battle techniques of the dragon warriors. In addition, under the nourishment of 3/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood, Long Chen's comprehension ability had reached a very high level. He was definitely a top genius. He only needed a glance to remember any cultivation method or battle technique, and he could even completely understand those obscure expressions. This was also the reason why he was able to reach the heavenly realm so quickly. The first level of the 9 Dragon scripture did not require the integration of the divine dragon's power. Previously, whenever Long Chen had free time, he would study the 9 Dragon scripture, especially the first level. Now, he only needed 1 dragon scale to start cultivating. This was the result of good preparation. Seeing that Long Chen was getting serious, Han Yunxing quietly left the wooden hut and left the place to Long Chen. Given his passion for the martial Dao, Nangong, and I will definitely make him stand at the peak of the true martial emperor palace in the future. Han Yunxing's cloudy eyes lit up brightly at this moment. While Han Yunxing was muttering to himself, Long Chen had already covered his chest with the azure dragon scale. Suddenly, an azure flame rose into the sky and burned fiercely. In a short moment, it turned into an azure fireball and engulfed the entire wooden hut. The scorching flame forced Han Yunxing to take a few steps back as he looked at the huge azure fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters in shock. Originally, Han Yunxing was a little worried. However, this was his god nation and everything was under his control. He knew that not only was Long Chen not injured by the azure flame, but he was also like a fish in water. It seems that the first level of the 9 Dragon scripture is not difficult for him. Han Yunxing nodded in admiration. After understanding many of Long Chen's secrets, he sincerely admired this young martial artist, even though Long Chen's life force was only a few % of his. The azure flame did not weaken. Instead, it burned more and more intensely. Han Yunxing had already retreated far away, but he could still feel the terrifying power. Within the jade-colored fireball, Han Yunxing felt as if Long Chen had disappeared. What appeared within the jade-colored fireball was a jade-colored fire divine dragon. A terrifying pressure descended, and Han Yunxing even felt as if the divine kingdom was collapsing. He had no choice but to use his god martial spirit to suppress the divine kingdom in order to stabilize it. The jade-colored inferno divine dragon swimming in the flames should be Long Chen's body. In the midst of the jade-colored flames, he seemed to have become the ruler of heaven and earth. The laws of fire gradually formed on the jade-colored dragon scales on his chest. On his chest, the jade-colored dragon scales gradually shrunk to the size of a fingernail. They seemed to have fused with Long Chen's body and remained beside the void dragon talisman. As long as Long Chen's 9 Dragon scripture was cultivated to a profound level, the 9 dragon scales would eventually form a circular ring beside the void dragon talisman. At that time, the 9 Dragon scripture would be completed and Long Chen would truly become a top figure in the true martial imperial domain. The 3 regions and 9 realms would have his name. And today was just the beginning. The jade-green flames burned for another 2 hours, until the roar that belonged to a dragon came from Long Chen's mouth. Flames of the 9 Dragon scripture, mysterious sky jade fire dragon. With this roar, all the dark green flames became violent and covered the body of the dark green divine dragon. This was the mysterious sky jade fire dragon that Long Chen had mentioned. The dark green divine dragon suddenly soared into the sky and its body expanded crazily. In the end, it swam in the clouds, displaying the true elegance of a divine dragon. Pfft! In the next instant, the mysterious sky jade fire dragon in the sky disappeared. Long Chen stood in front of Han Yunxing with a battle halberd in his hand. At this moment, a terrifying azure flame was burning on Long Chen's chest, which was gradually dissipating. This meant that Long Chen had already completed the first stage of the 9 Dragon scripture. In the 9 Dragon scripture, the first fire attribute dragon was the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. Now, Long Chen could already use the power of a 3rd dragon besides the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person. The mysterious sky jade fire dragon was an extreme fire attribute dragon. In terms of strength, it was much stronger than the average red dragon. It was on the same level as the ghostly shadow blood dragon and the scarlet horned demon dragon. And when Long Chen used the 9 Dragon scripture, he could release the extreme fire attribute power of the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. This was the terrifying part of the 9 Dragon scripture. Han Yunxing felt some admiration for Long Chen. Now that Long Chen's aura had become even stronger, and with his battle skill, he would be able to unleash even more terrifying destructive power. The 9-dragon scripture is strong, but it also consumes a lot of power. I estimate that I can only use it once with all the divine energy I have now. If I want to cultivate to the second stage of the 9-dragon scripture, I won't be able to do it no matter how many dragon scales I have. Long Chen said regretfully. It is indeed a terrifyingly powerful battle technique that requires so much divine energy to activate. You should be happy. Even the first stage is like this. What will the later stages be like? Han Yunxing said and finally turned his gaze to the halberd in Long Chen's hand. It was a majestic halberd. It was blood red all over, and the blade was full of sharpness. A wild power exploded from the halberd. It was quite terrifying. Long Chen moved his mind and the halberd in his hand turned into a blood-red longsword. The desolation of blood did not have a fixed form. If he wanted it to become a halberd, it would be a halberd. If he wanted it to become a long sword, it would be a long sword. However, the 9-dragon scripture needed a halberd to display its power to the extreme. Back in the statue of Yi Wuxiang, the weapon in his hand was a halberd. Presumably, Yi Wuxiang knew something about the 9-dragon scripture. Unfortunately, he was not a dragon warrior, so he could not activate the 9-dragon scripture. Otherwise, he might not have been defeated by the warriors of Emperor Dong's palace. Long Chen could only express his gratitude to Yi Wuxiang. Whether it was the 9-dragon scripture or the desolation of blood, they were all given to him by Yi Wuxiang. So far, the mysterious blue fire dragon had reached the advanced level. It's time to go out. We've been delayed for more than half a day. That girl called Li Qingyue has captured more than 1,000 people. She just locked them up. Now, she alone has captured another 1,000 people. The main thing is that she wasted a lot of time setting up the golden light shield that you destroyed. Now, I guess she's going to activate the magic moon box again. Li Qingyue is from the Shadow Realm. Although she is much stronger, it will still be difficult for her to deal with a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. I don't recommend you to deal with such a warrior now that you have just advanced to the next level. Besides, that little guy from the Shadow Realm will not be allowed to live. However, those 1,000 people and the remaining 5,000 civilians, I think you will want to save them. Long Chen did not expect there to be so many people. It's my fault. So many people have disappeared from those small cities. They must have captured more people. Long Chen took a deep breath. Long Chen was not interested in killing Li Qingyue. After all, for him, the trial battle was meaningless. However, Long Chen had to save the lives of the remaining civilians. In that case, I will wait for you at the true Martial Emperor Palace, Han Yunxing said. Long Chen was not a pushover. He did not need Han Yunxing to protect him at all times. Long Chen nodded. In addition, your master, Jiang Qing, should know that you have the true Martial Emperor's soul and he has evil intentions. Of course, he doesn't know what the true Martial Emperor's soul is, but he knows some of its effects. You have to be careful of him. Han Yunxing reminded Long Chen. This was within Long Chen's expectations, so he nodded again. Chapter 11:17. After leaving Han Yunxing's God Nation, Long Chen had undergone a huge transformation. Not only had his cultivation level increased to the 3rd tier of the God Martial Realm, he could use Emperor Spiritual Qi in his attacks, and he could even devour the blood world to level up. Combined with the power of a true domain, he could achieve an even more miraculous effect. 3/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood had given Long Chen a stronger constitution. Constitution didn't just refer to the physical body. His strongest killing move was the 1st tier of the 9-dragon scripture, Mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon. When he returned to the Moon Demon Cave, Han Yunxing had already disappeared. He might have returned to the true Martial Emperor Palace, or he might still be hiding somewhere. None of this was important. The appearance of Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai did not change Long Chen's mentality. He thought that he could rest easy from now on, but in reality, he was even more worried. His desire and urgency for the strong became more intense. After leaving, Han Yinxing told Long Chen the location of the remaining thousands of people. This was the location of the commoners that Li Qingyue had saved. Although Long Chen had saved thousands of people, Li Qingyue had also taken thousands away, leaving only a few thousand people. Li Qingyue was the only one left in the Moon Demon Cave. She had become a commander without an army, but she still didn't give up on the Moon Demon's sacrifice. Qinshi still hadn't returned, which made her very frustrated. However, she didn't chase after him, and instead quietly completed the Moon Demon's sacrifice alone. After Long Chen came out, Qinshi's corpse was still lying on the road. Looking at the tiny wound between Qinshi's eyebrows, Long Chen felt a little emotional. A true expert should be like Han Yinxing, able to do whatever he wanted without any restraints. Long Chen was glad that he had someone like this to help him. This was probably the wealth that Long Qinglan had left him. Only now did Long Chen realize that this man was such an important part of his life. To him, this was an inspiration, but also a burden. You are the biggest mystery in my life. Long Chen was full of energy. With this huge goal, he could work even harder. One day, he would be like Han Yinxing, standing at the peak of this world. At that time, Long Qinglan would have no more secrets. Perhaps, he would be waiting for Long Chen on the other side. As he thought about this, Long Chen increased his speed by nearly 10 times. He was like a golden bolt of lightning. Even Li Qingyue and the others could not catch up to Long Chen. When Long Chen fought Li Qingyue, there was a huge difference in divine essence. However, in a real battle, even if Long Chen did not lose, with his speed and physical body, the other party would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Jiang Qing's strength was about the same as Li Qingyue's. Hence, Han Yinxing felt at ease leaving Long Chen here. Very quickly, Long Chen went around the Moon Demon altar and arrived at the place where the commoners were imprisoned. Long Chen's great void realm could hold many of these people. After arriving here, Long Chen was blocked by a steel door. This steel was violet flame godly iron. Fortunately, it was only a door. Whoosh! The scarlet blood desolation in Long Chen's hand had already pierced through the door. At this time, Long Chen had rare arm strength. He was like an ancient beast that covered the sky. He held the scarlet blood desolation in his hand tightly. At this time, the scarlet blood desolation was already a domineering halberd. Ha! Long Chen used strength to pull the scarlet blood desolation back. There was a commotion behind the violet flame godly iron door. Long Chen did not look for the mechanism to open the door. Instead, he used strength to pull the door out of the cave. Shui Yazi's mechanism was completely destroyed by Long Chen. With a clang, the violet flame godly iron door twisted and was pulled out of the mechanism by Long Chen. Long Chen easily pulled the scarlet blood desolation out and stood in the door. Inside, thousands of people looked at this humanoid monster in panic. To them, there were no good people in the Moon Demon Cave. They vaguely knew that every month, thousands of people would be captured and never heard from again. This time, 2,000 people had been captured. Everyone estimated that even the luckiest person among them wouldn't be able to live for more than 5 months. The shadow of death had caused their nerves to be incomparably weak. Therefore, when they saw Long Chen, they all retreated in fright. Their faces were deathly pale, and many of them even started to cry. Time waits for no man. Long Chen did not have the time to talk nonsense with them. He directly used the Great Void Realm's devouring power. With his current control over the Great Void Realm, even if these weaklings had the will to resist, they were all sucked into the Great Void Realm by Long Chen. At the Great Void Realm, Long Chen would explain to the thousands of people that he had saved before. Long Chen did not need to explain at all. At the Moon Demon altar, there were still thousands of people that needed Long Chen to save. Long Chen did not want to leave those people behind, even though it was very dangerous there. The golden lightning shot towards the moon demon altar for the last time. When it arrived, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Li Qingyue had not made a move yet, so those people were not dead yet. Because of the necessary golden barrier, Li Qingyue had wasted a lot of time. This golden barrier was a good thing that could expand the violet demon moon diagram. Without it, Li Qingyue would not be able to cultivate the violet demon moon diagram. At the same time, this golden barrier was an important means of confining those thousands of commoners. Otherwise, if they were to run around, it would be difficult for Li Qingyue to deal with them alone. At that moment, Li Qingyue finally finished setting up the golden barrier. She looked at the panicking people below and revealed a cold smile. For the weak, death is just a release. For you guys, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Qingyue mumbled to herself. Then, she looked at the 7 deputy cave masters' corpses and said disdainfully, "What a bunch of trash." Then, she looked in Qin Shi's direction. Shui Yazi is trash. Could it be that you, Qin Shi, are also trash? Were you killed by a child? This was the most depressing thing for Li Qingyue today. She seemed to be the only one left in the moon demon cave. Although the moonlight cache was still the most important thing to her, the feeling of loneliness was a little unbearable. Li Qingyue did not have the time to go over and take a look. After all, the full moon did not last long. She needed to set it up again in order to reactivate the violet demon moon diagram. However, she reckoned that Qin Shi was already dead. This was her intuition. The golden barrier was finally set up successfully. Li Qingyue sank into her own world. She was a slightly paranoid and crazy woman. She was cold and emotionless. The lives of these weak people were nothing to her. The lives of more than 1,000 people were all under her control. The golden barrier had already been set up. Even she herself could not enter it. However, this was a trap designed by Shui Yazi. Even if she did not enter the golden barrier, she only needed to activate the mechanism to take these people's lives. The mechanism was right under Li Qingyue's feet. "I'm going to take out the Devil Moon box." Li Tianji smiled. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He was now certain that the Devil Moon box was with her. Li Qingyue had always been cautious. However, under the suppression of the soul-suppressing stone in the moon demon cave, she did not know that someone like Li Tianji had arrived. If she had known, she would have left a long time ago. However, just as she was about to activate the mechanism, another person appeared in front of her and stood on top of the golden barrier. Li Qingyue's pupils shrank. Her body trembled and she took a step back. She definitely knew Long Chen. It was because of Long Chen that everything she had done was destroyed. What Li Qingyue did not understand the most was that he was clearly no match for Qin Shi. Why was he the one who had returned instead of Qin Shi? It was not just Li Qingyue. Even Li Tianji and the rest were astonished. They had also sensed the changes in Long Chen. The current Long Chen seemed to be a completely different person. Li Qingyue also sensed that Long Chen had become stronger. The bloody aura that resembled that of an ancient behemoth shocked Li Qingyue. To her, this was a mysterious youth. The person who was the most shocked was none other than Jiang Qing, who had been standing in the dark and watching Long Chen secretly. Qin Shi's death had shocked him greatly. Then, Long Chen had disappeared. He did not know where Long Chen had gone, but he was certain that Long Chen had to be related to a powerhouse of that level. Who was that person? Jiang Qing did not know either, but he had a vague guess that it was Han Yunxing. As for why Han Yunxing had helped Long Chen, he was not sure. Jiang Qing had originally wanted to figure out Long Chen's secret as soon as possible. He was Long Chen's master, so he had the opportunity to get close to Long Chen. Others might not have this opportunity, so this was a great opportunity for Jiang Qing. Whether he could grasp it or not would depend on his own efforts. Clearly, he had already lost this opportunity. Now, he could only watch Long Chen's heaven-defying performance. After coming to the Moon Devil Cave, Long Chen's performance had exceeded his expectations time and time again. He was even more convinced that Long Chen had an unimaginable secret on him. If he could obtain this secret, his life would definitely undergo a tremendous transformation. At this point, he no longer had any room for improvement. And Long Chen was his other hope. No matter what, he could only watch Long Chen's performance obediently. Standing on the golden light screen, Long Chen did not say anything. The undying sword body appeared in front of him, and he instantly charged towards Li Qingyue. Although the power of the undying sword body could not defeat her, it was still possible to stop her and prevent her from activating the mechanism. You alone can destroy my painstakingly arranged arrangements. While exchanging blows with the undying sword body, Li Qingyue looked at Long Chen with disdain. Just watch. Long Chen did not say anything else. The scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand transformed into a sword. The current him was already comparable to a martialist like Qin Shi. God-killing sword formation, sword explosion. Chapter 11-18. This move of Long Chen's was more than 10 times stronger than the sword explosion from before. The expressions of the onlookers, including Li Qingyue, changed when they saw this move. They truly realized that Long Chen's battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds compared to before. Previously, he had needed to borrow Qin Shi's strength to break the golden light shield. However, he didn't need to do so now. Long Chen had destroyed the golden light shield with just the sword explosion. By the time Li Qingyue reacted, the thing she had painstakingly set up had already been destroyed. This meant that she would need to spend another half a day to reconstruct the golden light shield. However, the real full moon only lasted for a day. By the time she reconstructed the golden light shield, it would already be too late. Due to her previous contempt for Long Chen, she could only watch as Long Chen destroyed the golden light shield. Li Qingyue's face was still covered by a veil, but it was clear that the expression on her face was very interesting. The flames of anger burned in Li Qingyue's heart. She was already going crazy. At this moment, the only thing she could think of was to disregard everything and kill Long Chen to vent her anger. However, just as she was about to unleash her fury, Long Chen's invincible sword body once again rushed in front of her and unleashed a frenzied attack on her. In the past, Long Chen could only look up to the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, Chu Tiange's level. However, Long Chen could now use his own strength to temporarily stop her. During this period of time, Long Chen had finally rescued the last 1,000 people. His mission for the day was considered complete, so he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, Long Chen withdrew his invincible sword body and faced Li Qingyue from afar. He could sense the eruption of anger from Li Qingyue's body, but Long Chen wasn't afraid. His current speed had already surpassed Li Qingyue's. There is only one ending for you, and that is death. Li Qingyue suppressed the anger in her heart and walked towards Long Chen step by step. The pressure of the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm pressed down on Long Chen's body. Li Qingyue originally thought that her pressure could scare Long Chen to death, but it didn't work. Long Chen wasn't affected by her at all. In fact, at this moment, Long Chen's powerful body, the crackling sounds of his bones and tendons had a certain impact on her. Really? Having finally completed the mission, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure in his heart. He smiled at Li Qingyue before he suddenly looked up at the sky and said in a clear voice, "Li Tianji, if you don't come down now, I'm afraid your magic moon box will disappear without a trace." Li Tianji could only smile bitterly. However, at this time, it was time for him to make his move. The reason why he had endured until now was because he was cautious. Only when he saw the magic moon box would he dare to show himself. Li Qingyue understood that Long Chen had shouted like this even if she was a fool. Moreover, she had heard of Li Tianji's name. Li Qingyue's complexion instantly changed. Her first reaction was to run away as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Li Tianji had already locked onto her. How could he let her escape? Li Qingyue, who had been majestic a moment ago, had now become a stray dog. When she was about to run away, 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. One of them stood in front of her while the other two stood behind her, blocking her way. Under such circumstances, it could be said that Li Qingyue had no chance to escape. That man with purple pupils was exactly the same as what she had imagined. He was indeed Li Tianji from the Supreme Devil World. Li Qingyue was originally from the Supreme Devil World. She was very familiar with this youngster. She knew what would happen if she fell into his hands. He was at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, a worldly Dharma idol. Even if she risked her life, she wouldn't be his match. Being surrounded in such a narrow space, Li Qingyue had already given up on escaping. She calmed herself down and said, "So it's the young master of the Li family. I don't know why the young master of the Li family has come to my Moon Devil Cave. I, Li Qingyue, have already left the Li family. I'm no longer a servant of the Li family." Li Tianji smiled and said, "Don't talk about these meaningless things in front of me. Take out the Devil Moon box. Speaking of which, only you know that apart from the bloodline of my Li family, 999 lives can be used to summon the purple Devil Moon diagram. I've been watching from the side for a long time, so don't try to lie to me that the Devil Moon box isn't in your hands." Li Qingyue hesitated for a while and said, "I can give you the Devil Moon box, but you have to promise me one thing. You can't kill me, and you can't imprison me either." The maid next to her sneered and said, "You're dreaming. You stole the Devil Moon box from the Li family and got away with it for so long. Now that the young master has come to kill you, do you think he'll let you walk out alive? Then let's die together." Li Qingyue said coldly. Her voice contained an irresistible will. Li Tianji's face sank as he stared at Li Qingyue. Then he helplessly said, "Fine, I agree to your conditions." Li Qingyue was satisfied. She smiled and said, "As the young master of the Li family, you have to keep your word. If you try to deceive a little girl like me, it would be too ugly." "Fine, I, Li Qingyue, will believe you today." As she said that, a purple box appeared in her hand. She stared at Li Tianji for a while until she couldn't find any flaws. Then she handed the Devil Moon box to him. Li Qingyue was completely under his control. If she didn't do as he said, she wouldn't be able to escape death. Li Tianji's face was full of excitement as he received the Devil Moon box. After examining it for a while, he placed it in his storage ring. Then his sharp eyes stared at Li Qingyue. What? Could it be that the young master of the Li family is going to go back on his word? Li Qingyue smiled mockingly. "Who said that I'm going back on my word?" Li Tianji suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He looked at Li Qingyue with pity in his eyes. He suddenly changed his words and said, "I really admire you. Don't you know my reputation? You even believe me. I really admire you." Li Qingyue's complexion changed. She said, "What do you mean?" "You will understand very soon." After he said that, Li Tianji immediately launched an attack. He displayed the power of a warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen was dazzled. In the middle of the fierce battle, they were completely surrounded by a purple space. Long Chen couldn't see what was happening inside. He could only see that the purple space was making huge tremors. It was obvious that a terrifying battle was taking place inside. Long Chen was not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. What was certain was that Li Tianji's strength should not only be at the initial level of the 7th level of the divine martial realm, but he had reached the exceptional realm. Of course, it was easy for him to kill Li Qingyue with his strength at the exceptional realm. About less than a quarter of an hour later, the purple space disappeared. Li Tianji grabbed Li Qingyue's neck and brought her in the direction of Long Chen. At this time, Li Tianji had not changed at all. He still had an evil smile on his face. Li Qingyue, who was in his hand, was not dead, but her face was pale. The veil on her face had been pulled off. She was a beautiful woman. At this moment, her pink lips were vomiting blood. She looked at Li Tianji with hatred and fear in her eyes. There was a purple needle between her eyebrows. This needle was estimated to be 10 centimeters long. Now, it had only pierced about 1 centimeter in. The end of the needle was still swaying outside. Long Chen felt a pressure from this purple needle. Li Tianji, you actually broke your promise. You will die a horrible death. You don't deserve to be a descendant of the Li family. Li Qingyue looked at the purple-eyed teenager with hatred. What are you talking about? Who said I broke my promise? I did promise you that I wouldn't kill you. Li Tianji said with a smile. Then what do you mean? Why is this soul-shattering needle between my eyebrows? Li Qingyue angrily rebuked. Of course I won't kill you. The one who will kill you is someone else. After saying this, Li Tianji had already pulled Li Qingyue to the front of Long Chen. At this time, Li Qingyue finally understood what was going on. It turned out that she had fallen into Li Tianji's trap. The terror of death had made her crazy. Suddenly, she tried to do something, but in Li Tianji's hands, she couldn't do anything. Aren't you in the trial? If you kill her, it will be very beneficial for you. Since you brought me here, I will do you a favor. Li Tianji said with a smile. As long as you push the soul-shattering needle into her body, she will immediately die. Her soul will scatter. Li Tianji added. Long Chen's cold eyes shifted to Li Qingyue. Kid, you dare to attack a girl who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Are you a man? Li Qingyue said to Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen's expression didn't change, Li Qingyue immediately pretended to be pitiful. She looked at Long Chen with tearful eyes. Every month, you kill 1,000 people who don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How can you do this? After saying this, under Li Qingyue's desperate gaze, Long Chen lightly pushed the soul-shattering needle. The soul-shattering needle vibrated and directly pierced through Li Qingyue's head. The soul-shattering needle contained a terrifying power. It was unexpectedly able to instantly kill a cultivator at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen was somewhat frightened. In Li Tianji's hand, Li Qingyue's corpse gradually softened. Li Tianji snorted and casually threw her on the ground. The mission was complete. He could now leave this damned moon devil cave. At this time, Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eyes discovered that Yi Zheng and the others, after a day of detours, had finally arrived at the direction of the moon devil altar. They were too late. When they arrived, the corpses of the moon devil cave's cultivators were everywhere. When they arrived at the altar, they saw the purple-eyed youngster handing Li Qingyue over to Long Chen for Long Chen to kill with his own hands. They were too late. Chapter 11:19. When they arrived, the first thing they saw was the scene of Long Chen stabbing Li Qingyue to death. This made the originally angry and aggrieved people feel a chill in their hearts. Judging from the situation, they were already too late. If only Long Chen was here, they would have rushed down without hesitation. However, there were 3 heaven-defying experts beside Long Chen. Even Li Tianji's servants and maids were powerful and comparable to Yi Zheng. At least, Li Tianji was an existence that the disciples of the evil dragon palace could not match up to. He was an existence that surpassed Jiang Qing. Therefore, Yi Zheng did not move. The others did not dare to move. They could only watch the situation below blankly. Long Chen and Li Tianji noticed their arrival. However, they did not pay much attention to them. After Li Tianji finished off Li Qingyue, he took everything from her except her clothes. He smiled at Long Chen and said, "Not bad, kid. In just a blink of an eye, you have become so much stronger. Your future is limitless. If you come to the Supreme Yin Demon world in the future, just say my name, Li Tianji, and I will personally receive you." After saying that, they completed their mission and were ready to leave. Li Qingyue definitely had a lot of good things on her. However, she was not killed by Long Chen, so it had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Li Tianji was actually a good person. It was just that he was born in a big family and had the temper of a young master. This was something that Long Chen could understand. In that case, let's part ways here. After obtaining this Devil Moon box, I have to hurry back to the Supreme Yin Demon world. After saying that, Li Tianji was about to leave. Wait. Long Chen suddenly called him and asked, I want to ask a small question. Have you heard of the name Yang Lingqing in the Supreme Yin Demon world? Yang Lingqing. When they heard this name, Li Tianji and the other two's expressions changed. They took a few steps back. Among them, Li Tianji said with a gloomy expression, Why are you asking this? You know each other? Although Long Chen was confused, he was still very excited. Yang Lingqing, she is a demon of our supreme demon realm, a malignant tumor. One day, our Li family will eradicate her. After Li Tianji finished speaking, he actually left with the others. Long Chen couldn't stop him at all. He was simply confused. Don't go, I haven't asked clearly. Long Chen was about to chase after Li Tianji, but Li Tianji simply ignored him and walked straight away, leaving Long Chen full of doubts. Did he hear wrongly? How could Ling Qing be some devil tumor? Long Chen was speechless. His heart was filled with doubts. He couldn't let anything happen to his sister. Thinking of this, Long Chen decided that after this trial was over, he would make a trip to the Supreme Shadow Devil world. He could only go back and talk to Han Yinxing about this matter. For now, it was better to go back with Jiang Qing and the others. Looking around, those who were required to be killed in the trial were all dead. After Li Tianji left, the evil Dragon Palace disciples landed on the Moon Demon altar. They looked around, then focused on Long Chen. Although Yi Zheng, who was in the lead, had been attacked by Long Chen's corrosive fire, a day had passed. His supreme golden body had powerful recovery abilities, so he had completely recovered. However, Long Chen and Yi Zheng's enmity was already set. Now, Yi Zheng was looking at Long Chen with a strange gaze. Everyone could feel the tension on him. Long Chen, who was that person just now? He was the one who killed Li Qingyue. Also, who was the one who killed the deputy cave masters? Where are the sacrificial offerings? Wu Yu was more familiar with Long Chen. Seeing the tension between Long Chen and Yi Zheng growing, she hurriedly stood between them and asked. Long Chen had nothing to hide. He said, they were from the Supreme Shadow Devil world. The so-called Moonlight Treasure Box was their family heirloom. It was stolen by Li Qingyue and has been returned to its rightful owner. Long Chen scanned the corpses and continued, as for the deputy cave masters, I killed them. I protected the offerings. Also, I killed the royal lion. Of course, Long Chen could not say that Han Yinxing killed Long Chen. Moreover, he now had the ability to kill Qin Shi. Qin Shi's nickname was the Royal Lion. After hearing Long Chen's words, everyone looked at Long Chen in shock. Everyone's expression was very interesting. Especially Wu Yang, who had fought with Long Chen before. He sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 deputy cave masters probably had the same battle prowess as him. Didn't this mean that Long Chen could instantly kill Wu Yang if he made a move? He was clearly the second strongest disciple of the evil Dragon Palace. How did it become Long Chen? This Long Chen's rise was too fast. Wu Yang felt very uncomfortable when such a person suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As for Du Yishuang and the others, they were already cheering for Long Chen. Wu Yu also trusted Long Chen a lot. She smiled at Long Chen. Her eyes were gentle and sweet as she said, in this case, your score in this trial will definitely be much higher than ours. Long Chen, who was surrounded by everyone, felt a cold feeling. This was coming from Yi Zheng. This guy was not as calm as he looked. He was also jealous, angry, and even had a very weak self-esteem. He could not compare to others in any aspect. Therefore, he could only cultivate like crazy. In the end, he became the strongest. However, before this, Long Chen had used a basin of corrosive fire to tease him. At that time, Long Chen had almost killed him. With the addition of old and new grudges, as well as the crowd's praise for Long Chen and Wu Yu's intimate attitude towards Long Chen, Yi Zheng's murderous intent completely manifested itself and enveloped Long Chen. Seeing the gray murderous aura around Yi Zheng, the crowd recalled that when they had first found Yi Zheng, his appearance had changed beyond recognition. He must have been ruthlessly played by Long Chen. In addition, everyone knew that this was a trick. It was as if they were fighting for love. No one could stop Yi Zheng's fighting spirit. He was a very arrogant person, and he was proud of his own martial path. However, Long Chen's appearance had destroyed his pride. Second senior brother, what are you doing? Seeing the terrifying aura around Yi Zheng, Wu Yu, who was relieved because the mission was completed, looked at Yi Zheng with some fear. Get out of the way. This is a battle between men. Yi Zheng's reincarnation sword was unsheathed. Although he swung it, the people around him were so scared that they retreated, giving him the space. Only Wu Yu stood in front of him, acting as if she was protecting Long Chen. She said to Yi Zheng, "You've misunderstood. There's nothing going on between us. Furthermore, this is a trial. It's forbidden to attack your own people. As the older brother, don't you even understand this simple principle?" Yi Zheng suddenly laughed. In his heart, because of his strength, when Wu Yu spoke to him, she always had a look of admiration in her eyes. How could she speak to him in such a stern and righteous manner? To him, this was a change and a blow. I was wrong about you. So, it turns out that you, Wu Yu, are also a master who judges people by their appearance, Yi Zheng said somewhat mockingly. Yi Zheng did not have a good appearance to begin with. Hence, he cared a lot about what a goddess like Wu Yu thought of him. In the past, he had always been very respectful. However, after Long Chen appeared, everything changed. What nonsense are you spouting? In Wu Yu's heart, the strong and calm image of the number one person in the evil dragon palace suddenly collapsed. She looked at Yi Zheng in a daze and said, "Second senior brother, no matter who stands behind me, as long as it is an evil dragon palace disciple, we are family. If you bully the weak against your own people, I will not agree to it." Among the evil dragon palace disciples, Yi Zheng's strong impression was deeply engraved in their hearts. The Azura killing path was cold and emotionless, filled with the aura of death. At this moment, Yi Zheng's emotionless nature was completely manifested. In the evil dragon palace, Yi Zheng had set many records. He was also the only disciple who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a vice palace master. Even among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces, he could be considered the number one person. As for Long Chen, he was only a disciple who had just joined. Although he said that he killed Qin Shi, everyone knew that it was probably the people from the Supreme Yin demon world who did it and left it for Long Chen to kill. If Yi Zheng really made a move, Long Chen would lose his life. When Yi Zheng truly started fighting, he was extremely terrifying. It was said that he grew up fighting all sorts of ferocious beasts. One year, when the evil dragon palace master went to the Azura sword prison, he brought him out from a forest filled with ferocious beasts. However, Yi Zheng's murderous nature, as well as his innate ability to kill, were invincible. The cruel competitive environment gave him powerful killing ability. Even some of the vice palace masters felt that they were not Yi Zheng's match. Furthermore, Yi Zheng had already comprehended the sword principle to the fourth layer. He could unleash 10 times the attack like Long Chen. It could be said that his battle prowess was close to Li Qingyue, Jiang Qing, and the others. He was also close to Chu Tiange. This was the immense pressure he brought to Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had used the corrosive fire to trick him. Now, Wu Yu was defending Long Chen. With every sentence Wu Yu said, he hated Long Chen even more. Surging killing intent erupted from his body. Get out of the way. Yi Zheng said in a deep voice. No, second senior brother. If you insist on doing this, I will never forgive you. Wu Yu was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. Long Chen could not stand it any longer. Honestly speaking, he did not want to have a conflict with Yi Zheng. It was just that Yi Zheng was one-sided and had some mental issues. However, Long Chen was not a person who was afraid of trouble. He had just broken through and possessed powerful battle prowess. He would not mind such an opponent who delivered himself to his doorstep. Lightly walking behind Wu Yu, Longchen suddenly grabbed her fair and delicate hand. You. Wu Yu felt a little dizzy. Chapter 11:20. At this moment, Longchen had already confronted Yi Zheng. The desolate blood sword in his hand was still in the shape of a sword, pointing at Yi Zheng. Longchen arrogantly raised his head and said, "Cut the crap, let's see who's stronger." Just as I thought. Yi Zheng laughed maniacally. Longchen's boldness had exceeded his imagination. He really didn't think that Longchen would really dare to fight him head-on. Wasn't his head kicked by a donkey? No. Wu Yu was anxious, but Wu Yang pulled her back and said in a low voice, "Don't be too anxious. I think that with Longchen's strength, he should be able to block second apprentice brother. He doesn't look like a liar. I think he really killed the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Emperor Lion." With Wu Yang's words, Wu Yu felt a little more at ease. In fact, Yi Zheng was really thinking too much. Perhaps his inferiority complex since he was young had caused his heart to become distorted. Wu Yu had only interacted with Longchen for a while, and at most, they were just friends that she could chat with. Although Wu Yu felt that Longchen was a good youth, it was not to the extent of falling in love with him in such a short period of time. Of course, Wu Yu knew that Longchen had always been indifferent to her, and had no such thoughts. Yi Zheng's conjecture and inferiority complex made Wu Yu, who originally had a very good impression of him, collapse. Being together with such a narrow-minded man, even if nothing bad happened today, something bad would happen in the future. I feel that second apprentice brother is a little extreme. Wu Yang also said helplessly. At this point, they could only wait and see what would happen between these two men. They hoped that Jiang Qing would appear and stop them. After all, Jiang Qing should also appear at this time. Actually, Jiang Qing was not far from them, he was just quietly watching them. Qin Shi's death had greatly affected him. Now, he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. I didn't expect that Longchen's battle strength would already be at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. This was very unexpected for him. It also reminded him that he had to hurry up. Otherwise, when the heaven-defying guy Longchen's battle strength surpassed him, he really wouldn't know what to do. It wasn't that easy for him to give up. Longchen's temper was also triggered by Yi Zheng's torturous behavior. After the two of them finished talking, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. The blood-red and gray murderous auras instantly swept through the area. Everyone could feel the terror of their battle, and they all retreated, leaving the battlefield to them. Yi Zheng's Azura killing Dao was merciless and cruel. He also had the 4th level of the Way of the Sword, which increased his attack power by 10 times. As for Longchen, who was at the 3rd level of the God martial arts realm, the celestial being realm, he had just learned how to mobilize the Emperor's spiritual qi and integrate it into his attack. Of course, his divine spirit was 10,000 times more than that of an ordinary celestial being realm warrior. In addition, he had a body that was comparable to the most heaven-defying 7th grade or even 8th grade body refining divine skills, and a speed that surpassed Yi Zheng's, so he might not be Yi Zheng's opponent. Most importantly, the 9 Dragons scripture. At this moment, a gray sword light and a blood-red sword light fiercely intertwined. Everyone was shocked to find that when they fought, they couldn't even see their movements clearly. It was too fast. The two swords clashed in the air from time to time, making terrifying sounds of friction. From the beginning, not only did the blood-red sword light not fall behind the opponent, but it also seemed to be getting stronger. The power of the body could be added to the attack. Longchen's attack was an attack of the body and the power of the divine spirit. When combined, it was comparable to Yi Zheng's divine spirit, who had just entered the 6th level of the God martial arts realm. In terms of weapons, Longchen surpassed the opponent. In terms of speed, Longchen surpassed his opponent. This golden bolt of lightning sped through the air. Most of the time, Yi Zheng could only stare at Longchen. Azura's 7 Swords, Road to Rebirth. God-killing sword formation, Sword C. The gray sword Qi and the blood-red giant sword collided with a loud bang, and a huge amount of energy shook in all directions. Yi Zheng's Azura's 7 Swords was indeed powerful, but Long Chen's god-killing sword formation was not weak either. This sword directly shattered the opponent's gray sword Qi, and the blood-red sword Qi formed a tornado, instantly attacking the opponent. However, this attack could not hurt Yi Zheng either. But everyone could see that Long Chen had just performed a move, and he actually had the upper hand. Everyone's expression was not interesting. They had imagined that even if Long Chen had a chance of winning, he would be suppressed at the beginning, and then suddenly understand something and counterattack. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was not at a disadvantage from the beginning, and he even had the upper hand. How is this possible? When I fought with him before, Long Chen was not this powerful at all. It was the same move, but now I'm afraid the power has increased by 10 times, Wu Yang said in shock. Wu Yu also felt the same way. He felt that the current Long Chen had mobilized the Emperor's spiritual qi during the attack, forming a stronger attack. With the current combat power of Long Chen, it would not be a problem for him to deal with Shui Yazi. So strong, Long Chen. Is he an expert comparable to senior brother Yi Zheng? The others also began to discuss. Their eyes were filled with admiration. The battle between Long Chen and Yi Zheng could be said to be at the pinnacle of this trial. There were stronger battle combinations, but they both ended so easily. Yi Zheng was also shocked. He could already see that Long Chen was stronger than before. The previous Long Chen would definitely not be able to block the path of rebirth. This ignited the murderous intent in his heart. This was probably the biggest enemy he had met in his life, so at this time, he gritted his teeth and wanted to kill Long Chen. Death space. This was Yi Zheng's understanding. Under his control, the gray domain expanded, completely enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the opponent's domain to be so strong. In this gray space, Long Chen felt that his body was being corroded by the gray air flow, step by step. Of course, this process was very slow. Fortunately, Long Chen's body was strong enough. The stronger the opponent's body, the lower the effect of this gray air flow. On Long Chen's body, blood-red scales appeared and completely surrounded him. The gray airflow was blocked outside. This gray airflow's effect was very strong. If it was a martial artist like Wu Yang, it wouldn't even take half an hour. However, the domain would be enough to turn Wu Yang into a corpse. But Long Chen was different. To corrode Long Chen's dragon scales, it would take at least 10 to 20 days. But would Long Chen stay in his domain for so long? Obviously not. Long Chen's body was covered in scales, causing Yi Zheng to be very surprised. Are you a beast warrior? A filthy beast warrior is still at the bottom. Yi Zheng said indifferently. Long Chen ignored him. Since the opponent had revealed the death space, then Long Chen did not need to be polite and used his strongest domain. Devouring World of Blood. Compared to before, the name of Long Chen's domain should be called Devouring World of Blood. Because this domain was constantly devouring the opponent's blood, and it was an irresistible process. The blood-red space covered the original gray space. Blood and gray mixed together, blocking everyone's vision. Yi Zheng laughed. What kind of domain is this? It's completely useless. Long Chen also laughed. Yi Zheng did not know that his blood was entering Long Chen's body bit by bit, transforming into Long Chen's divine essence. Long Chen would become stronger and stronger, and he would become weaker and weaker, until he discovered that his blood had magically disappeared. Long Chen's domain seemed very simple, but when used in battle, it was simply a nightmare for his enemies. It was a silent massacre. The original devouring world of blood was violent, so the opponent knew how to use divine essence to suppress his own blood. But now, under the control of the domain, everything became slow. A slow-acting poison could make people relax their instincts, which led to more violent killing intent. Long Chen did not say anything. After the devouring world of blood unfolded, he launched a fierce attack again, fighting with Yi Jing again. The true martial emperor's soul between his eyebrows had already been opened. As the battle went on, Yi Zhang's actions in his pursuit of martial arts were gradually broken down by Long Chen. Yi Zhang's killing path was of great help to Long Chen's killing path, so Long Chen did not kill his opponent so quickly. Instead, he slowly wore down his opponent, which was of great help to him. The battle between the two was brutal to the extreme, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Azura's 7 swords, hell descends. The Grey World rioted. This move was quite terrifying. Long Chen seemed to see a tragic and bloody world in the sky, crashing down. It was completely composed of sword chi. The strength of this move lay in the pressure and the fear in the soul, which was greater than the real lethality. It was an attack that was close to a 7th-grade divine skill, almost the same as Long Chen's sword explosion. Long Chen could only use that move to meet such an attack. It could be seen that at this time, Yi Zhang had probably realized that something was wrong with Long Chen's devouring world of blood and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Did you notice it? To be honest, Long Chen was secretly happy. With the true martial emperor's soul and the devouring world of blood, he could absorb the blood essence of others to strengthen his divine essence while analyzing the opponent's martial arts to increase his own realm. Under the double exploitation, he would only become stronger and stronger, and his opponent would be tragic, god-killing sword formation, sword, explode. The blood-colored formation under the sword immediately shrank back into Long Chen's desolation of blood. With a sharp whistle, the runes on the blood-colored formation were all engraved on Long Chen's blade. The hell-like worlds descended in front of them. The onlookers knew that this was a very strong move from Yi Zhang. At this time, they all exclaimed and sighed for Long Chen. In the next moment, Long Chen's desolation scarlet blood seemed to explode. A blood-colored torrent surged towards the descending hell. The torrent was densely packed with sword chi. It was like an explosive attack that rushed out immediately, whistling as it rushed into the descending hell. Chapter 11:21. A series of explosions rang out as the blood-colored and gray sword chi clashed again and again. Long Chen and Yi Zhang were both frantically brandishing their swords, but neither could do anything to the other. Yi Zhang originally thought that Hell's Descent would be able to finish off Long Chen, but he thought too much. Long Chen easily destroyed his opponent's attack. The entire underground city was torn apart by their battle. The entire Moon Devil Cave could be said to have been destroyed by them. Has the victor been decided? Seeing that Long Chen had a counterattack move, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Now that the scene was in chaos, no one knew who had won. Just as everyone was feeling curious, 2 figures rushed out. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. A blood-red killing intent erupted from his body. That tyrannical aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. As for Yi Zhang's aura, it was cold and emotionless. But what made everyone puzzled and shocked was that Yi Zhang's face was deathly pale, clearly lacking blood. How is it? The feeling of losing a fifth of your essence blood isn't bad, right? Under the heaven-defying effect of devouring blood world, a fifth of Yi Zhang's blood had already quietly disappeared. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. This essence blood had all become Long Chen's divine essence, and then attacked his opponent. An opponent like Long Chen was undoubtedly very terrifying. Yi Zhang had already realized how powerful he was, but now it was truly hard to get off the tiger. And even so, he didn't think that he would lose to his opponent. What's going on? Senior brother Yi Zhang doesn't seem to be Long Chen's opponent. Has Long Chen actually reached such a level? This kind of conversation caused the flames in Yi Zhang's chest to burn fiercely. Below the sky, Jiang Qing was also watching this scene, and his frown deepened. Although this isn't the most powerful domain I've ever seen, it's the most terrifying domain I've ever seen. He was completely convinced by Long Chen. Such a person, as long as he had time, would definitely shock everyone, and his name would definitely shake the 3 regions and 9 worlds. To Jiang Qing, this was also an opportunity. Killing him before he grew up was Jiang Qing's only chance to rise. He wanted to transfer Long Chen's luck to himself. I'm very curious. Yi Zheng has used this move to its limit, but is he still not a match for him? Back then, Yi Zheng used this move to kill someone who had just reached the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Just as Jiang Qing made this guess, his guess became a reality. Yi Zheng was crazy. He wanted Long Chen's life. Today, Long Chen had to die. Not good. Second senior brother has gone mad. If he uses this move, he will be bedridden for at least half a year. Wu Yang said with a pale face. Wu Yu's expression was also very ugly. If Yi Zheng really used this move that would cause both sides to lose, then his position in Wu Yu's heart would once again decline, and not become stronger. If he used this move, Long Chen's life would be in danger. Long Chen, run. Wu Yu's anxious voice came from below. Long Chen had naturally sensed the change in Yi Zheng. Is he going to risk his life? The corners of Long Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. He still wanted to fight with Yi Zheng for a while longer so that he could gain a little more comprehension of the martial Tao. However, Yi Zheng couldn't bear it any longer. Long Chen had revealed a super strong combat strength, as well as that strange domain, which made him tremble with fear. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone Yi Zheng. The sword of reincarnation was placed horizontally in front of Yi Zheng. His gray eyes were on the sword, emitting a deathly aura as he stared at Long Chen. A deathly aura enveloped Long Chen from his body. I'll send you to your death. Yi Zheng's voice reverberated in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen only treated it as a joke. Since Yi Zheng had chosen to end it, he had no choice but to end it. The scarlet blood desolation transformed in his hand. From the original sword, it transformed into a super halberd that was bursting with a bloody and murderous aura. An ice-cold blade could be seen from the halberd. Long Chen's temperament gradually changed from a swordsman to a fierce general using a halberd. A domineering aura of a king of slaughter erupted from his body. After his weapon had changed from a sword to a halberd, Long Chen's temperament had undergone a huge change. This made Yi Zheng even more fearful. However, he still smiled coldly. Once, a warrior in the complete LV6 of the divine martial realm had died in his hands, not to mention Long Chen. I'll let you experience the fear of the world of death. The Azura Sword Prison was a place that was like the legendary hell. Gray runes appeared on the sword of reincarnation. The runes turned into a gray longsword, moving on the tip of the sword, emitting a hair-raising aura. Azura's 7 swords, Devil Prison's Gate. At that moment, Yi Zheng's body was actually trembling. His face was deathly pale, and his entire body was trembling. It was as though all the power in his body was being absorbed by the reincarnation sword. The reincarnation sword let out a ghostly wail, and it was extremely terrifying. This sharp sound caused everyone to cover their ears in pain. His hands trembling, Yi Zheng endured the feeling of his body being sucked dry. He used the sword of reincarnation to draw a circle in front of him. A circle, which was samsara. This was the ultimate killing move of the Azura's 7 swords. It was also a deathly move. Its overall strength had reached the level of a rare 7th grade divine skill. Moreover, because it was a combat skill from the Azura Sword Prison, it had a merciless aura of death and slaughter. Very quickly, Yi Zheng drew a gray circle. At this moment, his face was completely pale. His whole body was trembling, as if he had suffered a serious injury. However, his face was relaxed and full of contempt. He had finally completed this move. Now, it was up to Long Chen whether or not he could escape with his life. The gray circle suddenly began to spin, and suddenly, a circular black gate appeared. The black gate was covered with engravings of magical symbols, as well as images of devils and gods. It was unknown where these monsters came from, but they all had sinister appearances, and their bodies were filled with true devil chi. They were extremely terrifying. Behind this black door, there was a faint aura that made Long Chen's heart jump. That was definitely an even more terrifying world. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this move of Yi Zhang's, but it seemed like Yi Zhang was not much weaker than him. Although he had paid a huge price for this move, it was indeed a move that Long Chen had to pay great attention to. At this moment, the Devil Prison's gate gradually rotated, and a terrifying aura came from behind it. Long Chen could not imagine what would happen if this door was opened. Long Chen, hurry up and get out of the way. Many people shouted from below. From their voices, it could be heard that they definitely knew how terrifying this move of Yi Zhang's was. However, this was also the best method for Long Chen to test his own strength. The Devil Prison's gate split open, and a black aura rushed out. That terrifying aura appeared behind the Devil Prison's gate. Without a word, Long Chen waved the scarlet blood everlasting in his hand, and a jade-colored flame suddenly ignited on his chest. This jade-colored flame also had a kind of aura that made people's hearts jump. As the Devil Prison's gate opened, Long Chen was incomparably calm. This was his first time using the 9-dragon scripture, and he felt like he was immersed in a warm world. The jade-colored flame completely surrounded him, and at some point, the scarlet blood everlasting in his hand had also ignited with jade-colored flames. From a tough weapon, it had transformed into a jade-colored divine dragon in Long Chen's hand. Extreme heat. Seeing the jade-colored divine dragon in Long Chen's hand, the crowd was simply stunned. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have become the ruler of heaven and earth. The jade-colored flame expanded, and the appearance of the jade-colored divine dragon became incomparably clear. The divine dragon let out a furious roar, and the jade-colored flame soared into the sky. Only at this moment, the crowd could vaguely see that this jade-colored divine dragon was still the scarlet blood everlasting in Long Chen's hand. The 9-dragon scripture only had one move. As Long Chen cultivated to a higher level, the might of the 9-dragon scripture would also increase. Just as Long Chen executed the 9-dragon scripture, the Devil Prison's gate suddenly burst open, and a terrifying pressure swept in. The crowd was so frightened that they knelt on the ground, not to mention Long Chen, who was facing the Devil Prison's gate. Long Chen's eyes turned deathly white, and a terrifying aura enveloped him. The Devil Prison's gate was a pitch-black world. A mournful and drawn-out roar came from afar, followed by an explosion. A thick, 10-meter-long arm, completely pitch-black, covered in irregular scales, and emitted a foul stench. There were even spikes of various sizes on it. Such an ugly arm stretched out from the Devil Prison's gate, grabbing at Long Chen. If it wasn't for the 9-dragon scripture, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to escape. Indeed, the 9-dragon scripture was extremely powerful. Go, mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon. The dragon scale on Long Chen's chest erupted with an intense jade-colored flame. The jade-colored flame dragon in Long Chen's hand abruptly expanded, turning into a divine flame dragon that covered the sky. It was the mysterious sky jade flame dragon. Without saying a word, the incomparably huge inferno divine dragon, burning with terrifying flames, swooped towards the black arm covered in scales. The owner of the arm seemed to have encountered a great enemy when he encountered this kind of flame. Countless people unexpectedly retreated in fright and let out terrified screams. Some people even bled from their ears because of this kind of screams. But they still carried it. In his vision, the mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon's attack, the azure flames directly devoured half of the opponent's arm. Only when the opponent had completely retreated into the Devil Prison's gate did the mysterious heavenly jade fire dragon destroy the Devil Prison's gate, dissipating everything. At the same time, the aftershock of the attack was still directed at Yi Zhang. Chapter 1122. Long Chen wasn't a person who would show mercy easily. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to kill his opponent to avoid future troubles. The faces of the people below were quite interesting. When the monster from the Devil Prison gate came out, everyone's legs were trembling in fear. They thought that Long Chen would be torn apart, but who would have thought that Long Chen would unexpectedly launch an attack that engulfed half of his opponent's arm and destroyed the devil prison gate? No one had expected such a strong attack. Yi Zheng was the one who couldn't believe it the most. He clearly knew how powerful the monster summoned by the devil prison gate was. Even if it was an expert at the divine martial realm's 6th level, most of them wouldn't be able to block such an attack. However, not only had Long Chen blocked it, but he had also destroyed the devil prison gate using the 9-dragon scripture. Yi Zheng was suppressed by Long Chen in all aspects. Even though he had sacrificed half a year's worth of health to launch an attack, he still wasn't a match for Long Chen. This was the biggest blow that Yi Zheng had received in his life. At this time, his mind was blank. He looked at the incomparably huge sky mysterious jade fire dragon in front of him in the sky. That kind of natural noble and powerful aura that came from ancient times made Yi Zheng understand that this was the fundamental gap between him and Long Chen. In front of Long Chen, he was destined to be a tragedy. Long Chen was like a divine dragon from ancient times. He was the super overlord of this world, who could do anything to him. Seeing that the divine dragon was about to engulf him, Yi Zheng closed his eyes. Compared to living, he would rather die like this. Because he had launched that attack, his body had once again suffered great damage and he couldn't hold on any longer. However, for him, losing face was even more tragic. He couldn't face it anymore. The others didn't react to Long Chen's terrifying attack at first, but when they saw that Yi Zheng was about to die, they didn't care about anything else. They rushed towards Long Chen and shouted, "Long Chen, stop. Don't kill your own people, you'll be in big trouble. Be merciful." Even Wu Yu's shouts weren't able to change Long Chen's mind. When Long Chen wanted to kill someone, he would kill them first. He didn't care whether he could kill them or not. If he couldn't kill them, then why did Yi Zheng want to kill him? "Stop." Jiang Qing suddenly appeared before Yi Zheng. Looking into Jiang Qing's eyes from afar, Long Chen suddenly smiled. If Jiang Qing was in the way, it would be troublesome for him to kill Yi Zheng. He already knew that Jiang Qing had been waiting by the side. His action at this time was also within Long Chen's expectations. Helpless, Long Chen could only retract the scarlet blood desolation in his hand. The sky-covering mysterious sky jade fire dragon also disappeared. When the mysterious sky jade fire dragon disappeared, the surrounding temperature gradually disappeared. When everyone saw that Yi Zheng was temporarily safe, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yi Zheng's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle. He had thoughts of committing suicide, but he was powerless. The feeling of emptiness in his body caused him to fall into an extremely weak and unconscious state. When Long Chen saw this, he smiled mockingly and said, "He fainted at the right time." No one dared to refute him. This monster, Long Chen, had even defeated Yi Zheng. This meant that the strongest disciple in the evil dragon palace had changed from Yi Zheng to Long Chen. The replacement of the strongest disciple was a big deal in each of the 3,000 halls. Jiang Qing held Yi Zheng in his arms and gradually descended to the ground. He was somewhat expressionless. In fact, Jiang Qing was just about to rescue Long Chen, but he didn't expect that he would actually rescue Yi Zheng. Jiang Qing was also very shocked and emotional, but he didn't show it in front of this group of young disciples. He already understood that if he didn't act now, Long Chen would develop beyond the scope of his control in a very short period of time. Everyone surrounded Jiang Qing. Then, they looked at Long Chen and the unconscious Yi Zheng. They did not know what to say for a while. I have been watching this from the start. No one is right or wrong. The winner is king and the loser is a thief. If there are any more conflicts, we can settle it in front of the palace master when we return, Jiang Qing said calmly. Everyone nodded. In reality, there was no enmity between Yi Zheng and Long Chen in the first place. After putting away the scarlet blood desolation, Long Chen returned to his previous appearance. He already understood his strength, so he did not care about Yi Zheng's life or death. There had never been anyone who could catch up to him after losing to him. Those who lost to him once could not beat him again. Jiang Qing looked around and looked at the flabbergasted Long Chen. He said, "Your performance this time was very good. When we return, I will naturally explain to the palace master. Moreover, your strength seems to have grown a lot. However, you cannot be arrogant and complacent. There are 100 million disciples in the 3,000 palaces. There are at least 1,000 people stronger than you. It is simply impossible to fight for 1 or 2 spots to enter the martial god palace among these 1,000 people. There is always someone better than you. You have to understand the principle of there being someone better. This disciple will solemnly listen to the teachings." Long Chen nodded. Jiang Qing smiled in satisfaction. In reality, Long Chen was much stronger than when he first entered the true martial emperor palace. At the beginning, he was only Jiang Qing's youngest disciple. Now, he had grown to such a level. In less than 2 months, Long Chen's improvement was quite shocking. In 2 months, he had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This was even faster than when he was in the sky martial realm. Long Chen was already very heaven-defying. Since that is the case, let's leave this place first and return. After Jiang Qing gave the order, everyone left with their own thoughts on their minds. Long Chen clearly remembered the route of departure. Hence, Long Chen quickly led the way. The other disciples did not dare to speak to the current Long Chen. When they had first arrived at the trial, they had not taken Long Chen seriously at all. They had not expected that in just over half a month, their statuses would undergo such a huge change. Only Jiang Qing and Long Chen walked side by side. Long Chen and Jiang Qing chatted about some ordinary topics. They did not mention a word about why Qing Shi had died. "Oh, that's right, Long Chen, have you met Senior Drunkard?" Jiang Qing asked casually in the end. "No, I haven't," Long Chen answered directly, cutting off Jiang Qing's words. "Oh." Jiang Qing nodded. She pretended not to care and continued forward. Under Long Chen's lead, they took 2 days to enter the Moon Demon Cave. However, it only took them 4 hours to walk out of the Moon Demon Cave. Long Chen told them about how he had saved many commoners. As for the Great Void Realm, Long Chen could only use a mystical treasure as a substitute. Anyway, he had many good things on him. Long Chen was not worried that others would attack him because of the Great Void Realm. Jiang Qing gave Long Chen 2 hours to release the thousands of commoners back to their small city. "Thank you, Master." Long Chen hurriedly left. "I will go with you." Wu Yu hurriedly followed. Her long dress fluttered behind Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and did not say anything. The 2 of them walked one after another to the previously empty small city. Now that the people of the Moon Demon Cave were dead, they could start a new life here. "If it wasn't for this, I would not have known that you are a kind person who knows how to protect the weak." Just as Long Chen was about to release the thousands of excited people, Wu Yu looked at him in a daze. "Everyone has the right to live. As long as it is not someone who wants to kill me, I will help them if I can." As Long Chen spoke, he released the people back to their homes. After coming out of the Great Void Realm, they felt that this was the home that they were familiar with. Immediately, tears welled up in their eyes as they knelt and kowtowed to Long Chen. Long Chen did not say anything. He took Wu Yu and left, leaving behind a group of people who were kowtowing to him. When Long Chen left, they no longer kowtowed to him. After returning to the group, Long Chen followed Jiang Qing back. It was difficult to come out, but it was easy to go back. They found a teleportation array in a nearby city and returned to the North Imperial Palace. Then, they rested for a while without causing any commotion. After that, they began their journey back to the true martial Imperial domain from the North Imperial domain. The huge true martial Imperial Palace, countless powerful disciples, and the martial god palace under the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were all waiting for Long Chen. However, Long Chen was thinking about Li Tianji's words along the way. "My sister is a demon from the Supreme Shadow Realm." Long Chen did not understand what he meant. However, he was sure that Yang Lingqing was in the Supreme Shadow Realm. Therefore, he had to go to the Supreme Shadow Realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was worried that something might happen. Given his current status as a disciple, he could not leave the true martial imperial palace casually. However, Long Chen had Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai to rely on, so it should not be a problem. Therefore, Long Chen decided that after he returned and asked for the other 4 dragon scales, he would ask them about going to the Supreme Shadow Realm. He had to go to the Supreme Shadow Realm. Everything could only be discussed after he met Han Yunxing. It would take some time to return to the true martial imperial palace from the North Imperial region. When he saw the continuous mountain range in front of him and the glorious sacred martial palace in the distance, Long Chen finally knew that he had returned. After passing through the sacred martial palace and the sky-connecting martial path, he would be able to reach the Imperial Star and return to the Evil Dragon Palace. However, in the Evil Dragon Palace, besides people like Jiang Qing, there was no one else that Long Chen could challenge. The trip to the Supreme Shadow Realm was imminent. After passing through the sky-connecting martial path, the Imperial Star was right in front of him. Very soon, he arrived at the Imperial Star. It took him less than a day to return from the Moon Demon Cave. The universe teleportation array was really a magical thing. Chapter 1123. Not long after Jiang Qing came out of the Moon Demon Cave, he had already informed everyone about the return of the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples. When he returned, the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples happened to be at the Ascending Cloud platform to welcome him. The Ascending Cloud platform was an important area at the front of the Evil Dragon Palace. Normally, guests would be welcomed here. Even from far away, Long Chen could already see many people standing on the Ascending Cloud platform. The Evil Dragon Palace had more than 30,000 disciples. Most of them were ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples did not have a high status. It was difficult for them to obtain cultivation resources. Those who could stand on the Ascending Cloud platform were at least the personal disciples of the elders. This was a grand event of the Evil Dragon Palace. So basically all the elders and hall masters were here. The remaining 9 vice palace masters were also here. They had been waiting here since long ago. This time, 2 of the vice palace masters' disciples had died. They had probably been killed while activating the mechanism. Long Chen was not very clear about this. Apart from the 2 vice palace masters who were in a bad mood, everyone else was in a good mood. The Moon Demon Cave trial was very difficult, but the Evil Dragon Palace actually completed it. This time, the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking would definitely rise. At the same time, they would obtain more cultivation resources. This was a good opportunity for the Evil Dragon Palace to rise. It could be said that the strong halls of the 3,000 great halls had accumulated their strength through repeated trials. The stronger the cultivation resources, the more powerful they were. Normally, the elders had the right to teach. As long as they met the requirements of the elders, they could attend the lessons and comprehend the martial Tao. The stronger the elders and hall masters were, the stronger the disciples would be. In Jiang Qing's message, he only reported the situation of the battle. He did not mention who had achieved this feat. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, Long Chen was almost the same as when he left. He was also an unknown person. The group landed on the Ascending Cloud platform. Facing the cheers of hundreds of Evil Dragon Palace disciples, those who could come here were basically the upper echelons of the Evil Dragon Palace. Even on the Ascending Cloud platform, there were over 10,000 disciples surrounding them. Those who could enter the true Martial Emperor Palace were at least in the God Martial Realm. Even the ordinary disciples were rarely in the first layer of the God Martial Realm. Just the strength of the Evil Dragon Palace alone was extremely horrifying. This time, Long Chen and the others had successfully completed the mission. They were all heroes who had returned. Looking at them, the other young disciples' eyes were filled with envy. It should be known that this time, only disciples at the level of deputy palace leaders were qualified to participate in the trial, and disciples at the level of deputy palace leaders were generally at the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, which was already the strength of elders and hall leaders. In the eyes of the 30,000 evil dragon palace disciples, Long Chen and the other 14 were the proud sons of heaven. Even though in Long Chen's eyes, the others were nothing more than defeated opponents. Even Yi Zheng was not his match. At this moment, most of the vice palace masters were filled with joy. The death of 1 or 2 disciples was a small matter. With so many people working hard, their positions would soon be replaced. However, the evil dragon palace disciples actually completed this difficult mission. This was a joyous matter. In the face of great joy, a little sorrow was nothing. Brother Jiang, you're finally back. This time's trial was very successful. It must be because of Brother Jiang's leadership. You've made a lot of contributions. Immediately, some of the vice palace masters with lower cultivation than Jiang Qing came out to flatter him. Even the vice palace masters had their own ranks. Jiang Qing and the other 2 vice palace masters at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm naturally had higher positions. It's all the work of the younger generation. I only played a role in leading them, said Jiang Qing plainly. Vice Palace Master Jiang is too humble. But among the younger generation, Yi Zheng, Wu Yang, and Wu Yu must have performed very well. I heard that the Moon Demon Cave's first master was killed by someone from the Devil World, but the second master, Qin Shi and Shui Yazi, who are in the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, were killed by the younger generation of the evil dragon palace. From this, we can see that the geniuses of the evil dragon palace are not any weaker than the Wind Divine Palace, Sky Cloud Palace, Mysterious Underworld Palace, and so on. Of course, everyone couldn't help but flatter Yi Zheng and the others. Yi Zheng was originally not a strong disciple, but he caught up and surpassed Wu Yang and Wu Yu, the 2 genius siblings. He had been the number 1 disciple of the evil dragon palace for many years. There were many geniuses in the evil dragon palace. In terms of cultivation, Dui Shuang, Yao Bidong and the others were also very good. They were just a bit weaker in terms of combat ability. Being able to pass through the devouring fire tribulation at this age was already very good. After flattering each other for a while, Jiang Qing and the others looked around and asked, "Everyone, why is the palace master not here?" One of the vice palace masters quickly said, "I was also wondering. The palace master was still in the evil dragon palace a few days ago and didn't come out. Why is he not here on such a big day? I'm also very curious. Yeah, why is the palace master not here yet? I'll go and urge him." Although everyone present was an expert, the size of a mere evil dragon palace was incomparably huge. From the Cloud Ascension platform to the place where the evil dragon palace lord lived, it was probably over 100 miles, or even several hundred miles. The entire True Dragon Mountain range was the territory of the evil dragon palace. In the Imperial Star, there were experts of the true Martial Emperor Palace everywhere. Basically, no outsider could come to the Emperor Palace. Therefore, it was impolite to use divine sense. Generally speaking, divine sense couldn't be used casually in this place. If one accidentally peeped into someone else's privacy and was discovered by others, it would certainly be a disaster. One of the vice palace masters ordered someone to summon the palace master. Such a big matter couldn't be done without the palace master. Among the crowd, Long Chen suddenly felt bored. He was thinking about going to the Supreme Yin Devil World. Li Tianji's last words made him a little worried. Yang Lingqing was the person he doted on the most in the Yang family. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Long Chen had protected her so many times, it wouldn't matter if he did it again. Originally, he didn't have the confidence to go to the Supreme Yin Devil World alone. However, with Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, he had nothing to worry about. Someone went to summon the palace lord, and the others were chatting while waiting. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt bored. Not far from him, Yi Zheng, who had been defeated by him, had already woken up. He would rather die than face the world if he lost to Long Chen like this. But now, he had thought it through. Long Chen was strong, but it didn't mean that he couldn't surpass him. This time, Yi Zheng had decided to enter the deepest and most arduous training. He wouldn't come out until his cultivation reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm. At that time, he would like to see if Long Chen, who had humiliated him so much, could still defeat him. There were countless young experts in the 3,000 palaces. Yi Zheng could only be considered the most ordinary. For example, the strong palaces were comparable to Emperor Dong's palace. Among the young disciples, there were even super experts who had comprehended the will of heaven and earth and formed the Dharma of heaven and earth. The cultivators in the true LV7 of the divine martial realm were undoubtedly very terrifying. Starting from the LV6 of the divine martial realm, every little bit of improvement would be very terrifying. At the perfect LV6 of the divine martial realm and the great perfection of the supreme golden body, it would be very difficult to kill them. What was even more shocking was that the martial god palace had bestowed the disciples of the strong palaces with the resources of the martial god palace. They had all sorts of combat techniques, divine weapons, medicinal pills, and the like. They were all top-notch, and they even had many magic treasures. It would be a fool's dream to compete with them. In the last competition of the Hidden Dragon ranking, Yi Zheng was ranked close to 1,000 among the 3,000 palaces. It could be seen that among the 100 million disciples in the Imperial Star, there were still many who surpassed him. Among the 100 million disciples, more than 40 million were in the LV1 of the divine martial realm. Compared to these, both Long Chen and Yi Zheng were geniuses. However, they were not qualified to be called true geniuses. The 3,000 palaces had a strict hierarchy. The disciples fought each other constantly. There were many strong clashes between the palaces. Palaces like the Evil Dragon Palace were not as strong as the top palaces, but they were better than the bottom palaces. When they met the weaker palaces, they could flaunt their prowess. However, when they met the super palaces, existences comparable to the Eastern Royal Palace, they would still be defeated. The Martial God Palace gave the 3,000 palaces an intense competition rule. Hence, even if both palaces belonged to the true Martial Emperor Palace, a true massacre could erupt between two palaces. At that time, who could survive would depend on strength. In the past 1,000 years, many palaces had been destroyed, and many more had been rebuilt. The trial battles could be said to be the smallest of the conflicts between the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen did not dislike any disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. Jiang Qing's disciples were very good friends with him. Unfortunately, Jiang Qing was not a good master. Long Chen also had conflicts with Yi Zheng, but he did not have any conflicts with the seemingly kind Evil Dragon Palace master. At the same time, because Wu Yang admired Long Chen's strength, he had been chatting with Long Chen recently. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the arrival of the palace master. The Evil Dragon Palace master had the qualifications to make people wait. After all, he was the only cultivator in the 7th layer of the divine martial realm in the Evil Dragon Palace. In terms of combat strength, all the vice palace masters combined would not be a match for him. Just at this moment, there was a loud explosion. The location was in the direction of the Evil Dragon Palace master. A golden light soared into the sky, and at the same time, a strong wind surged. The people around Long Chen were blown away. Long Chen could only stand firmly because of his strong physical body. Seeing the surrounding trees uprooted by the sudden strong wind and sand and stones flying into the sky, Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a terrifying wind? And it's in the Evil Dragon Palace. Long Chen looked up. After the others stabilized themselves, they did the same. Chapter 1124. Shintuhong, it's useless no matter how angry you are. When my Wind Divine Palace grows stronger, it will be the day of your Evil Dragon Palace's destruction. A cold female voice sounded out. It was extremely ear-piercing, and Long Chen could vaguely feel his ears trembling. It could be seen that this woman was also very strong. Scram! The so-called Shintuhong let out such an angry roar, and the golden light just now was emitted by him. Even from so far away, it could be seen that this Shintu Hong was also quite strong. At least in this short period of time, Long Chen could only look up to him. Are you angry from embarrassment? Hee, the two voices quickly approached. Everyone was puzzled and impatiently looked over, while the Vice Palace Master's expressions had already changed. They knew who Shintu Hong was. In fact, it was the Evil Dragon Palace leader. A person who dared to call the Evil Dragon Palace leader's name directly must have a high position in the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen was standing beside Jiang Qing. At this moment, Jiang Qing said coldly, "It's the Wind Divine Palace's palace master, Feng Ruoyan. Her strength is comparable to the palace master. The Wind Divine Palace's strength is also comparable to our Evil Dragon Palace. I wonder what kind of conflict they have this time." When Jiang Qing was talking, although the so-called Feng Ruoyan and Shintu Hong were still very far away from Long Chen, they were dozens of miles away in the sky. With Long Chen's eyesight, he could clearly see their appearances. He naturally recognized Shintu Hong. It was the fat Evil Dragon Palace leader. He no longer had a charmingly naive look, but looked a little helpless and angry, and opposite him stood two women. One of them was Feng Ruoyan. Feng Ruoyan's age was probably around the same as Shintu Hong, but she did not look old at all, and was still like a young woman, plump and enchanting, with a graceful figure, a pair of phoenix eyes that were charming and cold, and under the strong wind, her light green dress fluttered in the wind. Feng Ruoyan, the hall master of the Wind Divine Palace. Long Chen's gaze shifted to the other warrior who was obviously a young girl. At first, he did not care at all. After all, no matter what Shintu Hong did, it had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw the girl's appearance, Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Long Chen's mind went blank, and he even panicked. He shook his head violently, convinced that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It's definitely a psychological effect. This is utterly impossible. She disappeared in the primeval cemetery, and it's utterly impossible for her to appear here. Long Chen shook his head violently and looked again. If the first time was an illusion, then the second time was definitely real. However, the result was the same. The appearance of the girl with a frosty face did not change. Long Chen had a very deep contact with her. His mind went blank for a moment before Long Chen reacted. Perhaps, it's just that they look similar, and not the same person. At this time, Long Chen could only comfort himself in this way. However, he was a very careful person, so careful that he began to consider the consequences. Although he was very far away, Long Chen could roughly feel the strength of this girl. At this critical moment, he did not say anything and directly escaped from the cloud ascension platform in front of everyone's surprised gazes. Long Chen, you go. Before Jiang Qing finished speaking, Long Chen had already reached the bottom of the cloud ascension platform and stood with the tens of thousands of spectating disciples. He continued to look at the sky. If he had stood in that place just now, that person would have easily discovered his existence. Before figuring out the situation, Long Chen did not want to expose himself. He was a cautious person. Whether it was her or not, Long Chen still could not be sure. Although he tried every possible way to tell himself that this person might not be the same person from before, there was always a kind of intuition in his heart. This intuition told him that it should be her. Back in the primordial cemetery, Long Chen had killed Wu Guangyu, and she, who had chased after him, had mysteriously disappeared. Before this, Long Chen had not paid much attention to this matter, but he had not expected that he would actually see someone who looked exactly like her here, or rather, it was her. This person was wearing a long white dress that fluttered in the wind. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and an invisible wind accompanied her. Her whole body exuded a cold aura. That unapproachable expression was so similar to her at that time, but compared to her at that time, the person now was the focus of everyone's eyes. They clearly looked the same, but now she made people feel that she was the embodiment of thousands of beauties. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the most charming person in the world. A peerless beauty that could captivate all living things. A strong wind blew. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at the people on the ground. Although she was a woman, she gave off a disdainful aura. The tens of thousands of evil Dragon Palace disciples could not help but be mesmerized by her. Such a beautiful woman was truly a goddess. So beautiful. This is the senior sister Feng from the Wind Divine Hall, the one who came in a few years ago but quickly rose to the top. That's right, that's her, the legendary person of the 3,000 palaces. Why did she meet with the Wind Divine Hall's Hall Master today and come to our evil Dragon Palace? I heard that the Wind Divine Hall's Hall Master and our Hall Master have always been at odds. Now that this senior sister Feng is rising up, becoming a rare super genius of the 3,000 palaces, someone who has a chance of entering the Martial God Palace, the Wind Divine Hall will definitely rise up in a short time because of her. At that time, our evil Dragon Palace will be in trouble, everyone started discussing. That girl in the sky, her earlier doubtful gaze might have been a natural reaction. Long Chen quickly hid in the crowd, using someone else's body to block the girl's vision. At this moment, he was already incomparably shocked. He quickly pretended to be an ordinary disciple who did not know anything and asked, "Brother, I just came here. Who exactly is this senior sister Feng? She is actually so strong and is in the sky of our evil Dragon Palace." A disciple at the side quickly explained, "This is a true inheritor that the Wind Divine Hall's Hall Master, Feng Ruoyan, brought back a few years ago." At first, she was unremarkable, but then her cultivation soared rapidly, all the way to her current horrifying realm. This is a miraculous girl. I also do not know her current realm, but she once defeated a peak 6th-layer divine martial realm cultivator. Rumor has it that she is comparable to a 7th-layer divine martial realm cultivator. Such a heaven-defying existence is rare among the disciples of the 3,000 palaces. I really do not know what heaven-defying secret this senior sister Feng has to be able to improve so much. This senior sister Feng's full name is. Hearing the title, Senior Sister Feng, Long Chen was more or less certain. Right now, he could only be described as shocked. "Well, I think it's Feng Jilin." That disciple suddenly recalled after thinking for a while and said to Long Chen. It really was her, even the name was the same. Long Chen was 100% sure. It really was Feng Jilin. At that time, Long Chen had carved his name on her little butt. At that time, Long Chen had never imagined that this person he defeated in the past would meet him in the Imperial region in such a manner. It could be said that throughout Long Chen's journey, there had never been a defeated opponent who could surpass him. Feng Jilin's current strength was obviously stronger than Long Chen's, at least in terms of realm. For Long Chen, this was simply unbelievable. If Yang Lingxing's realm was higher than his, it was still understandable. After all, Yang Lingxing had been in the sovereign domain for many years, and she had the rare extreme Yin devil body. However, how could an ordinary person like Feng Jilin have a higher realm than Long Chen? After thinking for a moment, Long Chen quickly understood. This world had countless treasures left behind by predecessors. Long Chen was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of so many people, so why couldn't Feng Jilin obtain them? She had mysteriously disappeared that time, so it was very likely that she had obtained a great fortune and fortuitous encounter. The 3 great emperor domains were so vast. Long Chen could casually obtain Yi Wushang's inheritance. If Feng Jilin had such luck, it was possible for her to obtain an even better inheritance than Long Chen. In addition, everyone had their own fortuitous encounters, especially these peak disciples of the true martial emperor palace. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, how could they have reached this level? Of course, Long Chen possessed the pinnacle of this dragon sacrificial continent, and that was the inherited blood essence of the primordial spiritual blood dragon. However, Long Chen still didn't have the ability to completely absorb the blood essence. The blood essence of the primordial spiritual blood dragon wouldn't increase Long Chen's realm like pulling up a seedling to help it grow. Long Chen needed to comprehend everything by himself. Furthermore, the true magical effects of this blood essence could only be fully displayed after Long Chen had completely obtained the inheritance of the blood essence. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to increase one's realm quickly. Compared to Feng Jilin, Long Chen might have obtained something that allowed her to directly increase her cultivation realm. The god martial realm followed the path of others, but in the end, it might not be comparable to Long Chen's own path. Sometimes, the level of one's realm didn't represent the energy of the treasures they obtained. If the ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood was needed, the energy contained in it might allow Long Chen to directly advance to a terrifying realm. However, it was useless. Long Chen probably wouldn't be a person with independent thoughts, but a puppet of essence blood. Therefore, he guessed that Feng Jilin had obtained an inheritance that could rapidly increase her realm. Everyone's encounters were different. This method might allow her to become extremely powerful in a short period of time, but it might also limit her future development. Feng Jilin had only been in the sovereign domain for 3 or 4 years. She had advanced to her current realm in just a few years. This speed could already be described as unimaginable. If she had truly cultivated step by step, it would be impossible for her to reach such a speed. Therefore, Long Chen felt very relieved in his heart. It wasn't that the ancestral dragon's essence blood wasn't good, but the ancestral dragon's essence blood didn't do meaningless things like forcibly increasing one's realm. This could only make one powerful for a short period of time. In the future, Long Chen would become a person of the ancestral dragon with independent thoughts. He wouldn't be a puppet. Feng Jilin must have paid a lot to reach her current realm. Chapter 1125. Thinking of this, Long Chen quickly calmed down. It wasn't that the ancestral dragon's essence blood was trash. If it was trash, it would allow Long Chen to have 10,000 times more divine energy than an ordinary person. It would also allow Long Chen's physical body to be so strong. In terms of physical body, no one below the 8th level of the divine martial realm could match him. Feng Jilin, I didn't expect to meet you in the imperial domain. Long Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Although he knew that Feng Jilin would definitely be stronger than him in battle, Long Chen wasn't afraid. A true expert would always have a strong heart. Feng Jilin lost to Long Chen and suffered such a heavy humiliation from Long Chen. Although she was high and mighty now, in her eyes, Long Chen was just a small character. He would always be a shadow in her heart. If she saw that Long Chen was actually in the true martial emperor palace, how interesting would her expression be? Of course, Long Chen didn't want to encounter such a big trouble at this time. He didn't have any hatred towards Feng Jilin. Everything that happened before was just to tease her. However, in her heart, she definitely wanted to cut him into pieces. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Long Chen disappeared into the crowd and headed towards the direction of the Cloud Ascension platform. At the same time, his eyes were still focused on the movements on the Cloud Ascension platform. The Evil Dragon Palace Master and the Wind God Palace Master were in a confrontation. Feng Ruoyan, get lost. Shintu Hong's cold and heavy voice resounded. Feng Ruoyan giggled, full of charm. Her mature and seductive charm formed a sharp contrast with the cold and arrogant girl next to her. Feng Ruoyan suddenly stopped laughing. She looked disdainfully at Shintu Hong and said in a clear voice, Shintu Hong, listen up. I will definitely make the entire Evil Dragon Palace perish for my sister's death back then. Everyone was in an uproar. This Wind Divine Palace Lord was really ruthless. Regarding this past event, only the Deputy Palace Lord and some of the elders knew about it. Generally speaking, when they were young, the elder sister of the Wind Divine Palace Lord had a conflict with Shintu Hong during a training trip, and was killed by Shintu Hong. The conflict between the two had lasted until now. In terms of strength, Feng Ruoyan and Shintu Hong were equally matched. The same was true in terms of status. Therefore, after so many years, although there were some small conflicts, they were still in harmony. But now, Feng Ruoyan did not hide her pride at all. She smiled coldly and said, this time, Lin completed the trial extremely outstandingly. She fought against thousands of troops alone and annihilated 10,000 experts of the poison demon cult. Our Wind God Palace's ranking is enough to enter the top 100. After saying this, the crowd below started an uproar. They had heard of the poison demon cult's reputation. It was an evil force that roamed the Sword Spirit Imperial region's Shattered Star Sea. They specialized in robbing and killing experts that came to the Shattered Star Sea. They were notorious. There were at least 3 experts at the 7th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. The difficulty of the mission was much higher than Long Chen's trial. However, this girl called Feng Jilin actually annihilated them all. This method could only be described as heaven-defying. This also meant that Feng Jilin's strength was comparable to the palace masters. Among the 3,000 palaces, only the most heaven-defying disciples had such strength. This Feng Jilin, who had suddenly risen up, could only be described as terrifying. Shintu Hong's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew that this ice-cold girl's strength almost surpassed his. It would not be too much to let such a genius enter the Martial God Palace. Furthermore, Shintu Hong knew the age of this girl called Feng Jilin. Among the 3,000 palaces cultivators of the same level, she was definitely the youngest. She was the strongest rising star of the 3,000 palaces. Compared to her, the disciples of the evil dragon palace were simply trash. Even Yi Zheng was the same. Seeing everyone's unsightly expression, Feng Ruoyan laughed loudly, dropping another heavy bomb on everyone. 1 year from now, it will be the 3,000 Palaces decennial hidden dragon ranking battle. With Lin Er's strength, if she can make it into the top 3, she might even be able to enter the Martial God Palace. More importantly, if she can make it into the top 10, our Wind God Palace will rise again. At that time, we will submit an application to the Martial God Palace to fight with your Evil Dragon Palace. Just wait for the Evil Dragon Palace to be destroyed. Shintu Hong, I said it before, you will definitely pay the price for that matter. Feng Ruoyan's voice was not loud, but the sinister feeling in it made everyone's hair stand on end. Hearing this news, everyone's expression changed. If Feng Jilin could make it into the top 10, the people of the Martial God Palace would definitely side with the Wind God Palace, and the Wind God Palace's position would rise once again. As long as their overall strength kept up, it would not be impossible for them to make it into the top 20. At that time, they would be able to easily crush a palace like the Evil Dragon Palace Master. After Feng Ruoyan finished speaking, the expression of the Evil Dragon Palace Master became extremely unsightly. Feng Ruoyan, consider yourself ruthless. Shintu Hong said as he clenched his teeth. Not ruthless, I'm just taking revenge for my sister. Feng Ruoyan said with a cold smile. Let's go, Lin Er. After saying that, Feng Ruoyan turned around and left. When she passed by the Cloud Ascension platform, Feng Jilin suddenly stopped and looked down. There was an indescribable color flowing in her eyes. There were 2 shadows in her beautiful eyes, as if there were 2 people in her body, looking down at the same time. Her gaze landed on the group of disciples who had just returned from the trial battle. Suddenly, she lightly moved her pink lips, and a cold voice that penetrated deep into one's heart was suddenly emitted. I heard that the strongest disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace is a warrior at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm from the Azura Sword Prison. It should be you, right? She turned her finger and pointed at Yi Zheng. At this moment, Yi Zheng's expression was a little dispirited. Just when he raised his head, he suddenly felt a terrifying force acting on his body. Yi Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. His knees heavily smashed into the ground, creating 2 deep pits. Feng Jilin actually attacked Yi Zheng in public. Everyone was filled with anger and fear. They were angry because Feng Jilin did not put them in her eyes. This action was clearly humiliating everyone in the Evil Dragon Palace. They were afraid because Feng Jilin's pressure alone could make Yi Zheng vomit blood and kneel down. How terrifying was her strength! In the Evil Dragon Palace, probably only the Evil Dragon Palace Master could do this. Everyone looked angrily at Feng Jilin and roared. Their eyes were bloodshot. Instantly, the crowd went berserk. However, no one dared to make a move. Even someone like Jiang Qing knew that he was not Feng Jilin's match and could only endure. This time, the evil dragon palace had definitely suffered a great humiliation. Heh. Feng Jilin gave up on suppressing Yi Zheng. She did not care about this person at all. She looked at the angry evil dragon palace disciples who did not dare to make a move. Feng Jilin's lips curled up slightly. She said indifferently, the evil dragon palace is known as the evil dragon palace, but there is not a single man among them. They can't even deal with a weak girl like me. What a joke. Feng Ruoyan giggled and said, my good disciple, don't think too much. The evil dragon palace is just a bunch of worms. How can there be any men? Men are already extinct. This bunch of cowards can't even deal with a weak girl. Let's leave quickly. Seeing too many of these worms will dirty our eyes. Yes, master. Feng Jilin waved her sleeves. A strong wind surged around the two of them, and they instantly disappeared from the spot. The evil dragon palace's people had been humiliated like this and were currently cursing at the sky. In the blink of an eye, the other party had disappeared. Everyone felt like they had been slapped in the face and looked at each other. Even Jiang Qing and the others had unsightly expressions. Today was supposed to be the evil dragon palace's celebratory feast, but they had not expected such a thing to happen. Shintu Hong's face was ashen as he landed in front of everyone. Palace Lord. Everyone bowed to Shintu Hong. Shintu Hong smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I have let everyone down today. I have embarrassed everyone. Feng Ruoyan, that crazy woman. I have fought with her for many years. I did not expect to lose to her in terms of disciples in the end. With a rising star like Feng Jilin, she can practically do whatever she wants in the 3,000 palaces. Female disciples were already very popular in the 3,000 palaces. Especially Feng Jilin, who was young and had outstanding talent. She was the target of all the experts. In this trial, Feng Jilin's name had spread far and wide. The 3,000 palaces were shaken. Compared to her, the evil dragon palace's performance was like a grain of rice. Among the 3,000 great palaces, the Wind Divine Temple could only be considered obscure before. But this time, it shocked everyone and entered the field of vision of the true great palaces. Those who had a keen sense of smell knew that Feng Jilin's future was boundless, so they all extended an olive branch to the Wind Divine Temple. In an instant, the Wind Divine Palace became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. There were even some extremely strong male disciples, at least at the level of Chu Tiange, who all launched attacks on Feng Jilin, wanting to suppress this heavenly girl. However, according to the rumors, this girl was extremely arrogant. As long as they tried to hit her, they basically all got a cold shoulder. This peerless goddess was not so easy to trick. On the other hand, the evil dragon palace was suffering. Because of Feng Jilin's matter, they were gradually alienated by the other palaces. They became the target of ridicule. It was like this among the 3,000 palaces. An outstanding disciple could directly change the fate of a palace. At this moment, everyone on the Cloud Ascension platform looked at each other bitterly. Chapter 1126. Shintu Hong's words could only comfort the disciples. His words made them excited. However, anyone with a bit of brains knew that this was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Feng Jilin was a person who created miracles. If she really entered the top 10 in a year's time, not only would the evil dragon palace not be able to make a comeback, every disciple would also be implicated. With the Wind Divine Palace's current network, the evil dragon palace disciples could only hide in the true Dragon Mountain range. Once they went out, they would probably be the target of ridicule. For a moment, all the disciples, even the most outstanding ones, had expressions of defeat on their faces. Shintu Hong looked around. This low morale made him feel very helpless. He could only force a smile and say, no matter what, our evil dragon palace's disciples have already accomplished their mission and eliminated the moon demon cave. Because of this performance, our evil dragon palace's ranking in the various palaces will rise once again. Senior Jiang, tell us what happened. Shintu Hong's words successfully diverted a portion of everyone's attention. However, most of the disciples were still feeling defeated and even grumbled about the evil dragon palace. Back then, if I did not join the evil dragon palace, would not still be this strong. That's right. From today onwards, if we go out, we will definitely become the target of everyone's scorn. We will be detested and beaten by everyone. We might not even be able to survive a year later. What a huge scam. I think we should change the name to Evil Insect Palace. Being bullied by a bunch of girls is really embarrassing. Such discussions could be heard everywhere. They did not care about the performance of the Evil Dragon Palace's peak disciples at all. It was useless no matter how well they performed. The strongest disciple, the so-called Yizheng, was previously a legend in the eyes of the disciples. Now, he was just a coward that could be easily suppressed to his knees. What outstanding performance could this brat have? Many people left helplessly. Jiang Qing's expression changed. The crisis in the Evil Dragon Palace had also exceeded his expectations. He had spent half his life in the Evil Dragon Palace, all the way to the position of Vice Palace Master. If this continued, after Shintu Hong abdicated, the new Evil Dragon Palace Master would definitely be him. After all, among the Vice Palace Masters of the same strength, he was the youngest and had the greatest achievements. His reputation in the Evil Dragon Palace was second only to Shintu Hong. Jiang Qing naturally didn't wish for the Evil Dragon Palace to be humiliated and defeated. His goal was to become the Evil Dragon Palace's Palace Master, then lead the Evil Dragon Palace to become an outstanding faction among the 3,000 palaces. He, Jiang Qing, would also become an influential figure in the true Martial Emperor Palace. As she grew older, this dream became more and more distant to Jiang Qing. However, when Long Chen appeared with the thing between his eyebrows, Jiang Qing seemed to see hope again. Especially now that the Evil Dragon Palace is in danger. This is a huge opportunity for Jiang Qing. Thinking of Long Chen, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. When he turned around, Long Chen was already gone. He was very puzzled and asked, "Where did Long Chen go?" Everyone looked at each other. When Feng Jilin appeared, everyone's attention was probably on her. Very few people paid attention to Long Chen. I saw him get off the Cloud Ascension platform. He might have already returned. Wu Yu said softly. Ignore him. Tell everyone about the details of the trial. One of the Vice Palace Masters said. Jiang Qing smiled and started to cooperate with everyone. He explained the situation of the trial in detail. He even told everyone about the conflict between Long Chen and Yizheng. After hearing Jiang Qing's words, everyone's faces were filled with shock again. The Evil Dragon Palace Master Shintu Hong didn't expect such a thing to happen. He asked in detail, "You said that Long Chen defeated Qin Shi and Yizheng." This, Yizheng was the disciple he was most proud of. Everyone's gaze turned to Yizheng. Yizheng had suffered the two greatest defeats in his life. At this moment, his eyes were gloomy. He did not refute, as if he had completely lost his will. Seeing Yizheng like this, everyone finally understood that the others were right. During the trial, the Evil Dragon Palace did have a rising figure. That was Long Chen. Although he wasn't here now, everyone could imagine how magnificent he was at that time. Only Wu Yang and Wu Yu looked worriedly at Yizheng, the loser. They could keenly feel that a terrifying change was happening to Yizheng's body. Perhaps this wasn't a good thing. However, compared to Feng Jilin, Long Chen was just a grain of rice. He couldn't be compared to a bright moon like Feng Jilin. As for the Evil Dragon Palace disciples, the 30,000 disciples did not have much hope. The celebration banquet that was originally prepared had become dull and tasteless because of the arrival of the Wind Divine Hall's Lord. As a result, it was left unsettled. Shintu Hong brought his disciple back to his temporary imperial residence. The other people also dispersed with ugly expressions. Long Chen's heaven-defying performance in the Moon Demon Cave, his intelligence and bravery, was not eye-catching at all in front of Feng Jilin's heaven-defying performance. Long Chen was brave and resourceful. However, Feng Jilin annihilated over 10,000 poison demon cult cultivators. The two were on completely different levels. Because of Feng Jilin's presence, Long Chen returned to the River Heart Pavilion alone. On the way, Kitten kept mocking him. "You're finished now. You violated her. If she discovered your existence, she would carve her name on your little brother. At that time, you and little she would see it and cut your little brother off." Kitten was rolling on the ground in the great virtual realm with laughter. Long Chen wasn't in the mood to joke with it. Feng Jilin's matter was too unexpected for him. After sorting out his thoughts, Long Chen asked, "Do you know why she could possess such strength in such a short period of time? She could use the will of heaven and earth to suppress Yi Zheng and make him kneel on the ground. In other words, her strength should be at the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, the manifestation of heaven and earth." Long Chen believed that under normal circumstances, Feng Jilin wouldn't be able to reach such a realm. Kitten suddenly became serious and said, "This girl is crazy. She and the God Martial Spirit have already fused together with another expert's God Martial Spirit. Now, it can be said that she has already sold half of herself. The other party's God Martial Spirit contains the comprehension of martial arts. That's why her cultivation has soared so fast. In the future, her God Martial Spirit will be completely devoured by the other party. With the strength of their God Martial Spirits, I estimate that there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance that she will devour the other party." Long Chen furrowed his brows and said, "To think that such a thing would happen, indeed. When the God Martial Soul was at its peak, it should have been at the 9th tier of the divine martial realm. It was an expert who had almost stepped into the calamity realm. However, it died. In the imperial domain, there are many people who have this secret method. It is called the soul merging Tao. Of course, only the one whose soul has merged with it can do it. I think that Feng Jilin doesn't know that she will be devoured by the other party in the end. However, she should be satisfied to have such terrifying strength in such a short period of time." Sure enough, such tyrannical strength didn't come from Feng Jilin's own cultivation. Her current situation was equivalent to having half of her body taken away. In the process of merging with the God Martial Soul, her own will was not as strong as the other party's. One day, the part of her body that belonged to her would probably disappear completely. Long Chen knew that she had always been very arrogant. The blow that Long Chen gave her was not an ordinary one. It made her understand the importance of strength. Now, her understanding of the God Martial realm has long been in the God Martial Soul. She only needs to slowly get used to it and absorb the sovereign spiritual qi. Then, her strength will rise steadily and finally reach the final stage. However, at that stage, I think she will not be herself anymore. Of course, it is possible that her memory and part of her personality will still be there, but the real leader will be another person, the one hidden in her body. This is the domineering part of the soul merging Tao. Feng Jilin came from a small place like the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Faced with the temptation of great strength, she will not know that she is about to lose herself. Kitten's words made Long Chen suddenly stop in his tracks. To be honest, he didn't have any enmity towards Feng Jilin at all. If he could meet her in the Imperial region, he might be able to become good friends if she didn't kill him. However, when Long Chen thought of what he'd done to Feng Jilin, he thought about it and decided to forget about it. Feng Jilin would probably pursue him madly to kill him the moment she saw him. If their relationship was good, Long Chen would have a good way to help her. Of course, there is no hurry. She is still in the 7th level of the God Martial realm. It will take at least a few years for her to recover to the 9th level of the God Martial realm. You are a sentimental person. I know you will save her in the end. Kitten laughed. Long Chen did not think much about it. Now that Feng Jilin was so strong, it would be good if she did not kill him. If she still could not forget the hatred of the past, Long Chen would not bother to save her. As for his own safety, although he was not Feng Jilin's match, he had the wine addict and the martial addict to protect him. As long as Long Chen was in the true martial emperor palace, he did not have to worry about anything. After returning to the River Heart Pavilion, Long Chen silently consolidated his strength. Then, he waited for Han Yunxing and the others to appear before bringing up the matter of the Supreme Yin Devil Realm. After a while, Jiang Qing's disciples, Qin Feng, and the others returned from the Cloud Ascension platform. Although they were in a bad mood because of Feng Jilin's matter, the good news was that Long Chen had shown his prowess and became the strongest among the young disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. As soon as they returned, their moods changed. They surrounded Long Chen and spoke. Chapter 1127. Seventh brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful and improve so quickly. You can even defeat Yi Zheng. I really admire you. It's our honor to have a junior brother like you. After a bunch of flattery, everyone felt much better. Jiang Cha suddenly said with a bitter expression, speaking of which, I really can't help but sigh. At that time, I also didn't think that you would replace senior sister's position and participate in that trial. Eldest senior sister. Jiang Lingwen frowned and said, eldest senior sister has really disappeared. The vice palace masters have already checked and found no trace of her in the trial tower. I really don't know why she left without saying goodbye. Speaking of this, everyone felt it was strange. After all, although they did not like Zhao Shueji, they still had some feelings for her after living together for so long. Such a person suddenly disappeared, it was really confusing. After chatting for a while, everyone started to work hard on their cultivation. At the same time, they asked Long Chen for advice. Although Long Chen's cultivation was not as high as theirs, he was more knowledgeable and had a deeper comprehension of the martial way than them. His explanations were very useful for them to build a solid foundation. In about 10 days, the Evil Dragon Palace's final ranking would be announced. At that time, Han Yunxing and Yi Zheng would probably come. After all, Han Yunxing still had 4 dragon scales that he had not given to Long Chen. After a few days, Long Chen did not leave the River Heart Pavilion. However, the Evil Dragon Palace disciples had basically heard of his name. Because Yi Zheng had knelt in front of Feng Jilin, his prestige had completely disappeared. Furthermore, Dui Shuang and the others had revealed the details of the battle between Long Chen and Yi Zheng. This made everyone understand that this was real. Yi Zheng's title as the number 1 disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace had been completely replaced by Long Chen. However, the danger of the Evil Dragon Palace still existed. No one was naive enough to think that Long Chen could change anything. Of course, many people still couldn't see what Long Chen looked like. After all, Long Chen had been staying in Jiang Xian Pavilion to cultivate and had never left. Because of the Wind Divine Palace's matter, the emotions of the Evil Dragon Palace's disciples fell into a low. Very few people dared to go out of the true Dragon Mountain range because going out would mean being bullied. In the 3000 Palace, Feng Jilin instantly became a goddess in the hearts of 100 million disciples. None of this had anything to do with Long Chen, but these days, he still felt like a storm was coming. His heart was not relaxed, as if something was about to happen. On this day, Qin Feng and the rest suddenly came in. Their expressions were hurried as they spoke to Long Chen, Old 7, there's something strange, do you know? What's the matter? Long Chen came out from his cultivation state and asked Qin Feng and the others. This was Jiang Xian Pavilion's room, Long Chen's room. I heard that senior sister Wu Yu went missing. The palace master and the rest searched the entire Evil Dragon Palace but couldn't find her. They have already gone out to search. Last time, first senior sister went missing mysteriously and has not returned. This time, senior sister Wu Yu went missing for no reason. No one saw her enter the trial tower. I really don't know where she went, Jiang Cha said worriedly. Wu Yu. This girl had a very good and gentle personality. When all the disciples were rejecting Long Chen, she treated Long Chen quite well. Furthermore, Long Chen had once used dragon blood to save her. They had some friendship. So, when Long Chen heard this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "What's the situation now?" Long Chen asked. "Everyone is searching now. Everyone is looking for them now. Whether they can find them or not will depend on the situation. They are too arrogant. They might have been captured by someone else. This is unimaginable. They actually came to the evil dragon palace to kidnap someone. They even managed to escape the senses of the palace master and the others. Furthermore, they even made a move on a beautiful woman. Then Jiang Cha rubbed his chest with a horrified expression. Long Chen knew that Zhao Shuiji's death was purely due to his actions. As for how Jiang Qing would deal with Zhao Shuiji, he didn't know. But this time, Wuyu went missing for no reason. "Do you know where Master is?" Long Chen suddenly asked. This question did not seem to be important to the current situation. Everyone looked at each other. Only Jiang Lingwu said doubtfully, "I seem to have discovered that Master went to the trial tower. He is probably guarding the trial tower." "Oh." Long Chen nodded. He had more or less figured it out. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Long Chen, what do you think is going on? Are the people of the Wind Divine Palace trying to take us down a notch?" Qin Feng asked nervously. At this moment, Long Chen had already become their backbone. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. "It shouldn't be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done it to Wu Yu. Everyone, don't panic. I reckon she just went out for a while and will be back soon. During this period of time, everyone should be careful and use your divine sense to protect yourself. It should be fine. Moreover, I am still in the Jiang Xian Pavilion." Long Chen was a warrior who could defeat an expert in the 6th level of the divine martial realm. In everyone's eyes, his strength was second only to Jiang Qing. He was a great guarantee. With Long Chen's words, they felt much more at ease. Then, they left. The Jiang Xian Pavilion was very big. Every disciple had a lot of space to cultivate in peace. "What's coming has come." Long Chen grinned. Then, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Suddenly, Feng Yangzi's words in the 5 Emperors' secret realm appeared in his mind. His last wish was for Long Chen to come to the true martial emperor palace and kill a person called Jiang Qing. It was this person who ruined his and his junior sister's lives. Feng Yangzi was probably in the same generation as Jiang Qing. There were probably not many people in the evil dragon palace who knew Feng Yangzi. "If you were nice to me, I really wouldn't know what to do. But since you are so anxious, I can only accompany you to the end." Night gradually fell. There was no difference between day and night in Long Chen's cultivation. It was just that he could hide it better at night. At midnight, when everything was quiet, suddenly, something silently approached Long Chen. When Long Chen opened his eyes, the window suddenly exploded, and a bloody arm fell in front of him. The arm's skin was delicate, and it was clearly a woman's arm. It had been torn off at the base, and it looked extremely wretched. The blood that flowed out showed that the arm had just been torn off. It was extremely cruel. "This is..." Xiao Chen looked up and saw a puppet bird suddenly falling apart. This should be the thing that brought this arm. This woman's arm was holding a piece of paper. Long Chen picked it up and took a look. On it was written, "Tower of Trial, Random Battles." Looking at the woman's arm and thinking about what happened during the day, it was easy for people to suspect that this was Wu Yu's arm. Long Chen and Wu Yu had a good relationship. Seeing this scene, Long Chen would definitely be incomparably angry. However, that person was wrong. Long Chen's expression did not change at all. This isn't Wu Yu's arm at all. Long Chen could roughly feel that Wu Yu cultivated the lunar water technique. The aura emitted by her arm was different from that of an ordinary person. But no matter what, in order to lure Long Chen over, the perpetrator still crippled a young girl's arm. As for Wu Yu, he still dared to touch her. He only kidnapped her, which meant that he still had a trace of fear towards the evil dragon palace master. He was afraid that he would be found out in a short period of time. He wanted me to rush to the Tower of Trial when I was angry and then let you slaughter me. That's why he used someone else's arm to pretend to be Wu Yu. But no matter what, Wu Yu is still in his hands. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Long Chen could go find the evil dragon palace master and go with him to the evil dragon palace. However, Long Chen knew that the other party must have thought of this, so Wu Yu was definitely not in the Tower of Trial. Even if the evil dragon palace master rushed over, he could pretend that all of this had nothing to do with him. The opponent's move was indeed very tight. If Long Chen really wanted to save Wu Yu and thought that the arm was Wu Yu's, he would definitely rush to the Tower of Trial alone. The most special disciple of the Tower of Trial was that he could kill people there without anyone noticing. The other party could not wait that long. Opening the door, Long Chen headed towards the direction of the Sword Pagoda Mountain without saying a word. Since the other party was so anxious, then he would do as the other party wished. If it wasn't for Long Chen, the other party wouldn't have used Wu Yu as a threat. Long Chen didn't want to owe this girl any favors. It was time to end things that hadn't been resolved in the Moon Devil's cave. This time, Long Chen would give him an unexpected surprise. It didn't take Long Chen long to get from the River Heart Pavilion to the Tower of Trial. Even at night, there were still quite a few people in the Tower of Trial. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Long Chen walked into the Tower of Trial and entered one of the training rooms. Walking to the row of black brick buttons, Long Chen took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he pressed one of the random battle buttons. He knew that as long as he pressed the random battle button, the other party, as the controller, would already move his training room to a place that was connected to his. Sure enough, the training room began to shake. Last time, because of this random battle, Long Chen killed Zhao Xueji. He didn't expect such a situation to happen again, but this time, his opponent was someone else. After getting rid of this person, Long Chen would be able to go to the Shadow Devil realm with a peace of mind. The training room shook and moved, finally colliding with another training room. The walls suddenly opened and a handsome middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared in front of Long Chen with a faint smile on his face. He had been waiting for Long Chen for a long time. "You're finally here, Long Chen," the man said with a smile. "Yes, master." Long Chen wasn't nervous at all. This was all within his expectations. That's right, the person standing in front of him was Jiang Qing. "Because of this name, I can give you an intact corpse," Jiang Qing said solemnly. Chapter 1128. An intact corpse. Then I should really thank you. Contrary to Jiang Qing's expectations, Long Chen, who had fallen into this situation, did not panic at all. Jiang Qing still had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was thinking, this kid is so calm. He obviously knows that I'm going to attack him. He knows that I'm going to attack him, but he's still so calm. Is he already prepared, or is he just pretending? Based on Long Chen's previous performance, if he was pretending to be calm, he could also achieve this effect. When Long Chen had displayed his strongest battle strength, he had fought against Yi Zheng. At that time, Jiang Qing had watched the entire battle. He knew very well how strong Long Chen was, so this time, Jiang Qing had lured Long Chen here. He had to be confident that he could kill Long Chen. In the Tower of Trials, especially in this kind of random room, under the effect of the soul-suppressing stone, those below the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, including those at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, couldn't use their divine consciousness to probe the situation inside. It could be said that Long Chen couldn't escape. "Where's Wu Yu?" asked Long Chen in a calm voice. He looked around and asked in a low voice. "Don't worry. That arm isn't hers. As long as you are no longer here today, she will return safely. I watched this child grow up and I don't want to hurt her." However, after thinking about it, she is the only one who would allow you to come here, Jiang Qing said in a slightly smug manner. In fact, Long Chen had long since known that the arm wasn't Wu Yu's, but that also meant that in some corner of the imperial planet, there was another innocent person who had lost an arm to Jiang Qing. At that moment, Jiang Qing was walking around Long Chen. He nodded and said, "It seems that you're not afraid of me. But to avoid any more complications, I'll wait until I get what I want and then we'll talk in detail. But can you tell me what that thing between your eyebrows is?" If he only got it and didn't even know its name, that would be a pity. "I'll tell you when you're dead." Long Chen, who was originally very kind, suddenly said such words. In between his eyebrows, a gray light split open, as if there was an additional vertical eye on his forehead. Jiang Qing suddenly felt as if she had been pierced through. The current Long Chen actually caused him to frown. He realized that this young man would not be easy to deal with. Jiang Qing was an old freak who had lived for thousands of years. His life experience was countless times greater than Long Chen's. However, despite his young age, Long Chen's terrifying aura caused Jiang Qing to be filled with dread. If that's the case, it's best that I don't know about it. In any case, it's going to be mine in the end, Jiang Qing said as she took a few steps back. Sword warrior. Long Chen could feel the aura of sword qi on Jiang Qing's body. Sure enough, Jiang Qing was a sword warrior. Before this, he had never seen Jiang Qing make a move. This reminded Long Chen of Feng Yangzi. Similarly, it was because of Feng Yangzi and the others that Long Chen could possess his current yin and yang sword soul and comprehension of the third level of sword principle. As Long Chen used this sword principle, he gradually felt that he had made a breakthrough in this aspect recently. Jiang Qing had not made a move all this time. Now that he truly made a move, a storm immediately surged. Long Chen seemed to be standing in the center of a whirlpool. The surrounding white fog surged. The walls of the training room seemed to have disappeared. Long Chen felt as if he was in the middle of the fog. In the depths of the fog, sword qi crisscrossed. A huge force surged within. Sword light burst out and surrounded Long Chen. Jiang Qing made a move as soon as he said he would. He did not give Long Chen any chance at all. The secret Long Chen possessed was the key to whether he would be able to successfully transform. It was very important to his entire life, so he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. The surrounding fog churned. Within the fog, a pure white longsword appeared in Long Chen's field of vision. This was a 2-meter-long longsword. It was pure white and as smooth as milk. However, sword qi was surging around it. Jiang Qing appeared and held this pure white longsword in his hand. Cloud Sky Divine Sword, 7th grade Divine Grade. A bell-like voice came out of Jiang Qing's mouth. The white fog completely surrounded him. Jiang Qing's sword Dao and martial Dao were the Dao of clouds and mist. At this moment, he was like a hermit hidden in the clouds and mist. When ordinary people fought with Jiang Qing, it was very difficult for them to grasp his miraculous movement technique and his miraculous sword Dao. He shuttled through the clouds and mist with ease, but the clouds and mist were a nightmare for others. The scarlet blood sky desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. A bloody aura swept through the surroundings and rushed into the clouds. It was like a torrent rushing into a stream. It dispersed the clouds in an instant. That murderous aura shook the hearts and souls of people. Even a warrior like Jiang Qing felt his heart palpitate and facing that murderous aura. Long Chen was immersed in a calm world. He certainly knew how strong Jiang Qing was. He was not someone he could deal with right now. Furthermore, in such a narrow environment, Long Chen was neither sad nor happy. He was not worried or afraid. He was only crazy about fighting and killing his opponent. This was his will. Compared to Nangong Lai's martial Dao of battle, Long Chen's martial Dao of slaughter was more direct. There was only slaughter, there was no compromise. Long Chen had never compromised with fate. This was the most resolute will in his heart. In my life, I have taken in over 30 disciples. Other than the few in the River Heart Pavilion, the others either went out to travel, established their own power, became elders, or hall masters, or died early. Among these 30 people, you are the youngest disciple, but also the strongest disciple, and also the most terrifying disciple. There is no doubt about this. Jiang Qing's voice came from the clouds. But you actually attacked your own disciple for your own selfish desires. Long Chen replied emotionlessly. In life, opportunities are fleeting. If I miss this opportunity to transform, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Everyone lives for themselves. Although you are my disciple, you are not fated to be mine. At the very most, you are merely a stepping stone given to me by fate. Jiang Qing sneered. I am the Grim Reaper who will take your life. In Long Chen's hand, the formless scarlet blood sky gradually transformed into a blood-red sword shape. This was the appearance of floating blood. Since you are proficient in sword Dao, then I will ask you for advice. A sharp blood-red sword chi burst out from Long Chen's sword. In his eyes, the spirit-devouring demon pupils rotated. Jiang Qing had nowhere to hide in his vision. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to grasp Jiang Qing's position when facing him. This was his martial Dao. With his degree of fluttering and speed, it was very difficult for an ordinary opponent to catch his shadow in battle unless they were far stronger than him. But Long Chen was different. He had the spirit-devouring demon pupils. Whoosh! Long Chen did not show any mercy. He turned into a golden lightning and rushed into the clouds. At this moment, Long Chen displayed a speed that frightened Jiang Qing. At this moment, the golden thunder dragon was still residing in Long Chen's arm, tempering his body from time to time, making Long Chen's speed increase. Now, in terms of speed, he was almost at the 7th tier of the divine martial realm. He was a few levels higher than Jiang Qing. The scarlet blood sky desolation collided with the cloud sky divine sword. A power that shocked Jiang Qing came from scarlet blood sky. Each of Long Chen's moves, with the support of his powerful body, burst out with a barbaric power like that of a giant beast. Jiang Qing's arms were numb from the shock. Long Chen, who was like a blood-red light in front of him, was like a blood-stained demon beast, forcing Jiang Qing to retreat step by step in the first moment. Jiang Qing had to admit that Long Chen's body was too terrifying. Clang! 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 Although the scarlet blood sky desolation was not as big as the cloud sky divine sword, its fierce attack and Long Chen's terrifying speed made ear-piercing shrieks as it clashed with Jiang Qing. Wherever the scarlet blood sky desolation passed, even the walls of the training room were almost cut through by him. My cloud sky divine sword is actually useless against him. At this moment, Jiang Qing was extremely shocked. The only thing he had that beat Long Chen was his powerful divine origin. Of course, there was also the battle skill he cultivated. Relying on that terrifying fleshly body of his, Long Chen was actually evenly matched with an existence like Jiang Qing for a while. If this matter was spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. Jiang Qing was a famous person in the evil dragon palace for thousands of years. He was at the peak of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm and had a supreme golden body. Even an ordinary 7th tier divine martial realm expert might not be able to kill him. And this heaven-defying young man could actually do this. It was really beyond everyone's understanding. Of course, Jiang Qing was only testing Long Chen's battle strength. He did not use his full strength. Cloud Sky Field. With a wave of the Cloud Sky Divine Sword, the white fog instantly became 10 times denser. Jiang Qing instantly broke away from Long Chen's control. With Long Chen's current perception, he could not find Jiang Qing's location at all. This cloud sky field was the method Jiang Qing used to kill many people. In the cloud sky field, Jiang Qing was an existence that came and went without a trace. Go to hell. A sword came from the west. White sword chi crisscrossed and suddenly exploded, forming thousands of tiny sword chi that densely rushed towards Long Chen. Jiang Qing's sword Dao had a vague and fleeting characteristic. Long Chen could not grasp the whereabouts of these sword chi. Great White Sword Prison. 2 fingers flicked and 2 white sword chi immediately burst out, forming a small cage that surrounded Long Chen. The sword chi released by the Cloud Sky Divine Sword all bombarded the Great White Sword Prison. At this moment, Long Chen's spiritual origin was vigorous and the Great White Sword Prison's defensive power was not low. It directly blocked those fleeting sword chi. Chapter 1129. There are still a lot of unexpected things for you. With a swoosh, the Great White Sword Prison was broken open. A streak of golden lightning rushed to the front of Jiang Qing at the first instant with a thunderous momentum. What? He actually found my location in the cloud domain? Jiang Qing was shocked. Blood-devouring world, a blood-red formation suddenly appeared on Long Chen's body and instantly engulfed the cloud domain. Between his eyebrows, the true martial emperor's soul was still shining with a gray light. It absorbed all of Jiang Qing's martial techniques and transmitted them to Long Chen's god martial spirit. At the same time, Long Chen was surprised to find that as Jiang Qing executed sword moves one after another, the misty feeling of sword Dao gradually entered Long Chen's god martial spirit. As the true martial emperor's soul analyzed it, Long Chen understood it. Regardless of whether it was martial Dao or sword Dao, the true martial emperor's soul was able to absorb and analyze them. Then, it would become part of Long Chen's reference. Long Chen's sword Dao was bloody and fierce. It was filled with an indomitable might that made people tremble in fear. It was the same path as his martial Dao. Sword Dao was just an application of martial Dao. Compared to Yizheng, Jiang Qing was a true master of sword Dao. His understanding of sword Dao was deeper. Although he was only at the 4th level of sword Dao, he had given Long Chen a lot of things. Long Chen's blood-devouring world didn't have any effect in Jiang Qing's eyes. It was like a slow-acting poison that Jiang Qing would only discover when it acted up. This was the current heaven-defying blood-devouring world. If Jiang Qing was an evenly matched opponent like Long Chen, then Long Chen would be in an invincible position forever. His blood essence invisibly transformed into Long Chen's divine origin. Jiang Qing couldn't help but stop underestimating Long Chen. To be honest, Jiang Qing hadn't displayed his true strength since the beginning. How could a cultivator at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm only have this level of strength? Cloud Sword Cannon, Wind and Cloud Transformation. The pure white greatsword in Jiang Qing's hand transformed as easily as the wind and clouds. It was strange and unfathomable. Before Jiang Qing's eyes, it formed a white whirlpool of sword qi. Each strand of sword qi could transform into clouds and mist at any time, and could transform back into sword qi again. It was endless. Go. At this moment, the white sword qi vortex suddenly expanded. Long Chen's entire world was enveloped by this sword qi. Long Chen felt a lot of pressure in his heart. It was true that this kind of battle was very helpful to his improvement, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. For example, this cloud mist sword cannon had completely suppressed Long Chen. At the critical moment, Long Chen could only retreat while the long sword in his hand erupted with power. God-slaying sword formation, beast tide. Thousands of giant beasts roared. In the blood-red god-slaying sword array, countless giant beasts rushed out and gathered together, turning into a blood-red divine dragon. At the first moment, it merged with the unpredictable cloud mist sword codex. Although it was also a 6th grade godly skill, the caster was different, and the battle prowess was different. Under the strange transformation of Jiang Qing's 4th grade sword principle, Long Chen's beast tide was directly destroyed. Retreat. Fortunately, Long Chen relied on his terrifying speed to escape when the beast tide blocked the opponent's attack. However, what shocked Long Chen was that Jiang Qing's white sword qi still left many wounds on his body. So strong. Long Chen knew his own limits. He could barely fight against a 6th level divine martial realm cultivator, but against a cultivator who had cultivated for thousands of years and was at the peak of the golden body realm, he wasn't a match. Long Chen's strength lay in his endless potential. However, to be able to grow from an unknown ant to be able to fight against a 1,000-year-old monster, who was almost a god, in just 7 years, Long Chen was already proud enough. Cloud Sword Cannon, sword in the cloud. That clear voice was as loud as a bell. After repelling Long Chen, Jiang Qing was a bit surprised, but he didn't stop his attacks. In a short time, he used another killing move. Long Chen raised his head and saw a huge white sword the size of a mountain. It was like a huge meteor, and it was currently flying toward him. If he was hit, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. "You're really fast." Long Chen sneered. The scarlet blood desolation in his hands suddenly attacked upwards. A blood-red ray of light merged with the god-slaying sword formation. The formation trembled and suddenly exploded, forming a flood of blood-red sword chi that swept upwards. Immediately, the entire training room was shaking. Sword explosion. The entire god-slaying sword formation exploded. The true battle erupted at this moment. Long Chen was ruthless in his heart. The terrifying might of the sword burst formed a huge shockwave that slowly whittled away the sword in the clouds in the sky. The swords in their hands danced wildly, clashing time and time again, creating a crisscrossing sword chi. Thousands of saber marks appeared on the walls of this small training room. The things left behind by the predecessors were all destroyed by the battle between the two. In the clouds, Jiang Qing's face gradually darkened. He felt that Long Chen was not easy to deal with. At the same time, he also felt that the blood-red formation was actually reducing his essence blood. Such an evil domain. This kid can't be left alive. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will become a monster. In Jiang Qing's originally calm gaze, killing intent gradually spread. Everyone would have a killing intent. At this moment, Jiang Qing was rather similar to Long Chen. The Tao of killing that Long Chen cultivated existed in everyone's heart. It's not good to stay here for long. Then let's kill him. Previously, Jiang Qing was very curious about Long Chen. He only wanted to test the extent of Long Chen's strength. Now that he had tested it out, he had to kill Long Chen as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Jiang Qing knew that when Yi Zheng used the devil prison gate, he didn't succeed in killing Long Chen. Instead, he was defeated by Long Chen. Then, I can only do my best. Jiang Qing's eyes revealed a trace of cruelty. His figure changed in the clouds. The cloud sky divine sword in his hands suddenly shrank, becoming about the same size as Long Chen's scarlet blood sky desolation. At the same time, it became more solid. A majestic aura burst out from his body. At this moment, Jiang Qing seemed to have become a god in the clouds. Brilliant white light appeared from his body. A formless wind danced, lifting his long beard high up in the air. After the cloud sky divine sword in his hand merged with a little of Jiang Qing's blood, it became incomparably bright. Fortunately, they were in the training room. Otherwise, such a big movement would have been discovered by others. Brilliant heavenly might, cloud sky evil dragon sword. This sword was one of the highest secret techniques of the evil dragon hall. The evil dragon hall master did not cultivate the Tao of sword. So, until now, Jiang Qing was the only warrior who could use this move. In the evil dragon hall, there weren't many rank 7 divine skills. The Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword was one of the most important ones, second only to the Evil Dragon Hall Master's Evil Dragon Battle Scripture. A thunderous boom resounded. In the Cloud Sky domain, all the clouds and mist crazily swirled, completely submerging Jiang Qing, forming a terrifying vortex. Are you going to kill me? If that's the case. Under this terrifying pressure, Long Chen's expression didn't change. Feng Yangzi, my sword spirit was given to me by you. This kindness, I should have repaid it long ago. Although I don't have the strength to kill him now, he can't kill me either. In Long Chen's hand, the appearance of the scarlet blood sky desolation gradually changed, transforming into a domineering halberd. A blood-red divine dragon with sharp horns coiled around the scarlet blood sky desolation halberd. Its cold eyes were currently staring at the sky. In the sky above Longchen, a terrifying aura rapidly gathered. It was a kind of aura that belonged to a barbaric giant beast. At the same time, it was also a kind of sword chi. The sky changed crazily. As the clouds changed, a huge head poked out from the clouds. It was a kind of demon beast called the Evil Dragon. It was not a real dragon, but a kind of underground giant beast that wore golden armor. It had 3 heads and was good at underground. It was very strong in fighting underground. This giant beast should be the Horned Dragon. Under Jiang Qing's killing move, the clouds exploded. A terrifying roar resounded, and a golden light flashed. Long Chen could see a giant sword slashing down. The sword was filled with violent and terrifying aura, giving Long Chen the feeling that the entire sky was suppressing him. After the sword's shadow, the evil dragon lying in the clouds appeared. The Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword. As the sword slashed down, the entire training room trembled non-stop. The power of this move was even more terrifying than Yi Zhang's Devil Prison Gate. It was worthy of being a 7th grade divine skill. 9 Dragon Scripture. At this time, Long Chen could only use the 9 Dragon Scripture to deal with the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword. Jiang Qing was full of confidence in this move, confident that it could definitely kill Long Chen. It's over. Jiang Qing laughed in his heart as he exerted all his strength. In these years, many cultivators of the 6th divine martial realm had died under the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword. That was because the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon Sword was so terrifying that it could directly destroy the opponent's body. Even the peerless golden body wouldn't necessarily be able to survive. Profound Azure Fire Dragon. As Long Chen's halberd danced, a huge azure fire dragon followed Long Chen into the sky. At this moment, the dragon scales on Long Chen's chest emitted a large amount of light. The azure fire was burning fiercely. The scarlet blood sky desolation merged with the dragon and turned into an azure fire dragon. It flew towards the evil dragon in the sky. The true dragon and the false dragon began a terrifying collision at this moment. The profound azure fire dragon contained the power of Long Chen's halberd, while the Cloud Sky Evil Dragon's sword contained Jiang Qing's swordsmanship. Chapter 1130. The entire training room trembled and then exploded. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Long Chen's halberd and his opponent's sword clashed again and again. At this time, Long Chen, who was holding the scarlet blood firmament, was like a god of death. Jiang Qing was shocked to the extreme. The training room had been shattered. The two were now completely in the void of the training tower. It turned out that the training tower was a huge mechanical building, even more sophisticated than Shui Yazi's mechanism. It was just that it hadn't been used in combat. In the void, the power of the 9 Dragon Scripture completely blocked his opponent's Sky Evil Dragon Sword. The terrifying force only made Long Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. For Long Chen's current physique, this mouthful of blood was nothing. On the contrary, Jiang Qing's face was pale. He knew that Long Chen might be very strong, but he didn't expect that although he had the upper hand, he didn't have the means to kill his opponent. He was still lacking a little. Although Long Chen's divine essence was far inferior to his opponent's, most importantly, the scarlet blood firmament and his strong physique gave Long Chen a very strong offensive power. His opponent had martial will, but the scarlet blood firmament had a dragon will that could resist it. After a brief confrontation, the two separated. Long Chen's face was pale, but he still had a calm smile on his face. I already said that although you're stronger than me, you can't do anything to me. You're still far from being able to kill me, said Long Chen indifferently. Jiang Qing's expression changed. He was completely convinced by Long Chen. He had never seen such a heaven-defying youth. Compared to Long Chen, Yi Zheng was even worse than trash. It should be known that Yi Zheng had cultivated for at least 200 years, while Long Chen was only a genius who hadn't even reached 50 years of age. In fact, among the true experts of the imperial domain, those who were less than 1,000 years old could be considered the younger generation. After all, at this level, 10 years would pass casually. In the imperial domain, no one had ever advanced as fast as Long Chen. All of this was thanks to the true martial emperor soul. Otherwise, Long Chen would have to stay at the first level of the divine martial arts realm for several years. The Cloudy Sky Evil Dragon Sword was Jiang Qing's strongest killing move. Even this couldn't kill Long Chen. He was already at his wit's end. However, Jiang Qing soon sensed that Long Chen's divine essence had been completely exhausted because of that move. He was currently in a state of deficit. Take this opportunity to kill him. Just as Jiang Qing was about to make a move, Long Chen's divine energy was strangely restored to its peak. Long Chen feared the power of the Void Dragon Talisman. This was a type of heaven-defying power. Time flowed backward. Less than 10 breaths had passed since he started using the 9 Dragon Scripture. The 9 Dragon Scripture consumed a lot of energy. Long Chen could only use it once. However, with time reversal, Long Chen wouldn't enter an extremely weak state after using it. You. Jiang Qing's eyes were filled with astonishment. If you still have a way to kill me, hurry up and use it. I don't have that much time to accompany you. Long Chen's mouth curved into a smile. This was what he was relying on. Although he couldn't defeat Jiang Qing, it would be difficult for Jiang Qing to defeat him. At this moment, Long Chen was like an undying cockroach. Although he still looked cold on the outside, Jiang Qing's heart was filled with raging anger. The feeling of being played made him almost lose control of himself. After living for so long, Jiang Qing's temperament and cultivation were already very different from before. You can't take away my things. Just tell me Wu Yu's location. Long Chen stared at him and said calmly. Dream on. Jiang Qing's killing intent was still surging. He wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He walked step by step towards Long Chen. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Long Chen once. He didn't believe that Long Chen would try a second or third time. Long Chen suddenly smiled. His smile made Jiang Qing's hair stand on end. Do you still remember the name Feng Yangzi? Long Chen suddenly asked. As Long Chen expected, Jiang Qing was puzzled at first. Then, he looked at Long Chen in shock. His face was pale as he said, How do you know him? Long Chen pursed his lips and said, I was originally not a sword martialist. My sword soul was passed down to me by him. Also, he entrusted me with something. Jiang Qing's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This person was too far away from his world. It was a long, long time ago. At that time, he was not the vice palace master of the Evil Dragon Palace. He had a junior brother and a junior sister. The junior brother's name was Feng Yangzi. He was a person who was more popular than Jiang Qing in both appearance and personality. He was also more doted on by their master than Jiang Qing. What Jiang Qing could not bear the most was that the junior sister he had liked since he was young had also fallen in love with this person. Hence, one day, Jiang Qing killed them during a mission. At that time, the nervous Jiang Qing didn't confirm whether they were really killed or not. He fled without a trace. Now, he learned from Long Chen that they weren't completely dead. A person who had disappeared for countless years suddenly appeared. Jiang Qing suddenly felt a trace of fear and madness in his heart. At this time, Long Chen continued his words. When they passed the sword soul to me, they told me that I must help them go to the true martial emperor palace and kill a person called Jiang Qing. From the first time I saw you, I knew that person was you. Long Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the man who was struggling with his memories. There is actually such a coincidence in this world. In other words, you wanted to kill me from the beginning. Jiang Qing's eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at Long Chen. It's a coincidence, but you're wrong about one thing. After all, you're still my master. If you really treated me well, I might hesitate. Unfortunately, you're not a good master. So today, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. What? Long Chen's words made Jiang Qing laugh loudly. The truth had been revealed. However, Long Chen's words made him speechless. On what basis did Long Chen say that he would fulfill his promise now? If you want to kill me, wait for your next life. It should be me who will kill you. Jiang Qing approached Long Chen step by step. That terrifying aura came from the peak of the supreme golden body. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist it. Long Chen also felt that it was difficult to breathe. Jiang Qing's killing intent was even more determined. That killing intent made one's scalp go numb. Feng Yangzi's relationship with Jiang Qing was related to Jiang Qing's reputation in the true martial emperor palace. If this matter was spread out, the image and reputation he had painstakingly built over the years would collapse. Hence, Jiang Qing's killing intent was even more obvious now. If he really went crazy, he might really have the strength to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen already had something to rely on. Today's battle with Jiang Qing allowed Long Chen to obtain a lot of useful things. His comprehension of the martial Tao had reached a new level. There was no benefit in continuing the fight. Hence, at this time, Long Chen snapped his fingers and said, "You too, do you want to continue watching?" This sentence echoed in the dark space. Jiang Qing was stunned. "You too." What did Long Chen mean by this sentence? Looking at Long Chen's unexpected calmness, Jiang Qing suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He suddenly recalled that Long Chen's performance today was too bold and too calm. This simply exceeded the normal situation. He must have something to rely on to be so calm until now. Jiang Qing's spiritual consciousness immediately spread out in all directions, but he didn't find anything. But at this time, two figures appeared behind Long Chen. These two figures stood leisurely on the left and right, but they gave Jiang Qing the feeling that they were mountains that couldn't be climbed, shaking people's souls. In fact, in the River Heart Pavilion, after Long Chen received that arm, he already knew that the two he had been waiting for a long time had arrived. They weren't in a hurry to appear, but they were secretly watching Long Chen. They didn't conceal their whereabouts, so Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eyes discovered them. This was also the reason why Long Chen dared to walk into Jiang Qing's trap alone and was able to show such calmness in the battle with Jiang Qing. When Jiang Qing saw the appearance of the two figures, he was dumbfounded, as though he had been struck by lightning. The man on the left was thin and tall, with a head full of messy black hair that cascaded down. The smell of alcohol assailed Jiang Qing's nostrils. He wore a loose blue robe and his eyes were extremely turbid. Even at this moment, he was still holding a wine pot in his hand. The man on the right was tall and burly like a giant bear. He was bare-chested, and his face was filled with a wild aura. His muscles were bulging and contained a power that made one's scalp go numb. His aggressive eyes were filled with endless battle intent. Just the aura in his eyes alone could completely defeat a person. These two people were very famous in the 3,000 Great Halls. They were the drunkard, Han Yunxing, and the martial maniac, Nangong Lai. These two people were like two door gods, standing behind Long Chen, as though they were guarding Long Chen. Jiang Qing suddenly recalled that Long Chen had been introduced to the true martial emperor palace by Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. There was actually a relationship between them. From their positions, could it be that they were subordinates? Jiang Qing's mind went blank. The 6th level of the divine martial realm, barely able to fight with me. Next to Long Chen, Nangong Lai grinded his teeth and smiled cruelly. The muscles all over his body made crackling sounds. He raised his fist, which was as big as a clay pot, as if he could shatter the world. Seniors. Jiang Qing, who was in front of them, was dumbfounded. She hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Nangong Lai in fear, because Nangong Lai's body was bursting with battle intent. Among the 3,000 Great Halls, only a few people could withstand Nangong Lai's battle intent. Chapter 1131. Before Long Chen could say anything, Nangong Lai disappeared from his side. In the next instant, Long Chen could only see a blurry figure moving in front of him and Jiang Qing's heart-wrenching screams. After 15 minutes, it finally stopped. Long Chen took a look. Apart from Jiang Qing's head, Nangong Lai had beaten him flat. Blood flowed everywhere. Jiang Qing's face was filled with fear. His face was extremely pale. His flat body made people want to vomit. Nangong Lai laughed loudly and lifted Jiang Qing up to Long Chen. He said, "Young master, I've subdued this guy. Now, I'm at your disposal." Long Chen didn't care about the young lord's matter for the time being. Since they were here, he wanted to deal with Jiang Qing, the outsider. At this time, Long Chen was already standing in front of Jiang Qing. The two looked at each other. Seeing Long Chen's calm appearance, Jiang Qing's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. He smiled bitterly and said, "I thought you would be the turning point of my life, but I didn't expect you to be my final destination. Even they call you young master, so it's obvious that you're not an existence I can touch. To be able to die in your hands, my life isn't too bad." He had already accepted his fate. "Where is Wu Yu?" Long Chen knew that people who were about to die would not hide this. 300 miles west of the evil dragon palace. "I hid her in that mountain." Jiang Qing paused for a moment and looked at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. He was a man who had lived long enough. There was nothing to be attached to, nor was there anything to beg for mercy. Death was death. To Jiang Qing, death was death. "Give me a quick death. If I'm lucky enough to meet Feng Yangzi, I will apologize to him," Jiang Qing said in a deep voice. "This is the price." Jiang Qing was not pitiful. Strength and status would always determine life and death. If Long Chen lost, it would be even more impossible for Jiang Qing to forgive him. After Nangong Lai let go, Long Chen's scarlet blood heavenly desolation turned into a sharp blade. The god-murdering sword formation unfolded and stabbed Jiang Qing's body and head over 1,000 times. Only then did he manage to kill this supreme golden body martialist. If not for the two of them, it would have been impossible for Long Chen to kill his opponent. The peak of the supreme golden body still had its head. Even if there was only half of it left, it might still be able to recover. A worry in his heart was finally resolved. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Qing's death was within his expectations. He had promised others something, especially since Jiang Qing was hostile towards him. One day, Long Chen would kill him. The appearance of Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing had only brought it forward. After getting close to Jiang Qing, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He put away the scarlet blood heaven desolation and turned to look at the two men behind him. Long Chen was already very familiar with Han Yunxing. As for Nangong Lai, Long Chen had not talked to him formally. However, in the sacred martial palace, Long Chen had fought with this guy. As a martial arts fanatic, Nangong Lai was naturally very strong. At this moment, Long Chen's gaze was locked with Nangong Lai's. If Han Yunxing was a mysterious star, then Nangong Lai was a ferocious sun, a wild beast that would not be easily subdued. Hence, when he looked at him, Long Chen's sharp gaze did not retreat a single step. Only by clashing with the strong would he gain Nangong Lai's respect and submission. Long Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness when killing Jiang Qing had already left a strong impression on Nangong Lai. "Not bad. You are qualified to be the son of my benefactor. You are also qualified for me to call you young master." Nangong Lai laughed heartily and stepped forward. With a few rumbles, he patted Long Chen's shoulder. There was a terrifying force coming from his body. Long Chen took a deep breath and looked at the smiling Han Yunxing. Then, he said to Nangong Lai, "It is my honor that you two uncles can help Long Chen. Your friendship with my father is my father's business. I hope you don't treat me as some young master. We can be friends or brothers. However, due to seniority, I still have to call you two uncles. Long Chen's words had an unchangeable firmness. It's fine as long as you understand our intentions. I'm not used to calling you young master. We are older, so it shouldn't be too much to call you little Chen. Nangong Lai chuckled. Long Chen nodded with a smile and said, of course. All right. Nangong Lai was very happy. He sized up Long Chen for a while and said, Old Han, you are familiar with this guy. However, this isn't the first time we have met. We even fought once. I admire you very much. Only our benefactor could cultivate such a son at the third level of the divine martial realm. I admire you very much. Nangong Lai was too enthusiastic. Long Chen was a little embarrassed by his praise. Uncle Nangong. Long Chen nodded his head. He respected these two elders from the bottom of his heart. Their brotherly affection and gratefulness were all things that Long Chen admired. Good, very good. Old Han, I really like this little guy more and more. Since our benefactor has handed him over to us, I won't be satisfied if we don't train him to become the most outstanding disciple of our true martial emperor palace. Nangong Lai laughed. Don't mess around. Little Chen only has his own cultivation path. Don't train him into a battle maniac like you. Han Yunxing looked at him with disdain. Of course. He will only become a real talent if he becomes a talent himself. However, with our protection in the true martial emperor palace, at least before entering the martial god palace, he will be able to do whatever he wants. Nangong Lai said confidently. Compared to Han Yunxing, Nangong Lai spoke straightforwardly without thinking. However, Han Yunxing was a careful and sincere elder. Generally speaking, Long Chen liked both of their personalities. After chatting with Nangong Lai for a while, Long Chen quickly became familiar with him. With Nangong Lai's help, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against in the future. Nangong Lai would definitely be willing to let Long Chen use the true martial emperor's soul on him. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Our benefactor has long disappeared. I didn't expect that his son would appear. Nangong Lai felt a little sad. Xiao Chen had not expected Nangong Lai to feel this way. It was clear that Long Qinglan had helped them a lot back then. As for what this help was, it was not convenient for Long Chen to ask. After chatting for a while, Han Yunxing recalled his purpose for coming. He said, I have another mission this time, which is to announce the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking. I also brought a reward. The Evil Dragon Palace's results this time are pretty good. According to the rankings, they are ranked 888th out of the 3,000 palaces. That's a few hundred ranks higher than last time. Nangong Lai sneered and said, no matter how much they improve, the rankings are still pulled up by Little Chen. If it was as you said, without Little Chen in the Moon Demon Cave, they would have been completely annihilated. This Evil Dragon Palace is just a useless palace. Little Chen, how about this? I'll move you to one of the top 3 palaces. The competition there is greater, and it will be beneficial for your improvement. With your ability, you might be able to enter the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking in a year's time and enter the Martial God Palace. If not, then 10 years from now, you will have the greatest chance. Otherwise, you will have the greatest chance 10 years later. More than 10,000 peak disciples would participate in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Only the top 3 cultivators would qualify to enter the Martial God Palace. This showed how cruel the Martial God Palace's test was. There were more than 100 million disciples in the 3,000 palaces. Only 10,000 were qualified to participate. As the strongest disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace, Long Chen was naturally qualified. However, there would only be 3 spots in 10 years. Currently, there was no competition for Long Chen in the Evil Dragon Palace. This was not good for his growth. Only when he went to a palace like Emperor Dong's palace, where there were warriors who were close to the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm as the palace master, was Long Chen's disciple who should be trained. Before coming, Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing had already discussed this for Long Chen. However, Long Chen clenched his teeth and told them his thoughts. Actually, I have another plan. Of course, the two respected Long Chen's opinion. So they asked, what is your plan? Long Chen told them about his sister, Yang Lingqing. Since she was brought to the lunar demon realm 7 years ago, I have never seen her again. I came here step by step from the 10,000 lands. I have a big purpose, which is to find her. Last time, in the Moon Demon Cave, I met someone from the lunar demon realm and asked him about my sister. However, I did not expect him to say this. He said that my sister is a tumor of the lunar demon realm. So, I want to go there to take a look and confirm it. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other and said, if it is your sister, then you must go and see what is going on. It has not been easy for you to come here. Moreover, you have not seen her for 7 years. It is only right that you want to go to the lunar demon realm. In that case, let's go to the lunar demon realm first. Nangong Lai nodded. Han Yinxing continued, however, the lunar demon realm is not the true martial emperor palace. The power of the imperial palace does not extend to that place. There are many unknowns. Moreover, I heard that the lunar demon realm is quite chaotic recently. If you, a martial artist from the imperial palace, go there, it is very likely that something will happen. We have to go with you to be at ease. Of course, Long Chen did not reject it. In fact, he was more than willing to go with them. He knew how powerful he was. Yang Lingqing and the others obviously had a very high position in the lunar demon realm. If something really happened, it was basically impossible for Long Chen to turn the tide with his own strength. If Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai were willing to follow him, it would be the best. Thank you both. Long Chen said gratefully. Chapter 1132. Since that's the case, there's no rush to join the main palace. Let's go to the lunar demon world first. Family is a gift from the heavens. Nothing can go wrong. Han Yinxing said. Long Chen had the same thought. Ever since she met Li Tianji, she had been very worried about Ling Qing. Now that she had dealt with Jiang Qing, she could set off to see what happened to Yang Lingqing. With these two protectors protecting him, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. Even if he went to the lunar demon world, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The feeling of being protected by someone was so awesome. If people knew that the wine addict and the martial addict were willing to protect Long Chen, no one in the 3,000 palaces would dare to touch Long Chen. As for Feng Jilin, he would not have the chance to meet her for the time being. However, when Long Chen returned from the Shadow Realm, he would probably meet her again. There were many grievances between them, and he could only use the sword in his hand to settle them. There's no time to lose. After I announce the Evil Dragon Palace's results tomorrow, we'll go to the lunar demon world. Han Yinxing decided. Between the two of them, Han Yinxing spoke less, but he had more decision-making power. Long Chen nodded. Jiang Qing was gone, so Long Chen obviously wouldn't let others know that he killed Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing had captured Wu Yu, so he wouldn't let Wu Yu know that he was the one who did it. Long Chen decided to go to the place Jiang Qing said and save Wu Yu. This was something he had to do without Han Yinxing's help. Only they could quietly return Wu Yu to her place without attracting attention. After they finished, the sky gradually brightened. Wu Yu, who was kidnapped, suddenly woke up. Everyone quickly gathered around and asked what had happened. However, Wu Yu couldn't answer them. At this moment, after knowing that Wu Yu was safe, the Evil Dragon Palace leader finally heaved a sigh of relief. He gathered everyone to the Cloud Ascension platform and waited for Han Yinxing to arrive to announce the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking. Although Feng Jilin's suppression caused everyone to lose much of their enthusiasm, they were still very happy to see the Evil Dragon Palace's huge improvement. Long Chen was also in the crowd, waiting for Han Yinxing's arrival. Long Chen, where's Jiang Qing? Evil Dragon Palace leader looked around for a while and asked curiously. Revered master, I don't know. Why don't I go look for him? Long Chen feigned ignorance. There's no need. Senior Han is about to arrive. You are the one who has contributed the most this time, so you can't leave first. Shintu Hong said. As for Jiang Qing, he didn't care too much about her. Jiang Qing was putting on airs now, so it was normal for her not to come. Even the number 1 disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace had become Jiang Qing's disciple. Therefore, Jiang Qing's reputation in the Evil Dragon Palace had skyrocketed. On the other hand, Shintu Hong's reputation had dropped because of Feng Ruoyan. If Jiang Qing could raise his strength to the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the Evil Dragon Palace would probably have a change of regime. Today was the day to announce the Evil Dragon Palace's ranking. Basically, all 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace were present. For the Evil Dragon Palace, this was a grand occasion. Only when the Evil Dragon Palace grew stronger could they obtain more things and become stronger. Soon, Han Yunxing appeared in front of everyone. Welcome, Martial God Palace's envoy. Everyone knelt on the ground. This was the most important etiquette in the True Martial Emperor Palace. In the True Martial Emperor Palace, the Martial God Palace held an incomparably high position. It was the most sacred place. Basically, everyone in the 3,000 halls wished to be able to enter the Martial God Palace one day. The Martial God Palace was the true core of the True Martial Emperor Palace. Han Yunxing didn't waste any time and directly announced, the Evil Dragon Palace's performance in this trial is outstanding. The number of names you have obtained is 888. Compared to the previous time, you have increased by more than 400 ranks. This is a great improvement. Therefore, your reward is 300,000 divine crystals, 3,000 rank 1 battle skills, 300 rank 2 battle skills, 100 rank 3 battle skills, 50 rank 4 divine skills, 10 rank 5 divine skills, 3 rank 6 divine skills, 1 rank 7 divine skill, countless medicinal pills and a martial Dao jade disc. After he finished speaking, he threw a storage ring to the Evil Dragon Palace leader. The Evil Dragon Palace leader was shocked. The rewards this time were more than he had imagined. There was actually a rank 7 divine skill and a martial Dao jade disc. This martial Dao jade disc was a huge crystal-like jade disc. When sunlight shone on it, there would be figures demonstrating various martial Daos. Disciples could comprehend this martial Dao jade disc and raise their cultivation. This was something that Shintu Hong dreamed of. Many thanks to the Martial God Palace. Everyone knelt on the ground. The Evil Dragon Palace had 30,000 disciples. With so many rewards, as long as they worked hard, everyone would be able to get a share. This was a great thing. Everything was already hidden in that storage ring. Everyone knelt, and a vast voice spread throughout the True Dragon Mountain range. Some of them raised their heads and discovered that Han Yunxing had already disappeared. He's really too strong. I can't even sense him in my spiritual sense. Shintu Hong was secretly startled. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. In the past, the rewards were especially given to outstanding disciples. Why wasn't there one this time? Long Chen's performance was so heaven-defying. He should be able to obtain quite a few unique rewards. Thinking of this, Shintu Hong looked at Long Chen's position. What made him dumbfounded was that Long Chen had actually disappeared. At this moment, everyone discovered that Han Yunxing had disappeared. They all stood up. Basically, everyone was very excited. With such a huge reward, especially the martial Dao jade disc that everyone could view, it meant that everyone would be able to obtain a reward. There was hope for their strength to increase. If they could catch the attention of an elder and become a true inheritor, that would be even better. On the cloud ascending platform, Shintu Hong searched for a while, but he still could not find Long Chen. There was another person in the crowd who was looking for Long Chen. That was Wu Yu. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were looking around the crowd. Her eyes flickered with tears, looking extremely alluring. Brother, have you seen Long Chen? He was just here earlier, Wu Yu asked softly. Wu Yang searched for a while, then said, he probably left. Oh right, there doesn't seem to be a reward for him. The two of them looked at each other, feeling the doubt in each other's eyes. Shintu Hong was also very puzzled. No matter how strong Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to escape from the range of his divine sense. Such a mysterious matter had exceeded his expectations. What the hell, Shintu Hong said, somewhat speechless. Jiang Qing and Long Chen had both disappeared. Everyone, disperse. I will distribute these rewards according to your performance. The Martial Dao Jade Disc will be placed at the peak of Mount Dongwon. I will open up a flat area at the peak for everyone to view the Martial Dao Jade Disc. Hearing this, everyone cheered. The cheers resounded throughout the True Dragon Mountain range. The Martial Dao Jade Disc was enough to increase the strength of many people, raising the overall standard of the Evil Dragon Palace. The people from the Sacred Martial Palace wanted to enter the True Martial Imperial Palace, but the elimination rules of the 3,000 halls of the True Martial Imperial Palace were even more terrifying. Those who could summon the wind and summon the rain were the true geniuses, the peerless figures. Ordinary people had to climb up step by step from the lowest level. Whoever could endure it would become the overlord. Shintu Hong had climbed up step by step from the lowest level of an ordinary disciple to the current palace master level. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a white light flickered in the sky and instantly appeared in front of everyone. It was a beautiful young girl. She was high and mighty, and her face was filled with arrogance. At this moment, she was looking down with incomparable anger and agitation. Her cold voice shook the entire True Martial Mountain range. Is there a person called Long Chen here? Unintentionally, Feng Zhilin heard that the strongest expert of the Evil Dragon Palace, Yi Zheng, was defeated by a cultivator called Long Chen. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Right now, Long Chen had already walked out of the Imperial Star with the Wine Addict and Martial Addict, heading for the Northern Royal Region. When Feng Zhilin arrived, Long Chen stepped onto the teleportation formation to the Northern Royal Region. The surging energy teleported him to the Northern Royal Region, the world of ice and snow. After another teleportation formation, Long Chen arrived near the Moon Demon Cave a few days later. If he continued north of the Moon Demon Cave, he would reach the famous Shattered Star Sea. Long Chen, Han Yunxing, and Nangong Lai flew towards the Shattered Star Sea. Say something. You haven't seen the Shattered Star Sea, right? Han Yunxing turned his head and asked. Yes. Long Chen nodded. He had only heard of the Shattered Star Sea. Han Yunxing smiled faintly and said, the Shattered Star Sea is indeed a magical world. However, the most magical thing is the source of the moving shattered stars. Do you know the map of the 3 imperial regions? I don't know. Long Chen shook his head again. The 3 imperial regions are separated by the Shattered Star Sea. Although the Shattered Star Sea is called a sea, it is actually a void. In other words, the lands of the 3 imperial regions are not connected. The void is filled with turbulent stars of various sizes. Some star fields are peaceful, but there are also turbulent star fields. Just like a river, some places are quiet, while others are turbulent. Basically, the entrances to the 9 realms are in the Shattered Star Sea between the 3 imperial regions, and some are in the Shattered Star Sea outside the imperial regions. Do you know where the stars in the Shattered Star Sea come from? Han Yunxing seemed to be very interested in stars. Long Chen continued to shake his head. There is a Milky Way in the sky that connects to the Shattered Star Sea. The Milky Way pours down and pours into the Shattered Star Sea. The stars in the Shattered Star Sea flow like a river, so the stars in the Shattered Star Sea come from the sky. As he spoke, Han Yunxing pointed at the dazzling starry sky. Long Chen was a little stunned. The stars in the Shattered Star Sea, which was separated by the 3 imperial regions, actually came from the sky. It was the stars in the sky that had fallen. The 3 imperial regions floated in the void. What a magical land! But no matter what, Long Chen was still close to the so-called Shattered Star Sea. He suddenly looked forward to it. This world was incomparably huge. Where was the end? From the 22nd to the 28th of every month, there would be a week of explosive updates. Every 1,000 VIPs would upload a new page. Just now, the number of VIPs who uploaded a new page had reached 1,300, so there would be another 700. There were still a few days left. Everyone is welcome to participate. Chapter 1133. There are a total of 8 entrances to the Supreme Shadow Demon World, corresponding to the 8 demon domains. I vaguely remember that one of the entrances is not far from the Moon Demon Cave. Han Yunxing said as they approached the Shattered Star Sea. This could be said to be the northernmost place of the 3 Emperor domains. There was snow and ice everywhere. They were about to reach the edge of the continent, but what they encountered wasn't an ocean, but a starry sky. After advancing for a while, a vast starry sky appeared in front of Long Chen. This was the Shattered Star Domain. Long Chen stood rooted to the spot. In front of him was a pitch-black starry sky. Countless stars of various sizes were twinkling, emitting a beautiful blue radiance. From the perspective of the starry sky, the dragon sacrificial continent was like a huge piece of land floating in the starry sky. This huge snowfield was the edge of the land. Long Chen hadn't thought that the dragon sacrificial continent existed in such a form. No wonder Han Yunxing said that the Shattered Star Domain was connected to the Milky Way in the sky. The Milky Way poured down and brought the stars into the void around the dragon sacrificial continent. The vast stars were floating in the sky. The entire dragon sacrificial continent is actually surrounded by the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea that separates the 3 Emperor domains is actually like a huge river in the middle of the continent. If we want to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor domain or the Desolate Emperor domain, we have to cross the Shattered Star Sea. The Shattered Star Sea in front of us is endless. One of the 9 realms, the Supreme Shadow Demon Domain, is in this Shattered Star Sea. Nangong Lai said excitedly. There would be no lack of battles in the Supreme Shadow Demon Domain. Every battle was what a martial arts fanatic like him yearned for. Of course, the most important thing for Long Chen was to figure out what exactly happened to Yang Lingqing. Let's move forward. Nangong Lai smiled and was the first to step into the Shattered Star Sea. Han Yunxing and Long Chen looked at each other and also entered. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing protected Long Chen in the middle, making it easier to protect him. As soon as he entered the Shattered Star Sea, Long Chen felt a very mysterious feeling. As he advanced, the dragon sacrificial continent behind him got further and further away. This huge continent gave Long Chen a rather shocking feeling. He finally realized what kind of place he usually stayed in. In the Shattered Star Sea, everything was empty. Even the Emperor's spiritual chi was getting thinner and thinner. No one knows what lies beyond the Shattered Star Sea beyond the dragon sacrificial continent. Because the further away from the dragon sacrificial continent, the thinner the Emperor's spiritual energy is. Throughout history, many people have brought enough divine crystals to explore, but basically, no one has ever come back alive. Even if they come back alive, they just didn't go far. Therefore, many people have fantasies about what the world beyond the Shattered Star Sea is like. For example, I'm also very interested. Nangong Lai wasn't just a man with muscles. His brain was also filled with a lot of things. The outside world. Long Chen looked at the vast starry sky. At the same time, he also had a desire to explore. If the entire incomparably huge dragon sacrificial continent was completely surrounded by the Shattered Star Sea, then what was outside the Shattered Star Sea? The entrance to the Supreme Demon World and the other 8 Shinkuan worlds are actually inside the Dragon Sacrificial Continent or near the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. It's definitely not too far away. We don't dare to go any further. Nangong Lai smiled bitterly. One day in the future, when we have nothing to worry about, we'll go to the world outside the Shattered Star Sea to take a look. Han Yunxing suddenly interjected. Very good. Nangong Lai smiled warmly. Following the direction in Han Yunxing's memory, the three of them shuttled through the vast starry sky. Those big and small stars in the distance would shoot past them from time to time. The smallest of those stars were only shattered stars, while the smallest was almost the size of a person. The biggest one Long Chen saw was over 100 miles wide. If one were to be hit by such a shattered star, it would definitely not feel good. After all, such shattered stars also possessed great power. The further they advanced, the smaller the dragon sacrificial continent became, and the more Long Chen could see the whole picture. When he turned around, he saw that the dragon sacrificial continent was shrouded in a layer of golden clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, the shape of a dragon could be vaguely seen, proving who was the ruler of this continent in ancient times. Divine Dragon. With our current speed, it'll probably take us a day to reach our destination. Of course, this is under the condition that we don't encounter any accidents, Han Yunxing said. What do you mean by accidents? Long Chen asked modestly. There are still many dangers in the Shattered Star domain. First, there's the ever-present astral energy that can't be seen by the naked eye. However, if you stay here for a long time, you won't be able to survive without a strong body. In addition, there are many warriors in the Shattered Star domain who specialize in killing and robbing. Because of the huge profits, it's very popular. These are the so-called Star Bandits. There are many of them in the Shattered Star domain, and some have even formed gangs with very powerful forces. Our Imperial Palace's trial battles sometimes target these Star Bandits. There are weak and strong Star Bandits, and if you're unlucky, you might encounter those super experts. Han Yunxing didn't say anything, so Nangong Lai, who was beside him, chuckled and continued Long Chen's words. At this moment, Han Yunxing said, these two things don't affect us much, but there's a danger that's very troublesome. It's called the Shattered Star Turbulence. This Shattered Star Turbulence is made up of countless violent stars that collide with each other in the Shattered Star domain at a terrifying speed. It's like a cosmic beast. Even if it's us, if we're swept into the Shattered Star Turbulence, if we're lucky, we'll be transferred to another location. If we're unlucky, we might be seriously injured. Long Chen took a deep breath. The so-called Shattered Star Turbulence could even seriously injure experts like Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. It was naturally very terrifying. If Long Chen encountered it, it would be very troublesome for him. Of course, the probability of the Shattered Star Turbulence appearing is very low. Otherwise, no one would dare to walk in the Shattered Star domain, Nangong Lai said with a smile. Hearing this, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best if he could reach the Supreme Shadow Demon world safely and understand the situation there. Along the way, they talked about some unimportant things, mainly about Yang Lingqing. When it came to Li Xuanji, Han Yunxing suddenly frowned and said, I've heard a little about this. I'd like to hear more about it. Long Chen didn't know anything about the Supreme Shadow Demon world. I'd like to introduce the Supreme Shadow Demon world to you. The Supreme Shadow Demon world strength is considered average among the 9 realms. It can't be compared to the Jinwu Imperial Domain and the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. However, it's still very powerful. There are many experts who have surpassed the Divine Martial Realm. Nangong Lai continued, yes, the power structure of the Supreme Shadow Demon world is different from that of the Jinwu Imperial Domain. It doesn't have a unified power like the Imperial Palace. The highest existence in the Supreme Shadow Demon world is the Boundary Lord. He is mysterious and high above, dominating everything. No one knows where the Boundary Lord is, and basically, only a few people know who the Boundary Lord is. Only when something really big or important happens, the Boundary Lord will appear. I still don't know who the Boundary Lord is. The Supreme Shadow Demon world is divided into 8 demon realms. The 8 demon realms are ruled by 8 rulers. The ruler of each demon realm is known as the Realm Emperor. Each realm emperor is very powerful and can be considered the strongest expert below the realm lord. In each demon realm, there are one, a few, or a dozen important forces, or those families that have existed since ancient times, or peak sections. Basically, the forces that are ranked have the existence of a realm king. A realm king is the expert below the realm emperor. There are more than 50 realm kings in the supreme shadow demon world, and even as many as 70 realm kings. However, realm kings, realm emperors, and realm lords are all existences that have surpassed the divine martial realm. They are much stronger than us. Han Yunxing's eyes were filled with awe. There are nearly 100 experts that have surpassed the divine martial realm. Long Chen was a little speechless. The supreme shadow demon world was only one of the 12 major forces in the dragon sacrificial continent, and they already had nearly 100 experts that had surpassed the divine martial realm and reached the legendary retribution realm. Among the 12 major forces, there were still many experts that surpassed the supreme shadow demon world. This meant that the number of experts that surpassed the divine martial realm in the entire dragon sacrificial continent must have exceeded more than 2,000 people. The number of experts that the 3 imperial palaces possessed was definitely beyond Long Chen's imagination. After all, in terms of strength, the combined strength of the 9 realms was probably about the same as the 3 domains. Recently, I heard that something major happened in the supreme shadow demon world. While Long Chen was silent and shocked, Nangong Lai suddenly said, "What's the matter?" Long Chen asked. Among the 8 great demon domains of the supreme shadow demon world, one of the demon domain's world monarch died because he failed to cross the nirvana tribulation. He should be the profound demon domain's world monarch. It's very common for experts that have surpassed the divine martial realm to die while crossing the tribulation. However, after the world monarch died, the inheritance of the world monarch became vacant. Only those who meet the conditions set by the realm lord can compete for the inheritance and become the new world monarch. This world monarch represents a kind of identity. As for strength, as long as one obtains the world monarch's deity seat, under the realm lord's nurturing, one will eventually become the new world monarch in the future. Nangong Lai explained. Long Chen roughly understood that this was the competition rule of the supreme shadow demon world. After the world monarch failed to cross the tribulation, because the world monarch's deity seat was a heaven-defying thing that countless people yearned for, it would definitely cause a huge commotion because of the competition. Long Chen had 2 questions in his heart, and he asked them one by one. Chapter 1134. I know this. Han Yunxing, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, "The new deity position of the world emperor is prepared for the young. The conditions are very harsh. First of all, this is the death of the profound demon realm's world emperor. The first condition is that the competitor must be from the profound demon realm. The clans of the other demon realms are not allowed to compete. Otherwise, if they are discovered, they will be severely punished by the realm lord. Everything is under the control of the realm lord. This is enough to deter many people. It is even more impossible for the people of the other Qingquan world and the 3 emperor domains to get a share of the world emperor's inheritance." After pausing for a while, Han Yunxing continued, "The second condition is that the age of the participant must not exceed 1,000 years old. After 1,000 years old, one's potential is basically exhausted. The younger the better. The new world emperor must be a young warrior who can become a super expert under the realm lord's nurturing. This limits a large number of people. The third condition is even more important. The cultivation of the competitor must be above the 8th level of the divine martial realm." Nangong Lai smiled and said, "In our martial god palace, there are not more than 200 such warriors. In this profound demon realm, I guess only the top disciples of the clans or sects with the realm king meet these conditions. There are less than 10 of them in total. However, I estimate that those who really have a chance of getting the world emperor's inheritance must be at least in the 9th level of the divine martial realm. There are still some who have just entered the 9th level of the divine martial realm in the profound demon realm. As for perfected warriors like me or Old Han, I don't know if there are any in the entire profound demon realm. They must be people of the profound demon realm, have a cultivation above the 8th level of the divine martial realm, and not more than 1,000 years old. Of these 3 conditions, the only one that Long Chen was satisfied with was not more than 1,000 years old. Of course, he was not interested in the deity position of the world emperor. Han Yinxing suddenly seemed to have something to say, but Long Chen interrupted him and asked another question. He said, "What is the calamity realm after the god martial arts realm?" He had too many questions about martial arts, and these 2 seniors could answer them for him. Nangong Lai said, 4 basic realms, 3 martial realms, and 2 calamity realms. The calamity realm is divided into the nirvana tribulation realm and the reincarnation tribulation realm. The so-called reincarnation tribulation realm is just a legend. Since ancient times, no one has been able to reach this level, or maybe it doesn't even exist. As for the nirvana tribulation realm, Old Han and I are already very close. How should I put it? We are still afraid of the nirvana tribulation realm, because once we step into the nirvana tribulation realm, we has embarked on a path of no. Yes. Long Chen was a little confused, and his face was full of doubt. Nangong Lai continued to explain, there are a total of 9 levels in the nirvana tribulation realm. Among them, we have to go through a total of 9 levels, and the nirvana tribulation realm is more and more terrifying. Only then can we be reborn 9 times and complete the nirvana tribulation realm. The reason why the calamity realm is called a tribulation is because of its terror. If you are still weak before the divine martial realm, then you can be as strong as you want, but it's different when you reach the calamity realm. At that time, you might have an illusion that our existence and strength have already touched the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth will send down the nirvana tribulation realm. Only warriors who can survive the repeated tribulations can finally survive. At the nirvana tribulation realm, maybe you don't know that we don't cultivate for the sake of being strong, but to cultivate for the sake of living. Nangong Lai said a lot, but Long Chen didn't really understand. For him, it was really hard to understand. Even with his intelligence, he still couldn't understand it. Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other. Looking at Long Chen's confused look, it was within their expectations. So Han Yinxing said, "Actually, we didn't want to tell you these things so soon. It's useless for your cultivation, and it might even have a negative impact. But now that we've talked about it, we have to make it clear." Speaking of this, Han Yinxing pointed at the whole world and said, "First of all, how do you think about the world you live in? We are all between heaven and earth. If there is an invisible ruler in this world, then how do you define this ruler?" Long Chen was very smart. From what Han Yinxing had said just now, he roughly deduced some things. So he said, that is to say, before the divine martial realm, we have to integrate our own way into the way of heaven and strengthen ourselves with the help of heaven and earth. At this time, heaven and earth are good for us, but when we become really strong and gradually become a threat to heaven and earth, we will be punished and tested by heaven and earth. Clap, clap. Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing applauded. Nangong Lai said, "You are right. The true path of cultivation is to go against the heavens. At the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, we can comprehend the will of heaven and earth and become one with heaven and earth. However, when we reach the retribution realm, what we need to fight the most is not our enemies, but the heaven and earth. We need to fight against the will of heaven and earth. At this time, the heaven and earth might be aware of how strong the warriors are, so it sends down the most terrifying punishment, which is the nirvana tribulation. The real purpose of the nirvana tribulation is to kill the warriors completely, and every stage of the nirvana tribulation is much more terrifying than the previous one. Once you fail to pass the nirvana tribulation, the power of nirvana in the nirvana tribulation will allow you to be reborn. This is a complete nirvana rebirth. Your strength will greatly increase, and you will gradually possess the superpower to split the sky and earth, move the mountains and fill the seas. Of course, even though the nirvana tribulation is terrifying, there are still countless people working hard to reach the retribution realm. The peak lifespan of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm is 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, they will definitely disappear. Reaching the Retribution Realm is the only hope for survival. However, although the Retribution Realm is a path to survival, it is also a terrifying path. It can be said that cultivation is a path of no return until you reach the Retribution Realm. However, even if you reach the Retribution Realm, you will still die. It depends on when you die. Nirvana Tribulation Realm. There have never been 9 Nirvana Tribulations, not to mention the other 9 Samsara Tribulations. Perhaps only after passing the Retribution Realm can you truly become a godlike existence, a god that controls the world. Han Yunxing's speech was very long. From this, Long Chen truly realized the terror of the world. He also realized that the world was heartless. Everyone was just a tiny creature in it and could not break the game of the world. When everyone became strong enough to fight against the world, what stood in front of him were 2 Retribution Realm experts, which were like a dead end. There were a total of 18 death tribulations. First 9 nirvanic rebirths, and then millions of samsara tribulations to finally become a god. So, what's the situation of the experts in the Imperial region now? Long Chen calmed down and digested his thoughts before speaking slowly. Nangong Lai said, although the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm is terrifying, it cannot be denied that the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm martial artists are powerful. Compared to the Divine Martial Realm and those who have experienced rebirth, they are simply not on the same level. Therefore, if we encounter someone above the World King of the Shadow Demon World, there is nothing we can do. Han Yunxing said, the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm is powerful, but they cannot live for long. There is an important point about the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm that I haven't told you. That is, as long as you reach a certain level of strength, you will attract the Nirvanic Tribulation. For those super geniuses, after crossing the first Nirvanic Tribulation, it is possible for them to attract the second Nirvanic Tribulation within 100 years. However, most people do not have this ability. Basically, most martial artists will wait for the 1,000-year time limit before crossing the Nirvanic Tribulation. What's the 1,000-year time limit? Long Chen asked. Han Yunxing said, the so-called 1,000-year time limit is that after a Nirvanic Tribulation Realm martial artist crosses the first Nirvanic Tribulation, they have 1,000 years. If they do not automatically attract the Nirvanic Tribulation within 1,000 years, then the second Nirvanic Tribulation will still descend after 1,000 years. If they do not have enough strength to deal with the Nirvanic Tribulation at that time, the result will naturally be death. Long Chen was even more shocked. In other words, after reaching the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm, if one's talent was not heaven-defying and they did not complete their cultivation in advance, then there would be a Nirvanic Tribulation every 1,000 years. The stronger one was, the more one would be killed on the road of cultivation. Unless one could cross 18 Nirvanic Tribulations and become a god, but this was impossible. For billions of years, no one had succeeded. Long Chen realized that the will of the heavens and the earth was not just ordinarily ruthless. Although he was still far from the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm, Long Chen could feel the tense atmosphere after reaching the Nirvanic Tribulation Realm. There was only one path forward. If he slacked off even a little, he would die. Chapter 1135. After a pause, Han Yunxing continued to explain, there are other ways, the most common is to give up your body. However, giving up your body means giving up a lot of strength and the chance to be a human. In this world, there aren't many people who can use the God martial spirit to recover their body. You can use the 9 Heavens Immortal Fruit to help the girl from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace recover her body mainly because she has a top-notch secret technique. The 9 Heavens Immortal Fruit has no grade, so it's not easy to find it. Nangong Lai said at this time, there is another way, and that is the Soul Integration Dao. However, the failure rate of this secret technique is too high, and it requires the consent of the host without any mental resistance. Of course, this is also the only chance for a Nirvana realm expert to survive. Therefore, they will still choose it at the moment of death. Soul Integration Dao. Long Chen heard Kitten mention this before. It seemed that Feng Jilin's current situation was because she was integrated with a powerful god martial spirit, which was why she had such strength. Feng Jilin was still the main body now, and the improvement of her strength was also her own. However, in the future, the person who was in Feng Jilin's god martial spirit must be very strong, and might even be a Nirvana realm expert in the past. Otherwise, Feng Jilin wouldn't have such terrifying strength now. Long Chen's ancestral dragon blood essence didn't reflect on his cultivation speed, but more on his physique, perception, and vitality. However, his cultivation speed was also unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, no one could cultivate faster than Long Chen, especially an insignificant person like Feng Jilin who came from the Myriad Kingdom's domain. This time, she was like a sparrow that flew to the branches to become a phoenix, but it wasn't easy to be a phoenix. As she continued, the person in charge of her body probably wouldn't be herself anymore. The success rate of the great Tao of soul fusion is only 1 in 20 even if the host agrees and the spirit does not resist. From this, it can be seen how crazy those super experts are for the sake of survival. After all, if one is unable to withstand the Nirvana tribulation, even the god martial soul will be shattered at the first moment. Nangong Lai sighed with emotion. They were now at the peak of the god martial realm, and the Nirvana tribulation was very close to them. They just needed to wait for the Nirvana tribulation to come, and then they would become Nirvana tribulation experts. It could be said that the Nirvana tribulation was already upon them, and whether they could survive or not depended on their strength. The Nirvana tribulation was not that easy to reach. At the same time, Long Chen also thought that Lingxi was facing the Nirvana tribulation. During the conversation, about half a day had passed. Long Chen lowered his head and digested the shocking knowledge about Nirvana tribulation. At this time, Han Yunxing seemed to think of something and suddenly said, "By the way, I just remembered something and forgot to tell you." Nangong Lai said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep us guessing." Long Chen could only helplessly smile. The World King is a martial artist that has just crossed the Nirvana tribulation. They can be considered to be at the first stage of the Nirvana tribulation realm. As for the Li family and the 3 great sects, they each have a World King level martial artist. That Li Xuanji that you mentioned should be the only genius martial artist of the Li family with the 9-yin absolute meridian. Speaking of this Li Xuanji, the reason I know her is because she is special. The physique of the Li family in the extreme Yin demon world is the legendary absolute meridian. This is a very strong physique. The more absolute meridian a martial artist of the Li family has, the greater their talent is. The more absolute meridian a martial artist of the Li family, the more talent they have. Nangong Lai continued, "I know this. The Li family has the 3-yin absolute meridian, 5-yin absolute meridian, and 7-yin absolute meridian. Generally speaking, the 7-yin absolute meridian is already a talent that can steadily reach the 9th level of the divine martial realm. As for the 9-yin absolute meridian, it can be considered as the Li family's peak bloodline since ancient times. From the establishment of this family until now, I estimate that there are no more than 3 people with the 9-yin absolute meridian, and each of them is a stable Nirvana tribulation realm martial artist." Long Chen once remembered that Li Xuanji had said that she had the 9-yin absolute meridian, and Yang Lingqing had the same level of the lunar demon body as her. In other words, Yang Lingqing's physique could absolutely reach the Nirvana tribulation realm. This was something that Long Chen absolutely did not know when he was in Biyao town. Even when he heard it today, he was still very shocked. No wonder Li Xuanji was so shocked when she saw Yang Lingqing. Such a physique was really buried in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Han Yunxing had not finished his words. At this moment, he said, "That's right, the 9-yin absolute meridian. At least in terms of physique, her physique is much stronger than mine." However, not long after Li Xuanji was born, she disappeared. Rumor has it that the Yang family, the most powerful force in the Xianin devilish realm, dealt with her in order to prevent Li Xuanji from growing stronger. I didn't expect that Li Xuanji would return to the Xianin devilish realm nearly 1,000 years later, and her strength seems to have reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Although she has just entered the realm, she is still very powerful. She will become the pillar of the Li family in the future. When Long Chen and Han Yunxing were talking, they also talked about how he had rescued Li Xuanji from the Star Demon prison, and how Li Xuanji had accepted Yang Lingqing as her disciple. Therefore, Han Yunxing said, "So I guess that the reason why Li Xuanji disappeared was because she was brought to your hometown and then imprisoned in a strange copper coffin. Coincidentally, you rescued her by accident. This little girl is quite pitiful. She is about 1,000 years old, but 99% of her time was spent in a copper coffin, isolated from the world. She was imprisoned for such a long time at such a young age, and had no contact with the outside world. She has not seen the world as much as you have. Is that so?" Long Chen recalled that when he first met Li Xuanji, she was still a young girl. He didn't expect that she had been imprisoned at a very young age, and only came out after Long Chen rescued her. Otherwise, she would still be in that strange copper coffin. In that case, after not coming into contact with others for such a long time, it was no wonder that she was still a fierce young girl. Of course, given her age, she could only be considered as one of the younger generation in the three emperor regions. That was all Han Yunxing knew. From these two guys, Long Chen obtained a lot of information about the Nirvana Tribulation realm, and also about the Xianin demon territory. In the Xianin demon territory, the Yang clan was the strongest, while the Li clan was about the same as the other three major sections. However, the Li clan and the Yang clan seemed to be enemies. Only the Yang clan had risen in power in the past 1,000 years and surpassed the Li clan in strength. Suddenly, Han Yunxing stopped in his tracks again. He looked at Long Chen with sparkling eyes. "Old Han, what's wrong?" Nangong Lai also stopped and looked at Han Yunxing in confusion. Long Chen was also waiting. It seemed that Han Yunxing had made a new discovery. After frowning and thinking for a while, Han Yunxing said, "I remember you once said that your sister has the great Yin devil body." Long Chen nodded. Han Yunxing nodded and said, "There is something you don't know. The Yang and Li clans of the Xianin demon territory have been fighting each other since ancient times. The Li clan has the most powerful bloodline, which is the 9-yin absolute meridian, and the Yang clan's bloodline is also divided into several types, which are the extreme Yin devil body, the ultimate Yin devil body, and the Xianin devil body. The physique equivalent to the 9-yin absolute meridian is the great Yin devil body. Li Xuanji brought Yang Lingqing back to the lunar demon realm. At the same time, your sister's surname is also Yang, and she even has the great Yin devil body. Is there any connection? Or is your sister originally from the Yang clan in the lunar demon realm?" "What?" Long Chen was stunned. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Our Yang clan has been in Biyao town for thousands of years. In my grandfather's generation, we established one of the strongest clans in that town. How could such a small existence be from the Yang clan in the lunar demon realm?" This matter had given him a huge shock. But everyone knows that the great Yin devil body is a physique unique to the Yang clan. Han Yunxing said decisively. "Yes, that seems to be the case. Anyway, I have never heard of a physique like the great Yin devil body appearing in other places." Nangong Lai said. Han Yunxing said, "It seems that you don't understand either. This is just a guess. Didn't you say that your sister is a tumor? Then we can only understand this after entering the lunar demon realm." "That's right. Instead of guessing here, why don't we go in and take a look?" Nangong Lai said with a smile. His expression was relaxed, but Long Chen was very serious. Putting all these clues together, it meant that Yang Lingqing was very likely to be from the Yang clan. However, the Yang clan was not an ordinary person like little Xiao Bai or Yang Zhen. But from another point, it could be seen that Long Qinglan was looking for a woman who could give birth to a son like Long Chen. If the Yang clan was so simple, why did Long Qinglan find Yang Xueqing? Long Chen's mind was in a mess. If that was the case, perhaps the blood of the Yang clan in the lunar demon realm flowed in his body. Seeing that Long Chen was deep in thought, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai did not disturb him. But at this moment, their expressions suddenly changed and they exclaimed, "Oh no, we encountered the broken star's turbulence." Chapter 1136. They were at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. Their divine senses could cover 100,000 miles. Although the speed of the broken star's turbulence was terrifyingly fast, they could still feel it. At this time, Long Chen did not feel anything. In his eyes, the stars around him were moving slowly. Apart from the sudden pressure, there seemed to be no other feeling. Just as Han Yunxing finished speaking, there seemed to be a huge explosion in the endless void in front of him. With a loud bang, a huge flood rushed towards them. It was as if the whole sky had been split open. There were countless stars in it. Each star should be a part of the broken star's turbulence. Although it was far away, the sharp feeling made Long Chen's eyes very uncomfortable. "Don't look." Han Yunxing stood in front of Long Chen to protect him. Long Chen was extremely shocked. This was the most terrifying power of the world he had ever seen. Although Long Chen was tens of thousands of miles away from the broken star's turbulence, the surrounding space was already shaking. It felt as if it would collapse at any time. It was really frightening. Long Chen had just heard about the Nirvana Tribulation. The Nirvana Tribulation was the power of the world. Even the broken star's turbulence was so terrifying, not to mention the Nirvana Tribulation. If Long Chen encountered this kind of broken star's turbulence, he did not even know if he could escape with the blood escape. If he was hit by the horrifying speed of the broken star's turbulence, even he would be smashed into pieces. "Come into my divine kingdom," Han Yunxing whispered in his ear. Long Chen understood. At this time, the shaking of the space seemed to be getting stronger. If he did not take any measures, he was afraid that it would be too late. A vortex appeared on Han Yunxing's body. Long Chen plunged into it. Nangong Lai, who was next to him, also entered Han Yunxing's divine kingdom without saying anything. Compared to Nangong Lai, Han Yunxing's speed was definitely faster. The world outside was shaking, and the divine kingdom seemed to be affected to a certain extent. The surrounding air was also shaking, but to a much smaller extent. At this time, Long Chen just came in. He glanced around and found that it was a very ordinary small courtyard. The only eye-catching thing was that there were a lot of wine stored here. These were all Han Yunxing's stock. They were not ordinary wine, they were brewed with the best materials and had the effect of strengthening one's physique, comprehension, and being reborn. Old Han's speed is faster than mine. Let him bear it outside. The power of the broken star's turbulence is quite terrifying. It can even cause cracks in the space. It is comparable to the power of a golden wheel of Nirvana realm warrior. If we wait for the surrounding space to shatter, Old Han will not be able to open the divine kingdom. Nangong Lai nagged at the side. The broken star's turbulence actually has the power to shatter space. Long Chen was a little speechless. It could be said that he had seen too much following these two. After a pause, Long Chen continued to ask, "If there is a shattering space next to it, can't the divine kingdom be opened?" Nangong Lai said, "The void is unstable. If we open the holy kingdom, it may cause the holy kingdom to distort and collapse. It is very dangerous for our holy kingdom to collapse. Therefore, when two Nirvana Golden Will martial artists fight, they usually do not dare to open the holy kingdom at the critical moment. So that's how it is." Long Chen nodded. At this time, the mist in the divine kingdom condensed and gradually changed into the appearance of Han Yunxing. Standing in front of the two, Han Yunxing frowned and said, "The broken star's turbulence outside has arrived. I am dodging and escaping at the same time. However, we have already deviated from the original direction. When we rush out of the broken star's turbulence, I can't guarantee whether we can find the entrance to the Shadow Devil realm." The real Han Yunxing was still outside. The Han Yunxing in front of them was not the real Han Yunxing. Just like how Long Chen could not enter the Great Void Realm, the Han Yinxing who chatted with Long Chen in the Moon Devil Cave was probably just a transformation of Han Yinxing in the Divine Kingdom. Long Chen suddenly had a doubt about the Divine Kingdom. He asked, "If I have a Divine Kingdom, can I come in by myself?" Nangong Lai shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be possible. However, it doesn't exclude the possibility that someone has a special method to allow themselves to enter their own Divine Kingdom. Generally speaking, the self that appears in the Divine Kingdom is created by oneself. Of course, using this body to walk in the Divine Kingdom is actually not much different from being oneself." Long Chen thought of the passion he had with Lingxi in her Lingxi's Wonderland. That was definitely the real Lingxi, which meant that Lingxi had a special method to allow herself to enter the Divine Kingdom. This was just a fleeting thought. Long Chen did not think too much about it. Instead, he paid attention to the broken star's turbulence. As the three chatted, time passed quickly. Han Yinxing finally escaped from the terrifying broken star's turbulence. After coming out of the Divine Kingdom, Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing looked at each other. Looking at the unfamiliar starry sky around them, Nangong Lai laughed and said, "Old Han, you idiot, where is this?" Because Han Yinxing was frantically dodging the broken star's turbulence, he only dared to get Long Chen and Nangong Lai out when it was time to escape. "Have we already left the originally set route?" Long Chen looked around. This broken star's sea was originally unfamiliar to him. Han Yinxing looked around and said, "The concentration of the Emperor's spiritual qi is only slightly thinner than before. It seems that we are not too far from the dragon sacrificial continent. We still need to move forward to roughly know the concentration of the Emperor's spiritual qi at the entrance." Nangong Lai laughed and said, "You can even deduce this. You're really something." Therefore, the three of them headed towards the place where the Emperor's spiritual qi was thinner. If there was a straight line from the dragon sacrificial continent to the entrance of the demon world, then there was no deviation in the distance between the two. It was hard to say whether there was a deviation on the left or right side, and the deviation might be very big. Therefore, when moving forward this time, Han Yinxing had to be careful. After walking for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, "We're really unlucky this time. Not only did we encounter the broken star's turbulence, but we also encountered this star thief." Star thief. Nangong Lai also felt it. His eyes became extremely fanatical. Where there were enemies, there would be a battle. To be honest, this so-called star thief was at least tens of thousands of miles away from them. It was not the star thief who encountered Han Yinxing, but Han Yinxing who specially came to find the star thief. Otherwise, with the divine senses of these two heaven-defying experts, the star thief would not be able to find them at all. After knowing the location of that group of people, the three of them headed in that direction. "I don't know the specific location of the entrance to the demon world now. If I meet them, I can ask them." This was Han Yinxing's true purpose. With their guidance, a distance of tens of thousands of miles was nothing. Moreover, Long Chen was not weak in terms of speed. Among the stars in front of them, a small dot gradually appeared. It was a group of people who were advancing, and they were heading towards Long Chen's group. Very soon, their leader discovered Long Chen's group. To them, basically everyone who was advancing in the broken star's sea was a fat sheep. Especially those who came knocking on their door, it was even more satisfying. In an instant, they sped up towards Long Chen. Although they were still far away, Long Chen could see that these fellows were wearing the same blue armor. Each one of them was a fugitive with a murderous aura. Those who were able to commit such a shady business of killing people and robbing their belongings were all extremely murderous. In order to avoid exposing their whereabouts, they would basically not leave anyone alive every time they robbed or killed a passerby. "Come on, come on." Nangong Lai laughed loudly. He could be considered the most unscrupulous expert that Long Chen had seen. No matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would rush forward to kill them immediately. At this moment, the other party had not arrived yet. Almost in an instant, Nangong Lai had rushed into their group. "It's a big fat sheep. Brothers, let's kill it together." Under the leadership of a skinny but ruthless warrior, all kinds of ferocious moves and weapons were used to kill Nangong Lai mercilessly. To think that ants like you would dare to come and rob me. How audacious of you. Nangong Lai was like a lion in heat, using only his physical body to sweep through the crowd. In a short period of time, he had basically killed all the astral bandits. These people had killed and robbed, harming countless cultivators. They were not worthy of forgiveness. Nangong Lai did not ruin their plan. He brought the leader of the Star Pirates to Han Yunxing. I always keep my word. Han Yunxing's bright eyes were like stars. At this moment, he was staring at the skinny but ruthless warrior. Seeing that his companions were all killed by the strong warrior in an instant, the leader was almost scared out of his wits. He knew that he had hit an iron plate this time. He was already very lucky to be able to breathe at this moment. Seniors, may I ask what you want me to do? The leader of the Star Pirates said while shivering. Everything was because of strength. If it was not Long Chen, but other warriors who had not reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm, they would definitely be killed. Bring me to the entrance of the Supreme Demon Realm. Don't tell me you don't know. Otherwise, I won't be polite when I kill people, Han Yunxing said indifferently. In the eyes of the leader of the Star Pirates, Han Yunxing, who was giving off an aura like the stars in the sky, was even more terrifying than Nangong Lai. I'll bring you there. It's not far, not far. Done. This guy knew how strong Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were. Even if he escaped, he would not be able to escape from them. Therefore, with this person leading the way, they were not afraid of getting lost. Chapter 1137. When he said this, his entire body was trembling. He looked at Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai with pleading eyes and said, I was forced to do this. No one is willing to wander around the broken star field and live a life of blood on the edge of a knife. In his opinion, Long Chen was just a lucky young man. The real decision-makers should be Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. However, at this moment, Han Yunxing suddenly looked at Long Chen and said, Little Chen, you are our leader. Tell me, how should we deal with him? Long Chen knew that Han Yunxing was consolidating his position. At the same time, Nangong Lai didn't have any objections. They were willing to listen to Long Chen's commands. In their eyes, Long Chen was their young master. Seeing this scene, the leader of the Star Pirates looked at this young man with shock in his eyes. Who is this young man? To be respected by two experts like them, he must be a genius from the Imperial Palace or the descendant of a powerful force in the 9 realms. He was filled with deep respect for Long Chen. Go back to the dragon sacrificial continent and live a peaceful life. One should be lenient. After all, he had already led the way, so he should give him a chance to be reborn. This was Long Chen's decision. Thank you. The leader of the Star Pirates had tears in his eyes. He glanced at Long Chen and didn't say anything else. He continued on his way with Long Chen. You can go now, Nangong Lai suddenly said. At this place, the two of them could already feel the existence of the entrance to the Shadow Demon Realm. It was easy to recognize because the entrance was guarded. The leader of the Star Pirates shuddered. He bowed to Long Chen again and fled quickly. Do you really believe that he will renounce evil and do good? Han Yunxing suddenly asked. I do. Long Chen smiled. Why? Nangong Lai was puzzled. Long Chen said modestly, actually, I made a request to him, or should I say, a test. If he was really willing to repent, his expression, movements, and other details would be different from his stubborn nature. I saw that he treasured this opportunity to be reborn, so I let him go in the end. I see. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other and were even more impressed with Long Chen. In their eyes, this young man not only had unlimited potential and was powerful, but more importantly, he was meticulous and did not lack ruthlessness. If this kind of person really grew up, he would be quite terrifying. Or when you return to the Arch Palace, you will definitely cause a commotion, Han Yunxing said with a rare smile. Long Chen wasn't sure about this, but he was indeed improving all the time. No one could stop him from improving. In the process of advancing, with Han Yunxing's explanation of martial arts and Nangong Lai's sparring with Long Chen's improvement could only be described as leaps and bounds. He was still young, only in his 20s, but he already had such strength. Martial artists of the same level would definitely take a longer time to reach this level. Of course, apart from the soul integration Dao, such a martial artist was simply not cultivating, but a super expert who was once recovering his strength. Feng Jilin could reach her current realm because she sold her soul. In that case, what realm was Yang Lingqing at today? Long Chen was looking forward to it. She, who possessed the shadow demon body, had been in the shadow demon realm for so long. She would definitely not be weak. Shadow demon body, Yang family, and Li Xuanji, and Li Tianji. This series of questions troubled Long Chen. He didn't understand the relationship between them. Although the current world emperor of the Yang family failed the divine tribulation and turned into ashes, they are still the #1 ancient family in the Xianin demon realm. There are many experts from the Yang family guarding the entrance of the Xianin demon realm. There are about 100 of them, and their strength is between the 5th and 6th level of the divine martial realm. There is one at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, Han Yunxing analyzed in Long Chen's ear. They will definitely stop us from going in, Long Chen said. Even if we go in, we need to register. Especially since Nangong Lai and I are of high status, they will definitely restrict our movements in the shadow demon realm, so we can only force our way in, Han Yunxing said. With our strength, they won't know who we are and they won't be able to catch us, Nangong Lai said proudly. Then, kidnap a member of the Yang family for me. I have too many questions to ask, Long Chen's eyes flashed. Okay, Han Yunxing said. Let me do it this time, Nangong Lai said passionately. Han Yunxing had no choice but to enter his holy kingdom with Long Chen. His holy kingdom was desolate. Nangong Lai wasn't interested in building a beautiful world. The only things he had were the yellow sand and the way of martial arts. Once, Nangong Lai's entire body was filled with excitement. He abruptly moved forward at a terrifying speed, rushing through layers of starry sky. Broken stars flew past him at lightning speed. In front of Nangong Lai's eyes, a vast white disk appeared in the starry sky. This white disk was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. It was covered with dense clouds and mist, and the entire disk was rotating. When he got closer, he realized that it was a huge lake. The lake was floating in the starry sky. The lake water was as white as milk, gently rippling. White steam rose from the milk. As long as he rushed into the disk, he would be able to enter the shadow realm. At this time, the #1 family of the mysterious Yin Devil territory, the Yang family, was patrolling around the disk. They were divided into 5 squads, taking turns to observe the surroundings with their divine sense, controlling the movements in the surroundings. Of course, they couldn't use their divine sense to the maximum, otherwise, they would be blinded. But at the very least, they were able to grasp all the internal heat fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius. The leader of the guards was a warrior of the divine martial realm at the 7th level of the divine martial realm, transcendence of the Yang family. At the moment, he was floating in the center of the huge disk, practicing. The white fog next to him formed a huge sphere, surrounding him. He was a very devilish young man with long dark green hair. There was a devilish dark green pattern on his face, which was emitting a natural cold air. At this moment, for no reason, the lake water in the center of the disk shook violently. Boom! A huge whirlpool was formed. Everyone was alarmed by the sudden commotion. Except for those who were monitoring the surroundings with their divine senses, the others reacted immediately and rushed to the place where the commotion occurred. The young leader opened his eyes and a black stream of air was released from his body. However, his eyes were filled with shock. He moved and appeared in the center of the whirlpool. At this moment, the crowd had arrived and surrounded the young leader. One of the warriors hurriedly asked, "Commander, what happened?" The young leader didn't answer at first. After a while, he said with a cold face, "A warrior at least at the 9th level of the divine martial realm has entered the shadow realm. These experts don't want to register when they enter. But this time, it's a little strange. This guy has captured a warrior of the Yang family. An expert at the 9th level of the divine martial realm just passed by me like that. It's horrible. By the way, who has been captured?" The crowd looked at each other, counted the number of people, and found that one person was missing. "Commander, what should we do now?" The young leader said, "Now that such a big event has happened in the family, such an expert may affect our plan. Find someone to go back to the family and report what happened today. We must make it clear." "Yes." In this way, the entrance to the shadow realm was restored to peace. At this time, Long Chen had successfully entered the profound Yin demon realm. He was now in the profound Yin demon realm of the profound Yin demon realm. The profound Yin demon realm was one of the 8 great demon realms of the shadow realm. Within the abstruse Yin demon region, the most powerful family was the Yang family. They had 2 world kings, both of whom were Nirvana tribulation powerhouses. The previous world emperor, Yang Fengjun, came from the Yang family. Below the Yang family was the Li family. The Li family currently had a world king, and next were the 3 great sects of the abstruse Yin demon region. The 3 great sects each had a world king. Among them, the Yang family and the Li family were the strongest. The other 3 great sects were all newly established forces. The struggle between the Yang family and the Li family had always been the biggest attraction of the profound Yin demon realm. However, in the past 1,000 years, the Yang family had been strong and the Li family had declined. The profound Yin demon realm had a radius of 100 million miles, which was equivalent to half of the Eastern Emperor region. The area was very large. Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing, these super powerhouses, could at most cover a 10,000th of the profound Yin demon realm with their divine sense. After moving to a mountain tens of thousands of miles away, Long Chen confirmed that it was safe and prepared to find out what he wanted to know from the Yang family martial artists. As he moved forward, Long Chen observed the shadow realm. The so-called shadow realm was a place where even the emperor spirit Qi made people feel very cold. There was a dark green aura floating in the sky, exuding a cold and gloomy aura. There was only a light green moon in the sky all year round, but it was enough to illuminate the earth. At a glance, the mountains and trees all exuded a cold and gloomy aura. The temperature of the entire shadow realm was very low, even lower than the ice and snow environment of the Moon Demon Cave. This kind of cold was a bone-chilling cold. It was different from ice cold. This kind of cold aura was enough to destroy the body of a mortal. The mountain where Long Chen was now was even colder. There was no wind, but there was a bone-chilling cold surrounding him. Fortunately, Long Chen's current physical body was strong enough. This bit of Yin Qi was nothing to him. Most importantly, the dragon Qi around his body was a masculine thing. The Yin Qi couldn't get close to him. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.